Hello everyone. I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 5 of the series. Chapter 270 Boundless Imperial Kingdom. Chapter 270 Boundless Imperial Kingdom. The spatial turbulence lasted for an entire day. On this day, the fourth layer of patterns was already faintly discernible on Blackie's right hand. During this period, Blackie also got to know Mu Fusheng. Mu Fusheng also told Yi Qiubai and the others about the basic situation of the boundless world. In the current boundless realm, it was undoubtedly the strongest place in the low-latitude realm. Geniuses from all walks of life were gathered here. Nonetheless, these prodigies from other realms were still unable to break through the status of the natives of the boundless realms. At the same time, the division of forces in the boundless realm. This country was the boundless imperial kingdom. He was the absolute ruler of the boundless world. However, even though the boundless imperial kingdom was in charge of the matters of the boundless world, he did not pay much attention to the factions below. Therefore, under the boundless imperial kingdom, many factions bloomed. The most famous amongst them were the 4 aristocratic families. They were the Shuo, Lang, Lai, and Mu families. Under the 4 great clans, sects were spread throughout the entire boundless world. There was no disaggregated ranking. Only first-rate forces, second-rate forces, and third-rate forces. As for the outsiders, the factions that were established had basically only reached the end of second-rate factions. However, there was one exception. This person came from the outer realms. However, with his shocking talent and strength, he led a group of people to establish the Heaven Annihilation sect. When the Heaven Annihilation sect master was mentioned, Mu Fusheng revealed a look of admiration and said with a smile, "The sect master of the Heaven Annihilation sect made a name for himself in the boundless world with his spear. Even father paid a huge price to rope in sect master Aoshin at that time. But he didn't succeed." Yi Qiubai smiled and said, "Then brother Mu's father is the emperor of the boundless imperial kingdom, right?" Mu Fusheng didn't want to hide it. He smiled and nodded. He joked, "Why? Could it be that brother Yu wants to distance himself from me after knowing my identity? That won't happen." Yi Qiubai winked and said, "One just don't know if the wine in the imperial kingdom is good or not. Is it enough for me to drink?" Hearing this, Mu Fusheng looked at Yi Qiubai differently, hugged Yi Qiubai's shoulder and laughed. It's enough as for whether it's good or not. I have a collection of the fine wines of various regions from my realm. Fine wine from various regions. Yi Qiubai smiled. There was probably no white wine brewed by his master. Mu Fusheng's expression suddenly changed just as they were talking. The guard, Xiao Si, also held a long spear and said with a serious expression, "Your Highness." Mu Fusheng nodded and looked ahead. There was a huge storm attacking them. "It's a spatial storm. Looks like our luck isn't too good." Yi Qiubai and the others also looked over. The spatial storm looked extremely terrifying. It was formed by countless spatial turbulence. Along the way, the spatial storm encountered boulders. Before those boulders could be swept in, they would be crushed into powder by the spatial power that leaked out. Yi Qiubai pulled out the dark demon sword and asked, "How do you usually deal with spatial storms?" Mu Fusheng stroked his chin and said seriously, "You're asking me how to deal with it." Yi Qiubai, Shisheng, and Blackie all looked at Mu Fusheng with curiosity. Mu Fusheng smiled devilishly. "Of course I'm running. What should I do? This person deserves a beating. I'm waiting online. It's quite urgent." Mu Fusheng immediately instructed Xiao Si to control the spaceship. At the same time, he threw out a jade seal. This jade seal enveloped the entire spaceship. It contained a defensive formation. Moreover, his body was covered in talismans. These talismans, clearly, were all extremely high-level defensive talismans. Each talisman also contained a small formation. She looked at Mu Fusheng, who was wrapped up like a dumpling. Yi Qiubai was dumbfounded. "You, what are you doing?" However, Mu Fusheng said innocently, "What am one doing? Wear armor. Of course. Otherwise, I'll be torn to pieces by the spatial storm." Mu Fusheng even looked at Yi Qiubai as if he was looking at a fool as he spoke. Yi Qiubai's brows twitched. He suddenly felt the person in front of him seemed a little familiar. Where had he seen such a personality before? However, the guard's expression was calm, as if he was already used to it. The spatial storm approached. The entire spaceship began to tremble violently. Under the jade seal, the array formation that was released also had ripples appear. It was as if it would break at any moment. Suddenly, the guard controlled the spaceship to change direction. The direction was the opposite of the wind direction of the spatial storm. Squeak! Under the sweep of the spatial storm, the spaceship sailed in the opposite direction, making a sound of being overwhelmed. Mu Fusheng complained, "Your spaceship is really weak." Therefore, Yi Qiubai had the urge to throw this guy out of the spaceship. At this moment, Zhao Si reminded him, "Pay attention to protecting the spaceship. Don't let the spatial turbulence hit the keel of the spaceship." As soon as he finished speaking, a spatial turbulence that was like a sharp sword shot towards them. The protective array formation of the jade seal was only to prevent the spaceship from being directly crushed into powder by the spatial storm. He would not defend against these fish that escaped the net. Yi Qiubai drew his sword and stood up. A wisp of sword intent soared into the sky. Eighth moves of the 9 heavenly demon sword. The sword ancestor's sword intent, combined with the 9 heavenly demon sword, emitted endless power. Mu Fusheng couldn't help but nod slightly as he watched Yi Qiubai disperse the spatial turbulence. He reached the sword ancestral realm at the peak stage Qianyuan realm. He's already not bad among the sword cultivators in the boundless realm. However, Yi Qiubai was born in an extremely backward world of cultivation. This shocked Mu Fusheng to be able to cultivate to such a level in such a backward world. Once he reached the boundless world, he would probably soar into the sky. However, there were many such people in the boundless realms. In the end, 99 of them were nameless. The boundless world was the strongest existence in this low-latitude realm. Geniuses, monsters, these were the most worthless things in the boundless world. Only the geniuses who lived to the end could have the last laugh. It was also because of this thought that Mu Fusheng developed such a personality. However, the power of the spatial storm was not as simple as it seemed. Even if everyone did their best to resist its power, they were still sucked into it. It was as if a storm was sweeping through the endless sea, and the waves were rolling. One of them was a small boat. It was in imminent danger. Zhao Si said solemnly, "This spaceship's level is too low. I'm afraid it won't be able to last much longer." Shi Sheng asked, "Then can we exchange now?" Mu Fusheng shook his head. "I'm afraid that won't do. If we change, we'll definitely break away from the protection of this spaceship. At that time, we'll be sucked into the space storm during the transfer." Upon hearing this, Yi Qiubai pinched the jade pendant in his hand and was about to attack. Suddenly, a phantom descended from the spaceship. Chapter 271 Chapter 271 Arriving at the Boundless World. Chapter 271 Arriving at the Boundless World. There are 2 known dangers in the low-latitude space. The first type was spatial turbulence. And this kind of spaceship only required a decent spaceship to set up a spatial array on it. That way, they would be able to advance steadily. The second type was a spatial storm formed by countless spatial turbulence. Among the martial cultivators who had traveled through space, there was a saying, if one encountered a spatial storm, one would die 10 times over. Extremely dangerous. If there was no great opportunity, it could be the help of an expert or a top-notch spaceship with a top-notch spatial array. There was a 100 chance that he would be crushed into powder by the spatial storm. It could be said that there was no possibility of survival. And now, Yi Qiubai and the others encountered a spatial storm. Even Mu Fusheng was cautious enough to arm himself like a tortoise with a talisman engraved with a defensive array. This spaceship had already been swept into the spatial storm. In an instant, countless cracks appeared on the spatial array. It was like glass, which could shatter at any time. The spatial array could not completely resist the spatial storm. Streams of spatial turbulence tore through the cracks of the spatial array formation and destroyed various parts of the spaceship. Even if Yi Qiubai and the others attacked with all their might, it could only protect the keel of the spaceship from being damaged. Just as the spaceship was about to be completely destroyed, a projection landed on the spaceship. The phantom was a middle-aged man. The man's face was expressionless, but he was dignified. His aura was restrained. Even if his aura didn't leak out, it still made Yukiubai and the others feel unable to resist. It was as if the other party could suppress him with just a finger or a step. This person was so powerful. He was on a completely different level from the people Yukiubai and the others had encountered previously. Except for Lu Chengsheng. Lu Chengsheng didn't give them the feeling that they couldn't resist him. At first glance, he looks like an ordinary mortal. However, the more he interacted with Lu Chengsheng, the more he felt that Lu Chengsheng was unfathomable. On the other hand, Mu Fashing seemed to know this middle-aged man. He heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Old Mu, you're finally here. Hurry, 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 solve the problem of this spatial storm." The middle-aged man was originally expressionless and seemed very calm. However, when he heard Mu Fashing's words, looking at Mu Fashing's insufferably arrogant expression, his defenses were instantly broken. He gritted his teeth and said resentfully, "You've been acting all day long. I told you to cultivate well, but you went to other realms to play. Now that you're in trouble, you're thinking of me, right?" Mu Fashing spread his hands and looked like he was asking for a beating. He smiled and said, "Aya, old Mu, you won't leave your son in the lurch, right?" The guard, Sao Si, was at the side, looking down as if he hadn't heard anything. However, the corner of his mouth twitched crazily, revealing his current mood. Yukiubai and little Hai Shisheng looked at each other helplessly. This person was really asking for a beating. Mu Zhengyan took a deep breath, as if he was suppressing the rage in his heart. Then, he looked at the spatial storm ahead. He waved his hand and no aura was emitted. It was as if he was waving his hand meaninglessly. However, the spatial storm in front of him dissipated in an instant. Then, he waved his hand again and repaired the already damaged spatial array on the spaceship. Only then did he turn around and look at Mu Fashing. "I'll deal with you when I get back." After saying this, the phantom disappeared. At the last moment of his disappearance, Yukiubai could clearly feel it. Mu Zhengyan glanced at them. It was this glance that made Yukiubai felt that he had no secrets from head to toe. He had been seen through with just one glance. After Mu Zhengyan disappeared, Mu Fashing spread his hands and said, all right, there's no danger now. However, it's fortunate that it's only a small spatial storm. If we encounter a medium-sized or large spatial storm, I'm afraid only old Mu's true body can deal with it." Shisheng asked curiously, "Was that just a small one?" Mu Fashing nodded. He did not show any impatience towards such common sense. A medium-sized spatial storm is much larger than this. It's rare, though. As for large scale, one can only say that you've committed too many sins in your life. Even the heavens can't stand it anymore and want to kill you. Yukiubai was speechless. Then why haven't you encountered a large spatial storm? Hearing this, Mu Fashing was slightly stunned. Why one didn't do anything outrageous? Yukiubai rolled his eyes. Don't you know what you're doing? Aren't you atrocious enough to deserve a beating? After the spatial storm disappeared, there were no obstacles to Yukiubai and the others' journey. Some ordinary spatial turbulence could also be easily dealt with. Soon, everyone entered the boundless realm. When they passed through the wormhole, it gave Yukiubai and the others a first impression. It was just that the spiritual kai was too dense. It was so thick that it was almost sticky. Even the spiritual kai in the heavenly spirit realm was not as dense as here. It could be said that he had just entered the boundless realm. Yukiubai could feel that the realm he had been suppressing could no longer be suppressed. He could break through to the void god realm at any time. Blackie and Shisheng didn't think it was that obvious. Blackie was a body cultivator and did not need to rely on spiritual kai. Shisheng, on the other hand, relied on the power of the stars to cultivate. There was no need to rely on any spiritual kai in the starry sky dungeon. Mu Fashing smiled and said, all right, since we have arrived, what are you going to do? If you don't have a direction, do you want to follow me? Let's not talk about anything else. If you follow me, no one will be able to bully you in this boundless realm. Even though it sounded exaggerated, Yiqiubai did not doubt Mu Fusheng's words at all. Yiqiubai could already vaguely guess his identity along the way. It was the only empire in the boundless world, boundless dynasty. Mu Fusheng was probably the prince of the empire. As for Mu Fudu, his identity was self-evident. Sounds tempting. Yiqiubai shook his head and rejected Mu Fusheng's good intentions. He said, "Forget it. I'm afraid I'll die faster if I follow you." Mu Fusheng laughed. However, he looked at Yiqiubai and the other two with even more admiration. "Alright, then I wish brother Yi good luck in martial arts. I hope that you can give me a surprise when we meet in the future. When the time comes, we'll drink together." Yiqiubai reached out and shook Mu Fusheng's hand. After Mu Fusheng left an identity jade pendant and a map of the boundless realm, he separated from Yiqiubai and the other two. Yiqiubai smiled as he watched Mu Fusheng leave. Shisheng smiled and said, "He's an interesting person." Blackie, who had always been shy, nodded in agreement. "Worth making friends with." Yiqiubai chuckled and shook his head. "Alright, let's think about how to establish ourselves in this boundless world." Chapter 272 Chapter 272 Mercenary Guild. Chapter 272 Mercenary Guild. Yiqiubai's goal was to find Muzaking and cultivate. Blackie was searching for the place in the memory fragments, the demonic abyss, and cultivating at the same time. Shisheng was purely cultivating. Therefore, the three of them unanimously agreed. The most important thing was to increase his strength first. During the training to increase his strength, he would look for clues, and according to Mu Fusheng, now, there were three paths in front of Yiqiubai. The first was the most extensive decision made by the martial cultivators of other realms when they came to the boundless world. That was to rely on the protection of other factions, join a sect, and cultivate in that sect. However, this path was also not easy to walk. The forces of the boundless worlds were actually very xenophobic. They even looked down on martial cultivators from other realms. And this one, in the beginning, it was rejected by Yiqiubai and the other two. First, they did not want to rely on other forces. Secondly, they were all from the cottage. He also did not want to join other factions. In other words, after becoming Lu Chengsheng's disciple, he might look down on the other forces. The second option would become a rogue cultivator and wander alone in this boundless world. This choice could be said to be hellish. People from the outer realms came to the boundless world and were unfamiliar with this place. The lack of resources is the first point. It was even easier for them to enter the forbidden area by mistake, or be killed by others because they did not have a backer. The last choice was to become a mercenary. In the boundless world, countless sects and forces roamed freely. However, there was a special neutral force. That was the Mercenary Guild. This faction was not under the jurisdiction of any faction. Even the Boundless Empire would not ask about it. It was the most special faction in this realm. The Mercenary Guild. They were distributed throughout the boundless world. In the guild, missions were assigned every day. There was a collection mission. There was a mission to find clues, or an escort mission. At the same time, there was also a mission to kill, complete the mission and receive the reward. These missions were all proposed by the various large sects and factions, and then collected and issued by the Mercenary Association. As for the rewards that the mercenaries received, the Mercenary Association would take 20. As long as they were martial cultivators, they could become mercenaries. And the relationship between the Mercenary Guild and mercenaries, it was just a relationship between employers. This was also Yiqiubai and the other two's choice. Freedom. There was no need to submit to other factions. He took out the map. Yiqiubai and the other two headed to the Mercenary Guild closest to them. They were now at the border of the boundless world. It was called Rising Cloud City. Yiqiubai and the other two arrived at the Mercenary Guild in Rising Cloud City. Countless martial cultivators had gathered here. The people here were all mercenaries. It could also be said that he was a rogue cultivator. In front of Yiqiubai and the other two, the place where the Mercenary Association was located was not prosperous or special. It was just an ordinary stone house. However, this stone house was only a little bigger than the other houses. Above the stone house, there was an icon of a crossed blade. Yiqiubai and the other two, who were standing in the distance, could sense the murderous aura. This was the symbol of the mercenary guild. After that, the three of them pushed open the wooden door and entered. The mercenary association was even livelier than the outside. Countless mercenaries were talking in groups of 3 to 5. Everyone had more or less scars on their bodies. At the same time, his aura was not simple. At least, most people were at the Void God realm in this place. There were very few people in the Kanyun realm. It could be said that when Yi Qiubai pushed the door open and entered, he was sized up by many people in the dark. When he saw that it was only a junior at the Kanyun realm, he pursed his lips and looked away. As for ridicule, don't be ridiculous. There was no such thing in a mercenary guild that relied entirely on its own strength. He was not strong enough. If he couldn't complete the mission, he naturally wouldn't be able to survive in the mercenary guild. Yi Qiubai brought Blackie and Shisheng to the front desk of the mercenary guild. At the front desk, it was a middle-aged woman. The woman was wearing an ordinary dress and had 2 short braids that fell on her chest. The sides of her nose were covered in pockmarks. It couldn't be said to be very good-looking. However, it was the type that was extremely pleasing to the eye. When the middle-aged woman saw Yi Qiubai and the other 2 walking over, she didn't know if she noticed their cultivation levels. But her expression didn't change. With a smile, he asked, "The 3 of you look unfamiliar. Is this your first time here?" Yi Qiubai nodded and went straight to the point. "We want to register a mercenary group. 1 person would be a mercenary." A mercenary group consisted of 2 people and above. The middle-aged woman still had a warm smile on her face as she said, "Little brother, with your cultivation, are you not considering joining other mercenary groups? Otherwise, you might not even be able to complete the mission. If a newly registered mercenary group doesn't complete a mission within half a month, their mercenary group status will be revoked." Apparently, the middle-aged woman saw Yi Qiubai's cultivation. He kindly reminded her. Yi Qiubai smiled and shook his head. "You don't have to worry about that." Hearing this, the middle-aged woman shrugged. A rough-looking man at the side smiled and said, "Sister Luo, don't persuade them. Let these juniors suffer a little. When the time comes, they will understand your good intentions." Yuo Yun smiled. She was used to seeing people like Yi Qiubai. He always wanted to rely on himself to make a name for himself in the mercenary guild. However, they were either disbanded or died in the process of the mission. However, she did not have the obligation to continue persuading him, so she could only helplessly say, "All right then, hand over 10 crystals, and then come up with a group name." Origin crystals were the hard currency of the boundless world. When trading with others, they could use origin crystals to exchange. It was similar to gold coins. However, there were still some things that crystals could not buy. Before coming to the boundless world, Kong Jianghen had given them 30 crystals. Now, it was useful. As for the name of the group, without thinking, Yi Qiubai smiled and said, "Let's call it the cottage." Shisheng and Blackie also smiled. They were going to use the name cottage. He had made a name for himself in the boundless world. At the very least, he could not disappoint his master. Far away in the wilderness region, Lu Changsheng suddenly sneezed. "Yon, don't tell me those bastards got into trouble again." Sigh. "There's no need to think about it. He'll definitely cause trouble in the future." He continued to set up the array formation. Mu Weiner asked curiously, "Uncle, what array are you setting up?" "Teleportation." Lu Changsheng gritted his teeth and said, "I don't want to have to run back and forth when those bastards cause trouble." After that, the cottage mercenary group was thus established. Yi Qiubai and the other 2 arrived in front of a wooden board. Dozens of mercenaries gathered here. They were all focused on the wooden board. This was because there were all kinds of missions stuck on this wooden board. If he wanted to take it, he only needed to take the paper off the wooden board. Chapter 273 Chapter 273 Unwritten Rules. Chapter 273 Unwritten Rules. The mercenary group was divided into 6 levels: yellow rank, black rank, earth rank, heaven rank, and emperor rank. The highest level was to surpass the emperor level and obtain an exclusive honorary title. His title was personally bestowed by guild leader of the mercenary guild. Mercenary groups that could obtain honorable titles were extremely rare. In fact, there were only 3 of them in the entire boundless world. At the same time, the level of the mercenary group represented how many missions one could accept. His has nothing to do with your strength. Only by completing the mission, the completion rate of the mission, and the amount of remuneration he received. For example, if a yellow rank mercenary group wanted to advance to mysterious grade, they needed to complete 10 yellow rank missions. In the end, after completing a quasi-mysterious rank mission, one could apply to be promoted to a mysterious rank mercenary group. Now, the cottage mercenary group formed by Exudes, Blackie, and Sheng was at the lowest yellow rank. Naturally, he could only accept yellow rank missions. However, even if it was a yellow rank mission, some missions could only be accepted by people at the Void God realm. For example, hunting a beginner stage Void God realm magical beast and obtaining its core. Troublesome thing was not a beginner stage Void God realm magical beast. Here was an annotation under the paper. His magical beast likes to live in groups. In other words, even though he only needed 1 core. However, you have to face a group of Void God realm magical beasts. If it was not handled properly, even Void God realm cultivators would be in danger. Another example was the collection mission, which was less dangerous. Gathering missions usually included some heavenly treasures, medicinal herbs, and special forging materials. In front of the yellow rank missions mission board, Sheng asked, "How is it, senior brother, what mission should we accept first?" Blackie scratched his head and smiled. "Senior brother, do you want to accept the mission to hunt magical beasts?" Exudes looked at the papers. He sized up the rewards. What were they lacking in the most now? It was crystals. It was the currency of the boundless world. There were no crystals. It could be said that many things could not be done. He couldn't even rent a place to stay. Exudes said, "We still have 20 origin crystals. The most important thing now should be to accept missions with more origin crystals." And now, there were 2 missions with more crystals. First was to gather an alchemy ingredient called the void grass. The reward was 50 crystals. Second was the escort mission, escorting the daughter of a noble family in Rising Cloud City. The reward reached 100 crystals. Of course, there were additional conditions. He had to have the strength to fight an intermediate stage Void God Realm expert. Exudes was very interested in this mission. While earning origin crystals, he could also take the opportunity to ask for clues. She was the daughter of an aristocratic family after all. He should know something. Hence, Exudes took off the paper. He walked to the front desk and recorded the mission he had accepted. When they were recording, 5 men and a woman suddenly pushed open the door and entered, shouting, "Who stole our mission?" In front of the yellow rank mission board, it was obvious that someone knew these 6 people. He pointed in Exudes' direction. The middle-aged man in the lead had 3 scars on his face. The 3 scars crisscrossed the man's face, looking extremely ferocious. Man brought the 5 of them to Exudes' side and frowned. "Don't you know that this mission has already been reserved by our scale mercenary group?" Luo Yun also looked at the man and frowned slightly. Here was an unwritten rule in the mercenary association. Mission was predetermined. His was a rule among mercenary groups. If a mercenary group booked a mission and during that time, it was snatched away by another mercenary group, this also meant that there would be a grudge between the 2 mercenary groups. Mercenary group could only accept 1 mission at a time. If they encountered other tempting missions during the mission period, they would choose to make a reservation, which was to inform the other mercenary groups. No one would choose a mission that others had predetermined under normal circumstances. Were all out to make a living after all. There was no need to offend others. It wasn't like there were no quests to choose from. Luo Yun looked at Exudes worriedly. After explaining this matter, she said apologetically, "I'm sorry. I didn't tell you about this unwritten rule in advance." Exudes ignored the people from the scaled mercenary group and looked at Luo Yun. He chuckled and said, Is this the rule of the mercenary guild? Yuo Yun was stunned and shook her head. That's right. Yi Qiubai revealed a harmless smile and said, I accepted this mission first, so we naturally completed it. After saying this, the onlookers smiled as they watched the show. Those three young people are new, right? It seems that one of them is at the Kain Yuan realm. With this strength, I'm afraid it's not enough to go head-to-head with that group of people in scale armor. After all, Scale is only one mission away from becoming a black-grade mercenary group. 5 of them are at the beginner stage Void God realm. The leader's strength has already reached the intermediate stage Void God realm. I'm afraid we can't afford to offend him. He Lin, the leader of the scaled armor mercenary group, heard Yi Qiubai's words. Instead of being angry, he smiled. Kid, you have guts. Alright. Since that's the case, don't say that our scaled armor mercenary group bullies newbies. Let us follow the rules of the mercenary guild. How about that? Yi Qiubai looked at Yuo Yun. It was obvious that he was asking what other rules there were. Yuo Yun explained. According to the rules, if both parties want to accept the same mission, they can go to the employer who issued the mission together and let him choose. He Lin sneered and said, in that case, is it feasible? Yi Qiubai thought for a moment. Since it was a rule of the mercenary guild, it couldn't be violated. He nodded and agreed. Tihei agreed to meet tomorrow, which was the start of the mission. Both parties would go to the employer's family at the same time. It was night. Yi Qiubai didn't cultivate. Instead, he lay outside the tent and looked at the starry sky above him. Shisheng was absorbing the power of the stars in the starry sky and cultivating. Yi Qiubai took out the jade pendant hanging on his chest. He placed it in his palm and stared at the jade pendant in a daze. His was what Mu Ziking had left for him back then. Now, he had arrived at the boundless realm. There was already a faint cold aura coming from the jade pendant. This meant that Mu Ziking was currently in this boundless realm. However, from the looks of it, Mu Ziking's background was probably one of the top existences in this boundless realm. Wonder if the Mu family is related to Mu Ziking. At the thought of this, Yi Qiubai sighed softly. It was useless to think so much. With his current strength, it was probably not enough. From the looks of it, he was raising his cultivation level in the Mercenary Association. At the same time, he asked about Mu Ziking's whereabouts. He could only welcome Mu Ziking openly only if he was strong enough. Chapter 274 Accepting the Mission and Leaving the City. Chapter 274 Accepting the Mission and Leaving the City. The night was over and day broke. Yi Qiubai and the other two arrived at the entrance of the Mercenary Association early. The members of the scaled armor mercenary group, led by He Lin, slowly walked over. There was mockery in his eyes. He smiled and said, Kid, I'll give you one last piece of advice. Don't embarrass yourself with your current strength. I can also let bygones be bygones since you're newcomers. Perhaps I can even guide you on other missions. Yi Qiubai smiled and shook his head. Guide us doesn't that mean we have to split the rewards? Yi Qiubai rejected the offer outright. Behind He Lin, a lean man shouted. Don't be so shameless, they are just a group of newbies. Thankfully, our leader has a good temper. If it were any other mercenary group with a bad temper, do you think you could still enforce the rules of the Mercenary Association? I'm afraid you won't even be able to get out of the Mercenary Association. Hearing the man's words, Blackie took a step forward and revealed a murderous intent. He Lin, on the other hand, stopped the lean man and said, they are just juniors. Is there a need to be angry with them? Can't they act like martial cultivators? Hearing this, the lean man pursed his lips and took a step back. However, He Lin's words clearly looked down on Yi Qiubai and the other two. They thought that they were just juniors. With that, the 6 members of the Scales mercenary group took the lead and walked towards the east. The biggest force in the Rising Cloud City was the City Lord's Manor. Under the City Lord's Manor were 3 aristocratic families: the Yan family, the Lai family, and the Kang family. The Yan family was the employer this time. When the group arrived at the Yan family, there were already 2 carriages waiting at the entrance. Beside the carriage were 10 guards. The guards were all at the peak stage Qin Yuan realm. One of the elders was at the half-step void god realm. Just the guards alone had such strength. Moreover, this was only a small city aristocratic family at the border of the boundless world. It could be seen how big the difference between the wilderness region and the boundless world was. As expected of the first region of the lower latitudes. In front of the door, a young man saw He Lin and the others. Frowning, he said, "What took you so long? Is the mercenary association so inefficient now?" He Lin was not angry. He went forward and spread his hands with a smile. "Young Master Yang, please forgive me. I was delayed by some matters on the way." Obviously, He Lin knew this so-called young Master Yang. Yang Kai asked curiously, "What is it that is more important than the mission?" Hence, He Lin briefly recounted what had happened between him and the cottage mercenary group. At the same time, he said, "This will depend on young Master Yang's judgment. Do you want our Scales mercenary group to escort you or those newcomers?" Eqbai naturally wouldn't remain silent. He walked forward and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "We accepted the mission first. According to the rules, we will naturally escort you. Of course, there's no need to worry about our strength." Hearing this, Yongkai sized up Eqbai slightly before sneering. How can people in the Qin Yuan realm not be worried? They are even inferior to our Yang family's guards. "Alright, I'll give you 10 crystals. Leave now." He Lin also smiled. Eqbai shrugged and prepared to leave with Blackie and Shisheng. Since the other party had said so, they could not shamelessly beg the other party to accept them. Just as Yang Kai was about to bring out the crystals, a pleasant female voice sounded from the carriage. "Big brother, forget it. Let them escort us as well. The more people we have, the safer we will be." Yang Kai frowned slightly and walked to the side of the carriage, saying, "Little sister, even though that's the case, how should we calculate the remuneration? Whoever contributes the most will take the 100 crystals. Do you have any objections?" Clearly, this last sentence was asking Eqbai and He Lin, under normal circumstances. He Lin naturally wouldn't accept this condition. "You must be joking. Isn't this making the mercenaries work for free?" However, he naturally couldn't let Eqbai and the other 2 newcomers laugh at him now, so he nodded and smiled. "Miss Yang, you're good at scheming." Eqbai saw this and also nodded. Yang Kai was also very satisfied with this result. It was not bad to have 3 more hired thugs. They might not be strong enough, but at least they could charge forward as shields at the critical moment. At the thought of this, Yang Kai sneered and said, "Since you've nodded in agreement, you must listen to our orders and arrangements when you're carrying out the escort. Do you understand?" Eqbai and the other 2 didn't answer. Yang Kai took it that they had agreed. The group set off towards the outskirts of Rising Cloud City. Even though the Boundless Realm was publicly acknowledged as the #1 realm in the lower latitudes, there were still bandits and assassins. Outside Rising Cloud City were some bandit forces. They specifically intercepted merchants from Rising Cloud City or merchants who wanted to enter. It was precisely because of this that the mercenary guild had an escort mission. But the Young family was not a merchant, but a cultivation family. They were not afraid of those bandits. Instead, it was the obstruction of other families and factions. The purpose of their trip was heading to Dragon Enlightenment City, which was adjacent to Rising Clouds City. The Young family had a marriage alliance with the City Lord's Manor of Dragon Enlightenment City, which was the Long family. Once the Young family and the Long family had a marriage alliance, it would definitely cause the Young family's strength to increase greatly. The Long family's strength was in all the cities at the border after all. It could be ranked in the top 2. Therefore, the aristocratic families competed with the Young family. It would definitely stop this marriage. Naturally, they would be intercepted outside Rising Clouds City. This was also why the Yang family, as a cultivation family, had to hire someone from the Mercenary Association. In Rising Clouds City, with the help of the City Lord's Manor and the Yang family, no one would attack in the city. After leaving the city, all the guards entered a state of nervousness. Even though He Lin was usually arrogant, he was qualified as a mercenary. After leaving the city, he also entered a combat state. The 6 members of the Scales mercenary group raised their spiritual kai slightly to guard against the other party's sneak attack. Only Exudes and the other 2 had calm expressions. They were even discussing Lu Chengsheng. I wonder how Master is doing. He must miss us. That's what I thought. He Lin sneered when he saw this scene. Newcomers indeed. When Yang Kai saw this scene, he shouted angrily, "What are you doing? Is this how you become mercenaries? What if someone launches a sneak attack? Can you bear the responsibility?" Exudes looked at Yang Kai and replied calmly, "There's no ambush around at the moment." Even though Exudes and the other 2 were chatting, but Exudes could use the sword domain to detect the hidden aura around him. That was why he seemed so relaxed. Yang Kai said angrily, "If anything goes wrong, be careful not to lose your heads." Just like that, they walked on. Night gradually fell. Chapter 275 Chapter 275 Dark and Windy Night. Chapter 275 Dark and Windy Night. Boundary Mountain. At the border of the boundless world. Outside the Boundary Mountain were countless forbidden lands for life. At the same time, the Boundless Dynasty also strictly prohibited cultivators from crossing the Boundary Mountain. Therefore, ordinary people did not know what was outside the Boundary Mountain. 1,000 years ago, a first-rate sect felt that there were endless treasures outside the Boundary Mountain. The Boundless Dynasty forbade others from crossing the Boundary Mountain also because he wanted to monopolize the resources. However, when that first-rate sect crossed the Boundary Mountain, no one came back. At the same time, that first-rate sect was destroyed just like that. No one knew what had happened. However, because of this matter, no one had any designs on the outside of the Boundary Mountain. The dog's life was more important. At this moment, night fell. The young family members rested in a valley on the Boundary Mountain. He would leave the next day. After starting the fire, the young family's guards were scattered around to prevent them from being ambushed by the other families. He Lin was assigning tasks to the other 5 members of the Scales mercenary group. Gao Yun, your movement technique is the most agile. Go and investigate the surroundings of the valley. Dao Bei, set up some formations around here. And you, as a mercenary, since he had accepted the mission, he had to work hard to complete it. As a mercenary group, He Lin was naturally a professional. Of course, whether it would be effective or not was another matter. When Yang Kai saw all of this, he could not help but nod. He leaned against the carriage and smiled. Helen and the others are trustworthy. It's right to let the Scales mercenary group take on this mission. If there's any work in the future, we can try to cooperate again. Little sister, you should rest well. A pleasant voice came from the carriage. Big brother, I'm also a martial cultivator. I'm not that weak. What about the cottage mercenary group? Why didn't you mention them? Speaking of the cottage mercenary group, Yang Kai looked in the direction of Exudes and the other 2. Instantly, he was enraged. Exudes and the other 2 were cultivating with their eyes closed. He had no intention of protecting them at all. Yang Kai walked over with an angry expression and shouted, "What exactly are you doing? Don't you know your mission?" Exudes didn't open his eyes and said indifferently, "Don't be so nervous. I'll be the first to know if there's any movement around." Of course, if even Exudes didn't notice it immediately, no one here would be able to notice. However, Exudes didn't say this. He Lin clearly heard Exudes' words. He frowned and snorted coldly. "Kid, even we have to make careful arrangements in the surroundings to be at ease. Yet you're cultivating here peacefully." Seeing that the 3 of them were so stubborn, Yang Kai waved his sleeves and snorted angrily. "Don't even think about getting paid. When the time comes, I'll report to the mercenary guild. You guys can wait to be dismissed." Exudes felt a little helpless. Why didn't he believe it? However, it was not difficult to understand. He only revealed strength at the peak stage Qinyuan realm after all. Not even a void god realm expert. His words were naturally not convincing at all. This world was one that only the strong were respected. Only the strong could convince others. At night in the Boundary Mountain, it was very quiet. Insects chirped in the surroundings, and a breeze would occasionally blow past. The leaves rustled. In the young family's encampment, the flame was the only light that illuminated this place. The flame swayed in the wind, making them look graceful and graceful. The sound of burning trees. Sizzle. From time to time, there would be the sound of sparks exploding. However, it was abnormally quiet. Eqbai opened his eyes. Shisheng and Blackie opened their eyes at the same time. Did you notice something? Under the cover of the sword domain, Eqbai didn't discover anything abnormal. However, the surrounding environment was indeed not right. Blackie looked around and frowned slightly. There's a faint killing intent in the air. It was condensed from killing intent. Therefore, Blackie's perception of killing intent was naturally stronger than others. Shisheng looked at the sky. There were stars in the sky. What he cultivated was the power of stars. As long as it was night time, his perception would also be stronger than during the day. We should have fallen into the array. Eqbai also nodded and said, "A very brilliant shielding array. The person who set up the array probably has some strength." Moreover, the other party used a medium like a jade pendant to carve a formation in advance and released it here. It was impossible to set up a shielding array in front of Eqbai and the other two, unless the other party's strength far exceeded theirs and reached the martial monarch realm. A formation of this level should not have been created by a martial monarch realm. Therefore, it could only be the possibility that Eqbai had mentioned. Blackie turned to look at Eqbai. "Senior brother, what should we do?" Shisheng also looked at Eqbai with 100 trust in his eyes. Eqbai thought for a moment and stood up to Yongki's side. He said, "There's a possibility that this place is isolated by an array formation." Yongkai was slightly stunned. Then, he sneered and said, "You're a junior at the Kanyuan realm and you've been cultivating here. How can you know?" Eqbai was also a little helpless. He reminded again, "I've been using my methods to be vigilant of my surroundings. Someone will probably attack in half an hour." Yongkai frowned looking at Eqbai's expression. It didn't seem like he was using her to intimidate others. Since he wanted to become a mercenary and survive in this boundless world, it was impossible for him to do such a meaningless thing. As the son of an aristocratic family, Yongkai was not a brainless person. Moreover, this was a critical period. Nothing must go wrong with his little sister's safety. In this way, the Yang family's plan would fail. For the current Yang family, it was absolutely unbearable. Due to these reasons, Yongkai still decided to discuss it with Helin. Hence, he came to Helin's side. She told him what Eqbai had said. During this time, Helin frowned and glanced at Eqbai. He then took out the voice transmission jade pendant. "Gao Yun, Dao Bei, did you find anything unusual?" Helin nodded. "Continue to be vigilant." After saying that, he turned to look at Eqbai and said, "How did you discover it?" He really did not believe it. A junior at the peak stage Kanyuan realm. If they sat here without moving, they would be able to discover something that they could not detect by setting up array formations outside. Yongkai was also a little suspicious. Could it be that he was really borrowing the might of a tiger to make his presence known? Seeing that the two of them didn't believe him, Eqbai could only shake his head and stop persuading them. Instead, he told Blackie and Shisheng to be prepared to fight at any time. He had also pulled out the dark demon sword. Chapter 276 Chapter 276 Wind Moves. Chapter 276 Wind Moves. 500 miles away from the Yang family's temporary base stops 10 people in black. Their figures perfectly merged with the night sky. It was difficult to discover with the naked eye. Even their black cloaks were enhanced by concealment formations. Ordinary people had no way to discover it. In addition, the location of these 10 people was a certain distance away from the Yang family's temporary base. Therefore, it was normal for Eqbai and the others not to notice their existence. So well prepared. Obviously, this was not the first time he had done such a thing. One of them said, "Boss, is there a need for us to be so cautious? The other party doesn't even have a peak stage void god realm expert. Couldn't we just go over and kill them?" The leader shook his head and said, "According to the news, the Scales mercenary group accepted the mission to escort the Yang family. The others are fine. Helin is an intermediate stage void god realm cultivator and is extremely experienced. This matter is also extremely important to the family head. Therefore, It's better not to alert the enemy and be more cautious. At this moment, two black-robed figures flashed in front of him. He came in front of the leader and said, "Boss, I've arranged everything according to your instructions." The leader nodded. "All right. Let's bypass the two outposts of the Scales mercenary group and prepare to set off." Someone asked in confusion, "Why don't we just get rid of them? Their cultivation levels aren't high." The leader shook his head and said, "If we get rid of them, our whereabouts will be exposed. The other party and Lin have been in contact. If they suddenly don't contact each other, the other party will definitely be alerted. The gains don't make up for the losses." The others nodded in realization. If Lu Chengsheng heard what they said, he would definitely call him an expert. Preparation. Did he really do enough? Compared to those brainless boorish people, he was countless times stronger. Unfortunately, his strength was a little lacking. It was not that the other factions did not want to mobilize experts. Instead, once experts were mobilized, the higher-ups of the Yang family would definitely sense it. At the same time, the City Lord's Manor of Dragon Enlightenment City would also lock their gazes on them. After all, this was a marriage alliance with the City Lord's Manor of Dragon Enlightenment City. If they knew who was secretly sabotaging this matter, probably, even if it was for the sake of their reputation, they would think of ways to eliminate the people behind them. Don't doubt it. Dragon Enlightenment City was one of the strongest cities at the border. The strength of the City Lord's Manor, they would definitely be much stronger than the forces behind them. Therefore, all of this had to be done with lightning speed. He would kill them quickly in secret. This was the only way to avoid being discovered by the other party. Alright, keep your spirits up. Be careful not to be discovered by the array formation set up by the other party. Let's go. With that, the 12 people here were all hidden in the darkness, walking together with the darkness. On the other side, at the Yang family's temporary base, Lin held the voice transmission jade pendant and asked if there were any abnormalities. Even though he doubted Yi Qiubai's words, this was a critical moment, and he was a mercenary. Everything was based on the mission. Therefore, he still had to be more vigilant. Yang Kai also instructed the guards to be vigilant of their surroundings. Cultivation practitioners who could reach this step were not as strong as them, but at least, he shouldn't be the kind of person who spoke without thinking. Yang Kai said to the woman in the carriage, "Little sister, don't come out if anything happens later. Just stay in the carriage." "Brother, have you found an enemy?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "We didn't find anything unusual. It was the people from the cottage mercenary group who said it. Even though I'm a little suspicious, I can't let my guard down. It's better to be careful." At this moment, Yi Qiubai and the other two also raised the spiritual Kai in their bodies and were prepared to attack at any time. The sword domain quietly expanded its detection range. Blackie also frowned as he sensed the killing intent in the air. Shisheng also released the power of the stars. It was connected to the stars in the sky. He could use this to expand his perception range. In this abnormally quiet moment, there was only the rustling of leaves in the wind. There was also the sound of flames dancing. Other than that, there was no more movement. One instant stick of time. Shisheng, Blackie, and Yi Qiubai looked around at the same time. "Here we go. Senior brother. The killing intent is getting closer and closer. More than 10 men in black are rushing over." Clearly, the three of them had discovered each other's existence at the same time. Yi Qiubai and the other two didn't lower their voices. Yang Kai and Lin heard it clearly. He looked in the direction where the three of them were looking, but he didn't find anything. Lin frowned and asked, "Gao Yun, Dao Bei, focus on investigating the north and southeast." Yang Kai also got the guards to draw their swords. He also raised the spiritual Kai in his body. He was ready to deal with it at any time. However, after a while, there was still no movement. This made Yang Kai suspicious. Yi Qiubai was indeed messing with their ears. He walked over and asked in a low voice, "Are you sure there's someone here?" Yi Qiubai glanced at him and nodded slightly. Then why hasn't he shown up yet? However, when he said those words, in the surroundings, the aura of an array suddenly rose. 3 killing arrays. At the same time, they charged at the surrounding guards. He Lin and the people from the Scales mercenary group. After a short days, they all erupted with their cultivation. They began to resist the attacks of the three killing arrays. Young Ki's expression also changed drastically as he shouted angrily, "Protect Miss." However, before he could finish his sentence, the attacks released by the three killing arrays killed all the guards of the Yang family. Even in the Scales mercenary group, there were two people who could not defend in time and fell to the ground with injuries. Bai made a prompt decision. The sword domain was no longer quietly released. Instead, it directly erupted. Sword Ancestor's sword intent filled this space at this moment. It faced the attacks released by the three killing arrays. This scene shocked He Lin, Yang Kai, and the others. Sword Ancestor. This junior at the Kanyuan realm, the younger generation that they had looked down on back then, was actually a Sword Ancestor. Sword Ancestor. Even though it was not rare in the boundless world. But the Sword Ancestor was so young and was still in the Kanyuan realm. One could imagine his talent in the Sword Dao. At the same time, the power of the stars on Shishang's body also erupted at this moment. Immediately, starlight flashed in this space. Wherever the starlight shone, it was extremely heavy. The three lines on Blackie's body were fully opened. He took a step forward. Like a primordial ferocious beast, it rushed to the killing array closest to the base. He threw a punch which made the space tremble. The surrounding ground and trees were shattered at this moment. The punch landed with a loud bang. The killing array actually shattered at this moment. Chapter 277 Chapter 277 Good plan, but not it does not have enough power. Chapter 277 Good plan, but not it does not have enough power. The three from the cottage attacked brazenly. This made Yang Kai, He Lin, and the Scales mercenary group members stunned. Were all three of them so powerful? Be it by Sword Ancestor sword intent or the sword domain released. Other than the sword domain, there were also several intent realms in the sword domain. Shishang, who was born from a stone, had the power of the stars that were thick and dense. Blackie had terrifying physical strength. It made them feel that they were difficult to resist. He Lin smiled bitterly. It seemed like he had been slapped in the face. Even him, who was an intermediate stage void god realm existence, might not even be able to withstand these three attacks head-on. Where did these monsters come from? Such a person was rare even in Rising Cloud City. Shishang raised his hands high. The power of the stars was gathering at a visible speed above his hands. An extremely huge starlight seemed to have materialized. It turned into a star and smashed towards another killing array. It was like a falling star. On the other hand, Bai held the dark demon sword in one hand. While he did not swing his sword, he was secretly controlling the sword domain, causing the Sword Ancestor's sword intent that was everywhere to gather into a huge sword at this moment. The long sword was covered by a black aura. In the black aura, there was a faint concept of ice intent realm. Then, he pointed his finger out. Borrowing the power of the sword domain, he used the 9 heavenly demon sword. The two of them attacked, and landed on the other 2 killing arrays at the same time. At this moment, the 3 killing formation shattered. When Yang Kai saw this scene, he was a little stunned. One had to know that the attacks of the 3 killing arrays, even if it was him or He Lin, the captain of the scaled armor mercenary group with the highest cultivation here, would have to resist with all their might to ensure their safety, not to mention thinking about how to destroy the array formation. However, the 3 members of the cottage mercenary group were resisting the attack of the enemy's killing formation. He destroyed the 3 killing arrays in one strike. He thought back to the past. He thought that the other party was just fishing in troubled waters and wanted to obtain the reward for completing the mission. Moreover, they were still suspecting that Bai was pretending to be powerful. From the looks of it, he was too short-sighted. However, fortunately, he didn't completely deny Bai's words and made some preparations in advance. Otherwise, the damage would definitely be even worse. At this moment, Yang Kai took the initiative to lean towards Bai and said with a solemn expression, "Little friend Yi, please protect my little sister." Bai glanced at Yang Kai. "This is the mission requirement. I will naturally do my best." Hearing this, Yang Kai nodded. At the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. He was afraid that his attitude just now would anger this young man who seemed to have a low cultivation realm. Judging from the current situation, the 3 people from the cottage mercenary group were stronger than Lin. The other party did not seem to care that the killing array was broken. 12 black-clothed figures rushed out from the north and southeast. It slashed straight at the carriage in the middle. All of these people were at the beginner stage Void God realm. One of them had already reached peak stage Void God realm. Obviously, these 3 killing arrays were just bait. In fact, it was a diversion. When the other party dealt with the killing array, he would attack the target. There were n beginner stage Void God realm cultivators and 1 peak stage Void God realm cultivator. It could be said that he could completely crush any faction in the wilderness region. Of course, except for the cottage. However, just as they were about to rush to the carriage, Yiqiubai, Blackie, and Shisheng arrived in front of them in the blink of an eye. There was no unnecessary nonsense along the way. The 12 black-clothed figures attacked at the same time. Streaks of spiritual Kai erupted towards the 3 of them at this moment. The commotion was extremely huge. In this extremely quiet critical valley, it was like daytime in the dark night. Yiqiubai faced the 12 men in black who were a realm higher than him. He did not show any signs of panic. His expression was calm and indifferent. It was as if the difference in the cultivation realm was nothing in Yiqiubai's eyes. He held the sword in one hand and formed a seal with the other. The sword ancestor's sword intent in the sword domain gathered into a torrential sword river at that moment. It swept towards them. Shisheng held the Emperor Ming's mystic axe. He swung it at one of them. That extremely heavy power was supported by the power of the stars. Blackie, on the other hand, was even more simple and crude. He directly found the other party's peak stage Void God realm black-clothed figure and 3 layers of patterns erupted. The will of fire, the will of ice, and the killing intent. At this moment, they gathered on Blackie's fist at the same time. A terrifying power that was originally restrained exploded at this moment. The shockwaves had already made the expression of the peak stage Void God realm black-robed man tremble before the punch arrived. How could there be such a terrifying body cultivator in the Mercenary Association of Rising Clouds City? Moreover, why had he never heard of this person before? There was no time to think. The man in black had a ferocious expression. Both of his hands struck out at the same time. A seal that shone with green light was smashed out at that moment. He wanted to resist Blackie's punch. However, Blackie's physical strength was not something that a mere peak stage Void God realm expert could withstand. In an instant, under everyone's shocked gazes, the huge seal that was emitting green light shattered at this moment. There was no buffer time. Blackie did not stop either. With terrifying physical strength, his fist tore through space. It landed heavily on the man in black's face. At this moment, the man in black's mind was empty, as if he could not feel any pain or sense anything. His face seemed to be glued to Blackie's fist. Blackie growled. It was originally a straight punch. At this moment, he dragged the black-robed figure's face and smashed it to the ground. The ground in the valley began to collapse on a large scale at this moment. Countless cracks as thick as an arm extended in the surroundings of the collapse. Dust flew everywhere, and the trees fell down one by one. As for the head of the peak stage Void God realm expert, it was deeply embedded into the ground. Its body was outside, and it was in a limp posture. A 90-degree angle appeared on its neck, and it fell to the ground as if it had no bones. There were no more signs of life. On the other side, Shisheng held the Emperor Ming's mystic axe. The axe fell and the power of the stars streaked across. 4 black-clothed figures at the Void God realm were shattered. There was no resistance at all. It was night time. Shisheng, who was proficient in the power of the stars, was even more domineering in this environment. Killing 4 people at the beginner stage Void God realm alone was not worth mentioning. On the other side, Yiqiubai formed a seal with one hand. A torrential sword river was formed by the sword ancestor's sword intent. It instantly engulfed the other 7 people. The 7 of them wanted to resist, but they could not do anything. They were swept into the river of swords. No attack could break through the river of swords. They could only watch helplessly as the dense sword intent pierced through all parts of their bodies as they died in the river of swords. 12 Void God Realm black-robed figures died in less than 10 breaths. Not a bad plan. Unfortunately, they weren't strong enough. Chapter 278 Chapter 278 EQ by I think I can understand Master. Chapter 278 EQ by I think I can understand Master. After the 12 Void God Realm experts were dealt with, EQ and the other two didn't let their guard down. His aura enveloped the surroundings, checking to see if there were any hidden assassins. The Scales mercenary group was indeed a mercenary. Their missions were always first. Even though he was shocked, he still got his subordinates to investigate the surroundings. Gao Yun and Dao Bei also rushed back quickly and set up array formations here. They did not know if there were any more fish that escaped the net. After doing all of this, they only stopped when they did not find any traces of the enemy. At this moment, He Lin brought the people from the Scales mercenary group to Yi Qiubai and the other two. His expression was extremely complicated. In their opinion, the cottage mercenary group was created by Yi Qiubai and the other two. He was just a new recruit. Among them, Yi Qiubai's strength was only at the Kanyuan realm. This made them look down on him. He got all sorts of stares during this period. However, they had used their own strength to slap the Scales mercenary group in the face. So what if he was only at the Kanyuan realm? So what if there were only 3 of them? So what if he was a new recruit? Didn't he still destroy the other party's 3 killing arrays? He had also dealt with the other party's 12 Void God Realm experts at lightning speed. Such strength was stronger when compared to any of them. After the killing formations descended, it was very difficult to defend against the attacks of the 3 killing formations, not to mention fighting those 12 Void God Realm experts. If not for Yi Qiubai and the other two, the other party would probably have succeeded by now. Yang Kai, who was at the side, had obviously thought of this as well. At that time, if his little sister had not asked them to join in, he was afraid that today's matter would not end well. As for himself, he thought that Yi Qiubai and the other two were taking advantage of the situation and putting on an act. Who knew that what the other party said was true? Whether it was in terms of scouting the enemy, he was more prophetic than anyone else. Or was it strength? Just the 3 of them alone were enough to deal with the other party. From the looks of it, the guards of the Yang family and the Scales mercenary group were truly useless people. He Lin sighed and forced a bitter smile. Brother Yi, I was wrong. I'm sorry. Yi Qiubai smiled and waved his hand. It's fine. I'm only at the Kanyuan realm after all. It's normal for you to look down on me. He Lin, Yang Kai, Scales mercenary group, only at the Kanyuan realm. They only had one feeling now. Their faces hurt. He Lin laughed dryly and said, Brother, yes, actual combat strength is much stronger than a Void God Realm expert like me. How about this? Our Scales mercenary group won't ask for any reward for this mission. At this point, He Lin looked at Yang Kai and said, let's just give our share to the cottage mercenary group. Behind him, Gao Yun and Dao Bei wanted to say something, but were stopped by one of the women. Can't you see that boss wants to build a good relationship with these 3 young people? Especially in Yi Qiubai. He's so powerful and the sword Dao possesses the power of the stars. And that body cultivator has such powerful physical strength. As long as such a person doesn't die, his future will be limitless. The 2 of them became silent upon hearing the woman's words. According to this explanation, the mission reward would seem insignificant. Yang Kai walked to the side of the carriage and asked softly, Little sister, are you all right? In the carriage, a woman's melodious voice sounded. It's fine, but from Big Brother's tone, the trouble outside should have been resolved. Right. Yang Kai nodded and heaved a sigh of relief. He smiled and said, yes. One was wrong this time. If it weren't for those 3 new mercenaries, I'm afraid we would have been doomed this time. The woman smiled and said, then it seems that I made the right decision back then. That's right. When the time comes, 111 try to give them more money and see if I can rope them in. In that case, our Yang family will have 3 extremely talented allies in the future. However, the woman did not think so. Instead, She reminded him, "Big brother, don't make your intentions too obvious. Just let nature take its course. Such a young prodigy is not someone who can be roped in with a small profit." Hearing this, Yang Kai thought for a moment and nodded. In the dark sky, the curtain decorated with stars was pulled open. Dazzling sunlight shone on the entire boundary mountain again. All things were revived and were full of vitality. The Yang family also continued to rush towards Dragon Enlightenment City because the Yang family's guards had all died. As a result, the job of the guards completely fell on the Scales mercenary group and the Cottage mercenary group. While the Scales mercenary group was guarding outside, Yang Kai let Yi Kyubai and the other two sit outside the carriage and sat with him. Apparently, after the battle last night, Yang Kai's attitude towards Yi Kyubai and the other two had completely changed. He Lin and the others were not surprised. The strong deserve such treatment. It seemed unfair. In reality, unfairness was the greatest fairness in the world. During this period, the woman in the carriage asked, "Big brother, how long will it take to reach Dragon Enlightenment City?" Yang Kai drove the carriage and replied with a smile, "We'll be there in about 3 days." When Yang Kai heard this sigh, his face darkened and he fell silent. Yi Kyubai saw the scene. He could not help but shake his head secretly. It was another political marriage. The woman did not like the other party, but she had no choice but to marry because of the family's interests. This kind of drama was actually very common. They were members of the aristocratic families and royal families, so such was inevitable. Unless you were strong enough that you could control your own fate. It was just like the saying of freedom of wealth. This can't be achieved just by making a lot of money. Instead, if you earned enough money, how much would you earn? So many that you can say no to something you don't want to do. This was called freedom. They clearly did not have the strength. Therefore, it could only be used as a tool for the family. Yi Kyubai didn't want to interfere even though he suspected it to be that way. This was someone else's own family matter. Yi Kyubai wasn't familiar with them. Why should he care? However, unexpectedly, Blackie didn't cultivate and was bored. He asked honestly, "Hey, are you guys unwilling to do this?" Shisheng also turned his head away. This senior brother of his was really crazy. Yang Kai smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Blackie, you might not know this, but the situation that our Yang family is facing now requires the help of the Long family." The woman in the carriage drew the curtain, revealing her exquisite and small face. Her face, which was like a hibiscus, was filled with worry. As a descendant of the Yang family, this is all I can do when the family is suffering. Blackie scratched his head and asked in confusion, "It's a family matter. Why should they sacrifice you if they are not strong enough? Is there no man in your Yang family?" At this moment, Yi Kyubai seemed to understand Lu Changsheng's thoughts. He also wanted to throw Blackie out. Chapter 279 Blackie Social Fear. Chapter 279 Blackie Social Fear. Rising Cloud City was the border city of the boundless world. They were, in fact, extremely lacking in resources, so they had to rely on the imports of other cities. Therefore, the faction that controlled the import route and resources of Rising Cloud City, other than the city lord's manor of Rising Cloud City occupying 50 of the city, the remaining 50 would be distributed by the 3 aristocratic families of Rising Cloud City. They were the Lai family, the Kang family, and the Yan family. The Lai family and the Kang family had joined the big forces in the outside world because there were talented people in the family. Hence, the 2 families each took 20, the remaining 10 belonged to the Yan family. The Lai family and the Kang family were not satisfied. They wanted to swallow the remaining 10 of the Yan family too. This also left the Yan family with no choice but to choose a marriage of benefits, marrying the current little princess of the Yan family, Yan Yuan, into the city lord's manor of Dragon Enlightenment City. In other words, the Long family. Only then could they ensure their own interests and receive the support of Dragon Enlightenment City. Apparently this was something neither the Lai family nor the Kang family wanted to see. At this moment, in the main house of the Yan family, the current head of the Yan family, Yang Zhenyue, had already learned through the voice transmission jade pendant that Yang Kai and the others had been attacked in a valley on Boundary Mountain. Fortunately, the other party did not succeed. Yang Zhenhui heaved a sigh of relief and his expression turned ugly. Was the other party already so bold on the surface? Yang Zhenhui raised his head and looked at the two middle-aged men who were drinking tea peacefully. He sneered and said, "Looks like someone can't hold it in anymore. Are you that afraid of our Yang family and the Long family getting married?" These two middle-aged men were famous in Rising Clouds City. It could be said that very few people in Rising Clouds City did not know them. They were the people involved in the Lai family and the Kang family. Lai Man and Kang Shicheng. Just like Yang Zhenhui, they were both half-step martial monarch realm experts. Lai Man and Kang Shicheng's expressions did not change hearing Yang Zhenhui's mockery. However, the teacup in his hand paused for a moment before he put it down. Kang Shicheng smiled and said indifferently, "It should be harmful to the interests of others. Brother Yang, do you need our two families to help investigate who did it?" Seeing Kang Shicheng's behavior, Yang Zhenhui tapped his fingers on the wooden table rhythmically. "Oh, how can you be so kind?" Lai Man chuckled and said, "Brother Yang, you are wrong. Even though our three families usually don't get along, at this time, of course we have to unite against the outside world. Thus, there is no need for you to be courteous with the two of us. Else, it would be too distant." Apparently, Lai Man did not want to admit that they were behind this. It was done by an outsider. Kang Shicheng and Lai Man would never admit it before they completely fell out with each other. If word got out, it would not be good for the reputation of their two families. Moreover, this was also a slap to Dragon Enlightenment City's Long family's face. The Long family was the city lord of Dragon Enlightenment City. Their power was naturally much stronger than theirs. Yang Zhenhui did not expect them to admit it. His eyes flickered with cold light with a gloomy smile on his face. His cold gaze swept across the two old foxes in front of him and he said indifferently, "Thank you for your kind intentions. However, if one find out, or if anything happens to Yuan, our Yang family will definitely accompany you to the end. We won't hesitate even if we have to risk the destruction of our family." Lai Man and Kang Shicheng also looked up. Their eyes met with Yang Zhenhui's cold gaze. Even though there was no aura leaking out, the temperature of the entire Yang family, at this moment, it seemed to have decreased quite a bit. On the other side, Yang Yuan's team was still 2 days away from Dragon Enlightenment City because all the guards were dead. Therefore, the Scales mercenary group had been guarding the surroundings vigilantly. Yi Qiubai and the other two didn't let down their guard. Their auras kept scanning their surroundings. As long as it wasn't a martial monarch realm expert who came personally, presumably, they would discover it immediately. In the carriage, Yang Yuan was getting closer and closer to Dragon Enlightenment City, and the worry on her face was getting deeper and deeper. There was an uneasy look in her eyes, even though she was the one who agreed to the marriage. However, when it came to this, she would also think about herself. What would her future be like? She could not see the path ahead because the path ahead was already covered by a gray fog. Perhaps it was to suppress the worry in her heart. She took the initiative to ask, "Brother Blackie, where are you guys from?" Blackie closed his eyes and sensed if there was any killing intent around him. Now that he heard Yang Yuan's words, he opened his eyes and said, "We came from a place called the Wilderness Region. Outsiders." Yang Kai could not help but look at Blackie and the other two. Were the talents of outsiders so high? Because there was an inherent view in their thoughts. That was, the talent and strength of the boundless realms had to be higher than other realms. The so-called geniuses of the other realms came to the boundless realm. They could only be considered to be ordinary cultivators with ordinary natural talent. Yi Qiubai and the other two were clearly more than that. Yang Kai admitted that no young talent could compare to them. Even that person in the city lord's manor in the Rising Clouds City. However, Yang Yuan did not reveal that kind of discriminatory gaze. Instead, she asked curiously, "Wilderness region, I've never heard of it. What kind of place is it?" "What kind of place?" Blackie stammered. "The difference shouldn't be big, right?" There wasn't much difference. Yang Kai was stunned. Could it be that the strength of the wilderness region is similar to the endless region? How can such an existence exist in the low-latitude realm? He did not need to rely on spiritual kai. Therefore, to them, no matter how rich the spiritual kai was, it did not matter. However, he was too lazy to explain himself. It had nothing to do with him. Along the way, Yang Yuan chatted with Blackie. However, Yang Yuan was usually the one asking and Blackie was the one answering. Blackie was like a block of wood after all. He would rather kill a few magical beasts than take the initiative to find a topic to talk about. Soon, they were only a day away from Dragon Enlightenment City. Yang Yuan sighed. We're almost there. Blackie asked. Since you don't want to marry, why don't you just not marry? Yang Yuan smiled bitterly and said, Brother Blackie, some things aren't that simple. If we were as talented as you, we wouldn't have to come this far. Yiqiubai and Shisheng suddenly opened their eyes as soon as he finished speaking. They stood up. Yang Kai and He Lin asked at the same time, What happened? Yiqiubai looked in front of him and said softly, Get ready. A very powerful cultivator is rushing over. He's probably he's already here. Chapter 280 Chapter 280 Fighting a Half-Step Marital Monarch Realm Expert. Chapter 280 Fighting a Half-Step Marital Monarch Realm Expert. Editor. An old man blocking the front of the carriage in a blink of an eye. The old man was dressed in a white robe and had 2 strands of white hair that flowed down the sides of his forehead and fluttered in the wind. Not a single trace of spirit energy leaked out. He looked like an ordinary old man. However, there was also an invisible pressure pressing down on everyone present. It was precisely because of this that Yang Kai and He Lin's expressions changed. Even Yiqiubai frowned slightly. Those who could do this were at least at the half-step martial monarch realm or above. However, Yiqiubai's sword domain could sense it. That also meant that it was impossible for the other party to be a martial monarch realm expert. In that case, this old man in front of him was definitely at the half-step martial monarch realm. The old man stretched out a hand and said, I don't want to kill too many people. I'm just entrusted by someone. Therefore, as long as you hand over the girl in the carriage or let her commit suicide, one won't make things difficult for you. Okay. As expected, they were here for Yang Yuan. Yang Kai's expression was ugly as he said, Since Senior is an expert, why do you have to listen to others' orders? The old man looked at Yang Kai and said indifferently, One owe you a favor in my early years. Now, I naturally have to repay it. Don't think about getting lucky. One naturally have to complete this matter. Otherwise, if I have something on my mind, it will affect my breakthrough to the martial monarch realm. 11. Breakthrough to the martial monarch realm. In other words, the old man in front of him was an expert who could break through to the emperor realm. One had to know that even if one had reached the half-step martial monarch realm, if one's talent and opportunities were insufficient, they would also be stuck at this realm until they died. There were 2 differences. His strength was naturally much stronger than ordinary half-step martial monarch realm experts. Yang Kai's expression turned even uglier as he said, Could it be that you're not afraid of the Long family's retaliation? You have to know that my sister's marriage partner is from the Long family of Dragon Enlightenment City. If Senior makes a move and kills little sister, I'm afraid the Long family won't let you off. The old man nodded and said seriously, The Long family, it's indeed a little troublesome. But if I want to leave, the Long family can't do anything to me. As long as a half-step martial monarch realm expert wanted to run, he wouldn't be able to do anything to the Long clan's great emperor. This was the truth. Upon hearing this, Yang Kai's expression turned even uglier. The members of the Scales mercenary group also turned pale. Even if they attacked together, they would not be able to kill the other party. Brother Yang, you should let the Earth-grade mercenary group participate in this mission. Yang Kai also smiled bitterly. How could he have known that the other party would dispatch a half-step martial monarch realm expert? Moreover, he was a half-martial monarch realm expert qualified to break through to the martial monarch realm. The latter was much stronger than the former. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and said, I didn't think of this either. He Lin, if you're unwilling to participate, you can retreat with the Scales mercenary group. One believe the other party won't stop you. The old man looked at Lin and nodded. Other than the girl in the carriage, one won't stop anyone from leaving. Lin thought for a moment and looked at the other 5 members of the Scales mercenary group behind him. He sighed and said, "The Scales mercenary group will withdraw from this matter." Then, he looked at Yang Kai and said apologetically, "Brother Yang, one hope you can understand. 1. The relationship between the mercenary group and the employer was one of pure benefits after all. If this benefit was life-threatening, then the mercenary group also had the obligation to unilaterally cancel the mission." Yang Kai's expression darkened as he nodded. LT couldn't be helped. The other party was a half-step martial monarch realm expert. Yang Yuan's bitter voice came from the carriage. Brother Blackie, you guys should leave too. His target is me. Moreover, he was a half-martial monarch realm expert qualified to break through to re-martial monarch realm. She also believed that no one was his match here. They would only waste their lives here. However, Yang Kai shook his head and said with a smile, "Little sister, I said that he has to step over my corpse if he wants to take you away." After that, Yang Kai took out a sword and held it in his hand, facing the old man. Seeing this, the old man nodded and said, "You're quite loyal. If it wasn't for the fact that one was entrusted by someone to be loyal, I might have let you off." However, with that, the old man pointed his finger. An extremely condensed spiritual Kai shot towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai was locked onto by a half-step martial monarch realm expert. He held his sword but could not move at all. LT was as if he was imprisoned on the spot. He could only watch as the terrifying spiritual Kai ray attacked him. However, at this moment, in front of Yang Kai, sharp and majestic sword intent of the sword ancestor condensed into a sharp void sword and blocked the extremely condensed spiritual Kai. The spiritual Kai shattered and the sharp sword instantly disappeared. Even Yikyubai's body trembled slightly. Yang Kai was stunned. He looked at Yikyubai beside him and said, "Aren't you leaving?" Yikyubai raised the dark demon sword in his hand and asked, "Why do you want to leave?" "This is my mission. Of course I have to complete it." Yang Yuan's voice rang out. "But you're no match for him." Yikyubai smiled and said, "That might not be the case. Cross-border combat. Sorry about that." Which one of the people from the cottage didn't fight above their realms? Even Yikyubai himself had crossed 2 major realms and killed the other party. The gap was just larger now. The old man also frowned slightly. A Kaiyan Yuan realm sword ancestor, however. Even so, how can he resist me with this power? Yikyubai smiled and said, "Who said I wanted to fight you one-on-one?" As soon as he finished speaking, Shisheng took out the Emperor Ming's mystic axe. The power of the stars surrounded him. It was extremely heavy. The old man frowned. The long-lost power of the stars. On the other side of Yikyubai, 3 lines also appeared on Black ID's body. His physical strength had increased tremendously. The space around him was slightly distorted. "The 3 of you are quite talented. With such talent, why do you still want to be mercenaries?" With the talent of the 3 people from the cottage, it was very easy for them to join a large faction if they wanted to. Yikyubai smiled and said, "You don't have to worry about that. Today, you either leave on your own or you'll be defeated by us." The old man smiled faintly after hearing this. There was no option for him to kill Yikyubai and the other 2 among them. "You're young, but your tone is arrogant. I hope you have the strength to match it." The old man reached out his hands at the same time before he could finish his sentence. The aura of a half-step martial monarch realm expert erupted. An extremely powerful pressure pressed down on Yikyubai and the other 2. At the same time, the old man had no intention of holding back. He suddenly pressed his hands down. 2 void palm imprints formed above Yikyubai and other 2. Then, they slapped down heavily at the 3 of them. Chapter 281 Chapter 281 Green Cloud Sword appears again. Chapter 281 Green Cloud Sword appears again. Half-martial monarch realm experts were divided into 2 types. The first type would be half-step martial monarch realm experts who could not break through again. The second type would be those that were qualified to continue breaking through to the martial monarch realm like the old man in front of him. Even though these two looked no different and were both at the half-step martial monarch realm, there was a huge difference in strength. Like now, compared to the half-step martial monarch realm experts of the wilderness region, this half-step martial monarch realm expert was much more oppressive. However, as a sword cultivator, he naturally had to press forward. Only by holding the sword in his hand could he maintain its sharpness. Therefore, Yikubai didn't have any intention of retreating. Instead, he smiled and said, "Junior brother, let's attack together." After saying that, the sword in his hand slashed out. 9 Heavenly Demon Sword. Ninth move. The 9 Heavenly Demon Sword was the ultimate technique of a sword saint. After being modified by his master, its power was much stronger. Even though it was a little difficult for the current Yikubai to use the last move of the 9 Heavenly Demon Sword, he could still slash out. Of course, Yikubai had no intention of slacking off facing such an expert. The sword ancestor's sword intent and the sword domain gathered on the dark demon sword, a gigantic black slash filled with torrential fiend Kai. He slashed at the 2 shocking palm imprints above his head. Shishing nodded. The Emperor Ming's mystic axe in his hand was covered by the power of the stars and became even heavier. He held the handle of the axe with both hands and slashed at the top of his head. Blackie was even more direct. He growled and took a step forward. The ground cracked violently. At this moment, his body was like a cannonball as he followed Yikubai and Shisheng's slashes and rushed into the sky. The strength of the three who did not hold back at all. When Yang Kai saw the scene, he was shocked. Did they hold back when they killed the 12 Void God Realm experts? Was this their true strength? If it was him, he would be instantly killed even if he faced one of these attacks. Right. In the distance, the Scales mercenary group, which had already retreated, felt this aura. They all turned around to look. He Lin was also shocked. They haven't retreated yet. Are they really not from the endless world with such strength? He had been in the Rising Clouds City Mercenary Guild for so many years. There might not be many young geniuses who could be compared to Yikubai and the other two. And those people were all prodigies who had gone out to train from large factions. In the carriage, Yang Yuan also pulled open the curtain and walked out. Yang Kai quickly advised, "Little sister, don't come out. It's dangerous." However, Yang Yuan shook her head and stared at Baoki's back. What's the use of an expert who can break through to the Thirch realm staying in the carriage? Hearing this, Yang Kai was silent. The old man in the sky looked at the 3 attacks. A look of surprise appeared in his eyes. These 3 attacks actually vaguely made him feel threatened. How did they do it? He was just a junior of the sword ancestor in the Qin Yuan realm. An intermediate stage void god realm junior who cultivated the power of the stars that had been lost for a long time. There was also a junior whose body had been tempered quite well. However, even so, the difference in realm between them was also like a ditch. How could he feel threatened? Yikubai's slash had already collided with the 2 palm imprints that were pressing down. For a moment, the spiritual Kai was unrestrained. At this moment, the dark demonic Kai leaked out into the surroundings. When Yang Kai sensed this demonic intent, fear actually arose in his heart. Yang Yuan's brows were tightly knitted together, and she felt extremely depressed, but this slash actually forcefully stopped the 2 palm imprints from pressing down. At the same time, the slash formed by the star power also arrived. Together, they defended against the attacks of a half-step martial monarch realm expert. In the space where the 2 sides met, at this moment, it actually began to tremble violently. One had to know that the space of the boundless realm was much sturdier than other low-latitude realms. Under the 2 slashes, Blackie followed closely behind. A low growl came from his throat. He suddenly threw a punch. With the addition of these 3 lines, the eternal demon body was fully released. It allowed Bayaki's physical strength to reach an extremely terrifying level at this moment. When he punched out, a series of sonic booms sounded in the air. Then, it smashed directly onto the old man's 2 palm prints. There was another loud bang. Under Yang Kai and Yang Yuan's shocked gazes, as well as the old man's surprised gaze. The 2 huge palm prints. At this moment, They were actually attacked with all their might by Yikyubai and the other two. Cracks appeared one after another. And once there was a crack, in that case, its power was also decreasing. Soon, the two palm prints were directly shattered. Blackie landed on the ground again. The old man frowned and looked at the three young juniors below. How did you do it? Where did you come from? Such strength and talent. It was absolutely impossible for him to be a nobody. It was very likely that they were the geniuses of those large factions. If that was the case, the old man really didn't dare to kill Yikyubai and the other two. He was only slightly afraid of Dragon Enlightenment City. However, once those experts from the major factions attacked, even if he went to heaven or to hell, he would still be chased to death. Yikyubai chuckled and said, "Don't be nervous. We don't have any background here." The old man, "Do you think one believe you?" However, even if he did not dare to kill him, Yikyubai and the other two had already taken the initiative to rush towards him. The endless sword intent in the sword domain transformed into a monstrous sword river. As for Yikyubai, he stepped on the river of swords and came towards him. Shishin controlled the power of the stars in the sky. The aura was vast, mysterious, and heavy. Blackie stepped out. In his opinion, if one punch couldn't finish off the enemy, then two punches. The battle between body cultivators was just that simple. There were no fancy techniques. The old man snorted. At most, he would hide his identity. When he broke through to the martial monarch realm, he would have a chance of survival. Thinking of this, the old man suddenly put his hands together. On his chest, half-step martial monarch realm spiritual Kai continuously gathered. The amount of spiritual Kai that gathered became even larger as the old man's hands slowly separated. The speed at which they gathered was extremely fast. Yikyubai and the other two were about to rush over. The monstrous spiritual Kai had already gathered into a spiritual Kai boulder. As long as you can shatter this attack, you'll leave too. With that, the old man gently pushed out his hands as he finished speaking. The spiritual Kai boulder also smashed towards Yikyubai and the other two. The might of this attack, compared to the two palm prints just now, was several times stronger. It might not be able to be broken just relying on the attack just now. Thinking of this, Yikyubai's expression was cold as he put away the dark demon sword. In his hand, an extremely ancient-looking longsword appeared in its sheath. Waves of sword Dao Law intent gushed out from the scabbard. Chapter 282 Chapter 282 Demon Shadow Descends. Chapter 282 Demon Shadow Descends. The Green Cloud Sword. It was a gift for Yikyubai when Lu Changsheng was recruiting disciples. Top-grade saint artifact. Compared to the Dark Demon Sword, it was many levels higher. Yikyubai had used it once in the southern region. However, Yikyubai didn't have the ability to pull out the Green Cloud Sword that time, and the current Yikyubai held the scabbard with one hand and the hilt with the other. The sword Dao Lao was surging wildly. Yang Kai and Yang Yuan were both shocked. What kind of sword was this? It actually had such a terrifying and heart-wrenching might. Furthermore, looking at the sword Kai on it, it was different from the aura of the sword intent. However, it was deeper and sharper than sword intent. Even the old man was shocked. Everyone knew that sword intent was to materialize the sword cultivator's understanding of the sword Dao. When he executed his killing techniques, he displayed his understanding of the sword Dao. Therefore, everyone's sword intent was actually different. Some people's sword intent was like a river. It was shallow, narrow, but long. When gathered together, it could turn into a river or even an ocean. Some people's sword intent was like the sharpest spear, small but sharp, piercing through the surface. And now, the ancient sword in Yikyubai's hand that was hidden in a sheath carried sword Kai. However, it was different from ordinary sword intent. This was not an individual's understanding of the sword Dao. This was the rule of the great path of swords. He had never seen or heard of it. What kind of power was this? It exceeded all intent realms. It was as if it was the heavenly Dao. Yikyubai touched the green cloud sword in his hand. There was fanaticism, respect, and nostalgia in his eyes. I wonder if one can pull you out now, or how much I can pull out, or if I can withstand your strength. His master had once said that unless it was absolutely necessary, otherwise, he definitely could not forcefully pull out the green cloud sword. Otherwise, the sword Dao Law inside would backfire on Yi Qiubai. The consequences might be death. However, at that time, Yi Qiubai's realm was low, and his understanding of the sword Dao was also very low. He had already grown a lot and had reached the peak stage Qinyuan realm and the sword ancestral realm. He wanted to give it a try and take a look. What did the green cloud sword in this scabbard look like? It seemed to have sensed Yi Qiubai's obsession. The green cloud sword in the sheath also let out a buzzing sword cry. Strands of sword Dao Law surrounded Yi Qiubai, enveloping the sword intent inside and outside his body. It was as if it was responding to Yi Qiubai. The old man's expression was also rather solemn. Facing the green cloud sword in Yi Qiubai's hand, he felt an unprecedented sense of danger. He had only experienced this feeling twice in his life. The first time was in a life-threatening situation in the Forbidden Zone, and the second time was now. I can't let this continue. The old man's expression was extremely grave. His face had turned completely white, and even his loose eyebrows were tightly furrowed at this moment. He looked down at Yang Yuan, who was outside the carriage. He had to get rid of her. Only then could he leave as soon as possible. The old man no longer cared about the dignity of a cultivator. Losing face. Losing the moral integrity that belonged to the strong. He pointed his finger in the direction of Yang Yuan's forehead. He had to get rid of Yang Yuan as soon as possible. Otherwise, facing Yi Qiubai's next attack head-on was very likely to kill him. On the other hand, Yi Qiubai was holding the sword hilt with one hand and the scabbard with the other. He wanted to pull out the green cloud sword. However, how could the green cloud sword be pulled out so easily? When he pulled it out with all his might, he could feel a powerful resistance that was the opposite. Strands of sword Dao Law also entered Yi Qiubai's body from his palm at this moment. It wreaked havoc in his body. The pain was unbearable. Veins throbbed on Yi Qiubai's forehead and temples. It looked extremely ferocious. On the other side, Blackie's eyes narrowed when he saw the old man change his target to Yang Yuan. Their mission this time was to escort Yang Yuan to Dragon Enlightenment City safely. If she died here, the mission would fail. What they had done before would also be wasted. No way. You can't do this. Blackie growled and stepped into the void. Ripples appeared under Blackie's feet like circles of ripples caused by a stone thrown into a calm lake. Because of this, Blackie forcefully stopped his charging body. With another step, he rushed in front of Yang Yuan. He saw the broad and slightly tanned back view. Yang Yuan was slightly stunned. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she couldn't. But at that moment, her heart seemed to be filled with an indescribable emotion. She could no longer let go of anything, including the mission to Dragon Enlightenment City, including her elder brother, Yang Kai. Similarly, it also included the benefits of the Yang family. Yang Kai was also touched. They were clearly just mercenaries, but they were able to do this for them because of a mission. When the old man saw Blackie's figure, he also snorted coldly. Even though your physical strength is very commendable, the gap brought about by the difference in realm is not so easy to fill. As soon as he finished speaking, a half-step martial monarch realm spiritual Kai continuously gathered on the old man's finger. It gathered into a point. Then, a small spiritual Kai beam shot towards Blackie and Yang Yuan behind Blackie. It condensed into a point of spiritual Kai. How terrifying was the penetrative power. To Blackie, this kind of attack was the most effective. Shi Shang, who was in the sky, was anxious when he saw the scene. However, he could not leave. This was because Big Senior Brother was drawing his sword now. If he left, no one would help him delay the time when the spiritual Kai rock fell. However, if he didn't go, Fourth Senior Brother, he seemed to have sensed something. Blackie grinned. Leave it to me, Junior Brother. Help Big Senior Brother well. Before he could finish his sentence, the spiritual Kai beam had already approached. Demonic Kai surged from his body. His eyes were covered by shadows. Between his brows, a ball of black flames began to burn brightly. Demon God descends. Blackie was already able to maintain a clear mind and casts the demonic state. The torrential demonic Kai gathered behind him into a huge demonic shadow. The demonic shadow man's figure was illusory, and his face was covered by a black fog. However, one could vaguely see that the huge demonic shadow's face was somewhat similar to Blackie's. At the same time, 3 lines covered Blackie's dark body at the same time. The will of fire, the will of ice, and the blood-red killing intent. It surged rapidly within the lines. In contrast, the blood in Blackie's body surged crazily at that moment. The old man's eyes narrowed as he saw that the huge demonic shadow's body was also covered in 3 patterns behind this body cultivator. Demonic Kai surged in the sky. Chapter 283. Chapter 283. Life is troubled. Chapter 283. Life is troubled. The sword intent wrapped around Yikubai's hands. He used his full strength to pull out the green cloud sword. However, the level of the green cloud sword was too high. The Sword Dao laws and the realm of the Sword Dao law far exceeded Yikubai's Sword Dao realm. It could be said that the two were not from the same dimension. Therefore, Yikubai also suffered a violent backlash from the Sword Dao law just by trying to pull out the green cloud sword. The Sword Dao law wreaked havoc in his body, attacking his flesh, bones, meridians, and danshan. It made Yikubai suffer. However, Yikubai didn't give up because of this. He gritted his teeth and wanted to unsheath the green cloud sword. As for Shisheng, he stood in front of Yikubai and smashed the Emperor Ming's mystic axe in his hand onto the spiritual Kai boulder. The spiritual Kai boulder approached again. The power of the stars surged throughout Shisheng's body. He couldn't retreat, and behind him was the big senior brother whom he regarded as his family and elder brother. Below, Blackie's body was covered by torrential demonic Kai. The demonic Kai gathered behind him and formed the phantom of a demon god. Facing the approaching spiritual Kai beam, Blackie advanced instead of retreating. The demon god phantom behind him also took a step forward at this moment. Then, at the same time as Blackie's body, he punched out. Demonic Kai surged. Blackie was in a demonized state, and his physical strength soared again with the power of the eternal demon body. With one punch, cracks that were hard to see with the naked eye appeared in the space. One had to know that the space of the boundless realm was incomparably firm. Even a half-step martial monarch realm expert could not break through it easily. The demon god phantom's huge fist also collided with the spirit Kai light beam. The spiritual Kai beam was condensed from countless pseudo-martial monarch spiritual Kai. How powerful was its penetrative power? Under Yang Yuan's worried gaze, the fist of the demon god phantom emitted streams of dark demonic Kai. However, it did not pierce through. The old man's eyes narrowed seeing the scene. One had to know that he did not hold back. This spiritual Kai beam. It gathered the spiritual Kai of his full power attack. Similarly, he was not an ordinary half-martial monarch who could no longer make a breakthrough. Instead, he was a martial monarch realm expert who was qualified to make a breakthrough. However, he was stopped by a junior. Yang Ki's mouth was also wide open. His mouth was in an O shape, like a duck egg. If Lu Chengsheng was here, he wouldn't have allowed him to sit at the table. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to win against him. On the other side, the green cloud sword in Yikubai's hand soared into the sky at this moment. It continued to wreak havoc in this space. The old man couldn't help but take a step back, his eyes filled with shock. This battle had already shocked him countless times. The instigators were these 3 juniors. Yikubai gritted his teeth. He endured the backlash brought about by the Sword Dao law. Sword intent wrapped around his hands, and he used all his strength. The white sleeve on his hand also exploded layer by layer at this moment. And at this moment, the green cloud sword moved. An even more terrifying aura of sword rules gushed out as the sword sheath and hilt intersected. It was about to be pulled out. Yikubai let out a low roar. It was as if he wanted to use the last bit of strength, spiritual Kai, and sword intent in his body. The green cloud sword also seemed to sense Yikubai's powerful obsession, and the pursuit of the great Tao of the sword. A portion of the sword body was revealed from the sheath, and just by pulling out this little bit, the seal on the Sword Dao law within the scabbard loosened. Countless Sword Dao laws gathered into slashes that tore through the air towards the spiritual Kai boulder. Even such a sturdy space like the endless world could not withstand the sword Tao law. The power of the Tao law was something that the low-latitude realm could not withstand. It was related to the rules of the great Tao. Which one was simple? Moreover, it was the great Tao of the sword. It was also one of the top existences among the three. Great Tao. Sensing the sword Tao law, Qisheng put away the Emperor Ming's mystic axe and hurriedly retreated. The slash formed by the sword Tao law did not collide with the spiritual Kai boulder. Instead, it directly pierced through the spiritual Kai boulder. The slashes divided the spiritual Kai boulder into gravel. Then, it dissipated into this world. The old man was shocked. However, there was no time to react. The slash formed by the sword Tao law pierced through his body. His eyes were still filled with disbelief. It was split into two. Whether it was the physical body, the Danshan, or the soul. This half-step martial monarch realm expert who could ask the martial monarch realm. At this moment, he died. Simply put, he was deader than dead. In other words, he was really dead. Seeing this scene, Bai hurriedly put away the green cloud sword. The sword Tao law also dissipated in this space. However, the shattered space vaguely recorded the existence of the sword Tao law. Bai felt the depletion of spiritual Kai in his Danshan, and his body was in extreme pain. It was as if every part of his body had been shattered by the sword Tao law. Fortunately, he still had this second Danshan. There was still this sword intent left in the sword Danshan, supporting Bai from falling. He took out several recovery pills refined by his master from his storage ring. His injuries only stabilized after consuming them. However, his face was still pale. He only pulled out a corner. There was such a huge backlash. The consumption of spiritual Kai, and such a powerful force. How would the scene be like if he completely unsheathed the green cloud sword? Bai yearned for it. At the same time, the pursuit of strength was even more urgent. On the other side, young Kai looked at this scene with a shocked expression. With his strength at the peak stage Qin Yuan realm, killing a half-step martial monarch realm expert who was qualified to break through to the martial monarch realm. This talent could be said to be terrifying. It could be said that if Bai didn't die, he would definitely step into the martial monarch realm in the future. As for young Yuan, she didn't notice Bai killing the old man. At this moment, all her attention was focused on Blackie. She understood that she had met a man whom she could entrust her life to, and whom she had fallen in love with. Fate plays people. Why didn't I meet you before this? Perhaps there are just so many regrets in life like this one. It can only be used as a beautiful memory. At this moment, the wilderness region. In the southern region cottage, Lu Changsheng looked at the teleportation array in front of him. He placed his hands on his hips and let out a long breath. It's finally set up. FCK. It wasted so many of my brain cells. I'll give it a try first. I can go to that realm and get Hong Ying to cook fish soup for me to nourish my brain. Hearing Lu Changsheng's words, Mu Weiner's eyes lit up. I want to go too. I haven't seen Sister Hong Ying in a long time. With that, the two of them stepped into the spatial teleportation array together and prepared to head to the heavenly spirit realm. Looking for Hong Ying to have fish soup. Chapter 284 Chapter 284 Replenishing the Heavenly Tao. Chapter 284 Replenishing the Heavenly Tao. In the heavenly spirit realm, the Cloud Phoenix Empire had already gained a firm foothold in this world. It wasn't just because the Celestial Spirit sect and the other factions had submitted. Hong Ying's strength had already recovered to the half-step martial monarch realm. She had once reached the martial monarch realm, so her comprehension of the realm was enough. She could break through at any time as long as there was enough spiritual Kai. Furthermore, Hong Ying had cultivated the 9 cycles reincarnation and experienced 9 reincarnations. The talent of each reincarnation was superimposed on her. In addition, she had the cultivation technique Lu Changsheng gave her. The rich spiritual Kai in the heavenly spirit region and the heart of the realm in the wilderness region. All kinds of opportunities allowed Hong Ying to recover her strength extremely quickly. At the moment, Hong Ying's mission was to organize the Cloud Phoenix Empire and break through the various, forbidden areas of the heavenly spirit realm apart from cultivation. There was also the most important thing. That was to connect the heavenly spirit region to the wilderness region. At the same time, the spirit Kai in the wilderness region returned to its normal state. In the cloud phoenix palace, Han Ying was dressed in a luxurious phoenix robe and had a phoenix crown on her head. She sat on the throne and subconsciously exuded the aura of an empress. In front of her, the imperial preceptor stood together with the previous overlord of heavenly spirit realm, the sect master of heavenly spirit sect, Kong Jianghan. Kong Jianghan reported, "The spirit Kai in the wilderness region is too thin. This is the fundamental reason why the cultivation of civilization in the wilderness region has declined. If we want to resolve it, I'm afraid it's useless, even if we connect to the heavenly spirit region and transmit the spirit Kai of the heavenly spirit region to the wilderness region." Han Ying frowned slightly. "Then what should we do?" The imperial preceptor took over and reported, "Your Majesty, I have also studied this problem during this period of 10 years. In the end, I've come to a conclusion. Everyone couldn't help but look at the imperial preceptor." The imperial preceptor pointed at the sky and said in a deep voice, "I think the reason why the spirit Kai in the wilderness region is so thin is because of the collapse and deficiency of the heavenly Tao. If we want to restore the spirit Kai in the wilderness region, not only do we have to connect to the heavenly spirit region, but we also have to replenish the heavenly Tao. After conquering the heavenly road, the heavenly Tao of the wilderness region was destroyed. It was also because of the collapse of the heavenly Tao that the inheritance was missing. This directly led to the complete decline of the cultivation civilization in the wilderness region after experiencing the glorious era of ancient times. Not even a single great emperor." After listening, Han Ying nodded. "Then, everyone, do you have a way to complete the heavenly Tao?" At this point, the imperial preceptor shook his head and said helplessly, "This old man is useless and didn't think of a way to deal with it." Kong Jianghan also shook his head. Apparently, none of them could do anything about it. The heavenly Tao was always a word of the highest level. At the same time, it was extremely mysterious. No one understood it. No one could control it in this low-latitude realm, not to mention replenishing it. At this moment, in the center of the Cloud Phoenix Palace, a spatial rift was torn open. 2 figures walked out. We've arrived. He watched as a handsome man and a young girl walked out. Han Ying was stunned for a moment before smiling. "Master, why are you here?" Imperial Preceptor and Kong Jianghan also turned to look. Their gazes were different. The Imperial Preceptor looked at Lu Changsheng with respect. The other party was Her Majesty's master, and his strength was unfathomable after all. It was all thanks to Lu Changsheng that they were able to defeat the heavenly spirit realm and reach this height. Kong Jianghan, on the other hand, was somewhat afraid. In his hands, a martial monarch realm expert like him had no room to resist. His strength had probably long surpassed the martial monarch realm. There were 8 martial monarch realm experts after all. It would be as easy as crushing dry weeds in his hands, an existence that could suppress them just by relying on array formations. Mu Weiner skipped over to the throne. The 9 Heavens tribe wanted to stop him. However, Han Ying waved her hand and said, "It's fine. Come, Sister Wan, sit here." Everyone from the 9 Heavens tribe laughed bitterly. Only someone from the cottage would be so close to His Majesty. Han Ying stood up and walked to Lu Changsheng. Her master was standing. How could she sit? "Master, why are you here?" Lu Changsheng looked around and asked. "Where's the kitchen?" Kitchen. Kong Jianghan and the others were dumbfounded. Han Ying had a bad feeling. "Make me a fish soup now." Making the spatial teleportation array used up many of my brain cells. "It is really exhausting," Lu Changsheng said straightforwardly before she could say anything. Spatial teleportation array. Kong Jianghan was stunned and asked, "Senior, have you set up a spatial node in the heavenly spirit realm? What do you need that for?" Looking at Lu Changsheng's confused face, Kong Jianghan's brows twitched as he smiled wryly. This kind of teleportation array requires a lot of manpower and resources to set up. It also takes a long time. Even if you sell the Celestial Spirit sect, you won't be able to set it up. Moreover, we need to set up a spatial node at the end of the teleportation to reach the fixed teleportation between realms. However, Obviously, Lu Changsheng didn't set up any spatial nodes. Could it be that he could travel between realms at will? FCK. That can't be. Lu Changsheng scratched his head. He thought for a moment and said, Manpower, it shouldn't be too confusing on me to set it up alone. The resources are all ready-made. It took a long time. A full 2 days. 2 what? What days? This array formation. Even if he gathered all the array masters in the heavenly spirit realm to set it up, he might not even be able to set it up in 3 years before even taking into account the time required to accumulate the required resources. Moreover, it was an ultra-long-distance teleportation array that did not require a spatial node. This sort of formation was something that Kong Jiangkan knew. There was only one in the boundless realm. Moreover, it was a teleportation array with a spatial node. Hong Ying smiled and said, There's no need to make a fuss. Master's array skills are unfathomable. All right. Lu Changsheng said impatiently. Hurry up. Fish soup. The Imperial Preceptor smiled and said, Senior, please wait a moment. I'll get someone to make it now. Hearing this, Hong Ying smiled and said, Let me do it. Her Majesty making it herself. Of course. I was always in charge of making the soup when we were in the cottage. Hong Ying took out an apron from her storage ring and walked out of the hall under everyone's dumbfounded gazes. Cultivation practitioners didn't need to be afraid of oil stains. However, according to Lu Changsheng, how could she look like a chef if she didn't put on an apron to cook? Soon, the fish soup was served. Lu Changsheng sat on the throne and finished his drink. He rubbed his belly and said, All right, I finished my meal. I'm going back to take an afternoon nap. Hong Ying smiled and said, Master, don't be in a hurry to leave. There's a problem that needs your help. It seemed like he had drunk the fish soup for nothing. Chapter 285 Chapter 285 The Tao of Heavenly Establishment. Determining People. Chapter 285 The Tao of Heavenly Establishment. Determining People. Lu Changsheng collapsed on the throne like he had no backbone. His eyes were lifeless, and his eyelids were lowered. Why did one have to take in a disciple? Was taking in disciples meant for retirement? Why am one getting busier and busier instead of retiring? Lu Changsheng began to miss the days when he didn't have any disciples. He slept, ate, and drank, raising flowers and planting trees, raising small animals. When he had nothing to do, he would draw, write calligraphy, and ponder over medicinal pills and arrays. These days were so carefree. And now? What about now? Lu Changsheng's eyes were filled with regret. Even the way he looked at Hong Ying started to become unkind. Hong Ying chuckled. Master, don't look at me like that. One had no choice but to ask you for help. All right. Lu Changsheng waved his hand and said, Hurry up and tell me. Then, Hong Ying looked at the Imperial Preceptor and Kong Jianghan. The two of them understood and told him the whole story. Lu Changsheng finally understood. No, understand my SS. The heavenly Tao is damaged. Do you want me to replenish the gap? Do you think I'm omnipotent one don't know how? Lu Changsheng rolled his eyes and said, I haven't even seen the heavenly Tao and you want me to go? You really think highly of me? Hong Ying smiled bitterly. It's precisely because we can't do anything that we want to look for Master. You have so many ideas and are so capable. You should have a way. Every realm had a heavenly Tao. It would not be in charge of the complicated matters of the realm, but it would decide the level of the cultivation civilization in this realm. It was also because of the damage to the heavenly Tao that the spirit Kai in the wilderness region was so dense. As a result, there was not a single martial monarch realm expert. However, what did this have to do with him? The lower the strength of the wilderness region, the better it was for him. He could still be the strongest person in the wilderness region now, but what if the spiritual Kai recovered? Now that the overall cultivation of the wilderness region had surpassed him, what should he do? At that time, wouldn't he have to tremble in fear again? No way. Lu Changsheng shook his head and was about to say something. The long-lost voice sounded in Lu Changsheng's mind. Cultivation mission activated. Let the second disciple, Hong Ying, become the heavenly Tao of the wilderness region. Are you playing me here? He had to be tougher this time. I refuse. I don't accept. That's impossible. Reward grand primordial body. Reminder. The grand primordial body is the number one physique in history. It can possess the grand primordial aura from the beginning of the world. Its function is to suppress all things and open up latitude space. Are you sure you want to reject the mission? Putting aside the use of the grand primordial body, Lu Chengsheng was deeply attracted by the title of the best physique in history. It was impossible to abandon his disciple. As his disciples became stronger and stronger, the enemies they attracted would also become more and more impressive. Solving this problem could only increase his strength. Moreover, most importantly, opening up a latitude space. Did this mean that he could open up his own world in the future? He could even do his own D1Y. He had found a place to retire. Which cotter could withstand such a test? Not to mention Lu Chengsheng. 5 seconds later. If you don't accept the mission, it means that the host will automatically give up. 5. However, before he could say 4, Lu Chengsheng hurriedly stopped the system and said, AI, 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 AI. What are you giving up? Who said you're giving up? For the sake of my disciple. I'm duty-bound as a master. Don't think too much. It's definitely not for the reward. Understand. The system. What happened? How could this person be so shameless? But you have to tell me what to do. Right. Use the heart of the realm. And? Hey. Hey. Hey, are you asleep? Did you crash? Why don't you restart? Lu Chengsheng cursed in his heart. That's all the hint. What could he possibly know from that? However, since he had already accepted it, he could only think of a way by himself. Lu Chengsheng looked at Hong Ying and said, all right, let's go back to the wilderness region first. You'll think of a way. Hong Ying was delighted. Then, everyone returned to the wilderness region through the spatial teleportation array. After sensing the spatial teleportation formation, Kong Jianghen exclaimed again. Formation masters like Lu Chengsheng were probably incomparable even in the boundless realms. He remembered what Lu Chengsheng said about Earth. He couldn't help but shake his head. Earth, this realm that was unheard of, was really terrifying. After returning to the cottage, Lu Chengsheng began to think of a solution. Thinking of the system's notification, he looked at Hong Ying and asked, do you still have the heart of the realm? Hong Ying nodded. The heart of the realm was released from Hong Ying's body. Lu Chengsheng looked at the heart of the realm and asked, hey, how do I make up for the heavenly Tao? The voice of the heart of the realm sounded. With your strength, you can transform into the heavenly Tao of this world. I want my disciple to become the heavenly Tao of this world. Is that possible? She was not strong enough. Lu Chengsheng thought for a moment and, the heavenly Tao, in the records of his previous life on earth, there was such a saying. The way to establish the heavens would determine its people. The general idea was that the establishment of the heavenly Tao was to set the rules of humans. In that case, what should he do in this world of cultivation? Setting the rules was something that emperors did, just like the current Hong Ying. However, she still had not become the heavenly Tao, which meant that this sentence would not work in the cultivation world. What was the heavenly Tao? The Tao law, the intent realm, spiritual Kai. These three were all related to the heavenly Tao. In other words, as long as the spirit Kai in the wilderness region was filled, the 5 elements intent realm could be seen everywhere. If the heavenly Tao in this world had the power of law, could it make up for the lack of the heavenly Tao? Lu Chengsheng's eyes lit up. He seemed to have grasped the main point. That's right. The power of law. Then, he would fill the gap in the heavenly Tao and let Hong Ying control the heavenly Tao of this realm. As long as Hong Ying cultivated the 5 elements intent realm and grasped the Tao law, which was the power of law, coupled with the powerful spiritual Kai of the heart of the realm, it allowed its effect to spread throughout the entire realm. In that case, wouldn't Hong Ying be able to control the heavenly Tao of this world? When he thought of it, he started to do it. Lu Chengsheng called Hong Ying over and said, the heavenly Tao of this world is under your control. Now, you need to do 3 things: increase your realm, control the 5 elements intent realm, and cultivate the power of law. Hong Ying nodded. Increasing her realm was easy. Now that Hong Ying had already reached the half-step martial monarch realm, as long as she had sufficient spiritual Kai, She could break through to the martial monarch realm at any time. Control the 5 elements intent realm. She could just go to the Daya-seeking mountain. The problem was this power of law. However, after thinking about it, she concluded that her master must be confident since he had said those words. She just had to concentrate on completing the first 2 tasks. Chapter 286 Chapter 286 Attaining the Martial Monarch Realm Again. Chapter 286 Attaining the Martial Monarch Realm Again. The Daya-seeking mountain. With Hong Ying's identity and Lu Changsheng's reputation, she naturally entered it casually. The 5 elements intent realm. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. This was the most basic existence among all intent realms and at the same time, an intent realm that was closely related to the world. Even though it was basic, it was not simple. Hong Ying had already comprehended the fire intent. All Dao came from the same source. With Hong Ying's comprehension ability, she did not need to spend much time on the next 4 intent realms. As for Lu Changsheng, he plunged into the alchemy room. Hong Ying's comprehension of realms was already enough out. All she needed was spiritual Kai. In that case, he only needed to refine medicinal pills that could quickly absorb spiritual Kai. For the sake of his future retirement, he had to go all out. Lu Changsheng took out all kinds of materials from his storage ring and began to refine pills. Mu Weiner watched from the side. She would always watch from the side when Lu Changsheng was concocting pills. Her understanding of alchemy would be greatly improved through this way. For a moment, in the cottage, thunder rumbled. The lightning tribulation continued to strike. 5 days passed in a flash. It was just the time for a cultivator to meditate. Hong Ying had also returned from Daya-seeking mountain after comprehending all 5 intent realms. Lu Changsheng also took out the alchemy furnace. He pointed at the pill furnace and said, "The pills inside are all pills that increase cultivation speed and increase cultivation realms. Make 1 cauldron form." 1 cauldron. Kong Jianhen and Imperial Preceptor were dumbfounded when they saw the scene. Other alchemists refined pills 1 or 2 at a time. Is this using the furnace as a unit of measurement? Moreover, the pills inside were all heaven-grade pills that had been refined by the lightning tribulation. Pills of this grade could also be refined in furnaces. Senior, if I use pills to increase my strength, will my realm become unstable and have side effects? Unstable realm. Side effects. What's that? Lu Changsheng waved his hand and said, "No. I've improved these pills." Kong Jianghan, Imperial Preceptor. What Lu Changsheng showed was not only his array formations, but also his alchemy skills. The pills that were refined, there were no side effects. Hong Ying smiled and said, "Thank you, Master." After saying that, he took out 3 pills and placed them in his mouth. Then, he sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. For a moment, spiritual Kai surged. A huge spiritual Kai storm formed around Hong Ying. Then, Hong Ying absorbed it. Her realm was unstable. That was because she did not have enough comprehension of realms. Only by using natural treasures to forcefully increase his cultivation would his realm be unstable. As for Hong Ying, she was a martial monarch realm expert in her previous life. After 9 cycles of reincarnation, her comprehension of the realm was already enough. In addition, Lu Changsheng had improved the pills. That didn't exist. Finally, 10 days later, a terrifying aura began to boil violently like boiling water in the cottage and even the entire southern region. Everyone in the wilderness region turned their attention to the southern region. Which senior is making a breakthrough? This spiritual Kai fluctuation is not so terrifying even after breaking through to the pseudo-marital monarch realm. Could it be the monarch? Instantly, many people looked at the southern region. Was a martial monarch realm expert going to appear again after 10 years? A spiritual Kai storm surged around Hong Ying, and her Danshan was constantly absorbing that monstrous spiritual Kai. Because of the effect of the medicinal pill, there was no need to purify it again. Nor was there a need to worry that there would be too much spiritual Kai and it could not be absorbed. In fact, with the help of Lu Changsheng's pills, the absorption speed also became extremely fast. It was like a whale swallowing. It quickly absorbed the surging spiritual chi around it. The imperial preceptor and 9 heavens tribe looked at Han Ying excitedly. Her Majesty was about to return to the martial monarch realm at last. Only then would the Cloud Phoenix Empire truly return to what it was. It was an empire after all. If there were no great martial monarch realm experts, then it wouldn't live up to its name. The voices of dissatisfaction in the dark would only disappear when Han Ying had stepped into the martial monarch realm. An extremely profound aura appeared around Han Ying. Kong Jianghen was very familiar with this aura. Martial monarch realm. At this moment, Han Ying had officially returned to the martial monarch realm. Finally, one of Lu Chengsheng's disciples was a martial monarch realm expert. Han Ying suddenly opened her eyes, which flickered with divine light. She felt this familiar power that was stronger than in her previous life. Han Ying couldn't help but smile. Then, she knelt on one knee in front of Lu Chengsheng and said respectfully, "Thank you for your help, Master." He didn't seem to care. It was for his retirement in the future after all. The 5 elements intent realm and realm were enough. She was only lacking the power of law. What Han Ying was good at now was the power of reincarnation. In that case, as long as Han Ying comprehended the Tao law of reincarnation, the heavenly Tao of this realm, she should be able to control it. Lu Chengsheng thought for a moment. Then, he looked at Han Ying and said, "Take your time." As soon as he finished speaking, an aura of reincarnation slowly rose from Lu Chengsheng's body. Han Ying was slightly stunned. This reincarnation aura was different from hers. It was as if it was connected to the rules of the heavenly Tao. While releasing the Tao law of reincarnation, Lu Chengsheng explained, "The power of the Tao law can also be called the power of law of the heavenly Tao. Intent realm only means that you have already come into contact with the origin of this power. As for the Tao law, it means that you have already grasped this origin power." Han Ying slowly closed her eyes. She knew that Lu Chengsheng wanted her to comprehend the Tao law of reincarnation. What exactly was the power of the Tao law that puzzled Kong Jianghen? Even though he also felt the power of law and horror. Under the power of law, he was like an ant. His previous comprehension of the intent realm was like the difference between an ant and an elephant. Under this power of law, Han Ying was enveloped by the Tao law of reincarnation. She fell into a meditative state. With the enhancement of the celestial realm, Han Ying's comprehension ability could increase by several times. At the same time, in the boundless realm, on the mountain road 500 miles away from Dragon Enlightenment City, the convoy slowly moved forward. Yang Kai looked at the looming huge city in front of him. He sighed and said, "Sister, we're almost there." After a while, a deep reply came from the carriage. His tone was filled with sadness, reluctance, and worry. Yang Kai naturally understood Yang Yuan's thoughts. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and said, "Little sister, if you don't want to go, then we won't go." Yang Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "If we don't go now, we will be breaking the agreement with the Long family. At that time, the Long family will also target the Yang family. At that time, the Yang family really won't have any room to save ourselves." Yang Yuan pulled open the curtain and revealed an exquisite face that was filled with worry. She looked at Blackie's back as he closed his eyes and cultivated. She sighed. They were not fated to be together after all. Chapter 287 Chapter 287 Sacred Hidden Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 287 Sacred Hidden Chamber of Commerce. In the border city of the Boundless Realm, the resources were extremely poor. As a result, almost 90 of the cultivation resources had to be imported inland. Therefore, the control of resources was almost entirely in the hands of the large factions in the city. Dragon Enlightenment City, as a border city, could be ranked in the top 3. The city lord's manor, which was also the Long family, could cover the sky with one hand. The Long family was very powerful. There were several great martial monarch realm experts and a soul divergence expert among them, and the Yang family's goal was to establish a political marriage with the Long family. This way, they could protect their status in Rising Clouds City and obtain resources from Dragon Enlightenment City. Once the Yang clan succeeded, the rise of the Yang clan would be unstoppable. It was very likely to swallow the resources of the other 2 families. This was also the reason why the other two families in Rising Cloud City would kill the Young family, and not hesitate to shed all pretense of cordiality. The Young family's convoy had already arrived at Dragon Enlightenment City. At this point, the mission of the Grass Mercenary Group had been completed. After Yiqiubai and the others left, Yan Yuan did not try to persuade him to stay. They had already arrived at Dragon Enlightenment City. If they made too many moves, they would arouse the other party's dissatisfaction. LT might affect subsequent cooperation. Therefore, she could only wish Blackie well in her heart, hoping that he could become famous in this boundless world in the future. He would stand at peak of this realm. Young Kai took out a storage ring and handed it to Yiqiubai with a smile. Brother Yi, it's been a pleasure working with you. 1. There are 200 origin crystals in here. When I go back, I'll explain the situation to the Mercenary Guild. This mission has actually exceeded the standards of a yellow-grade mercenary group. Yiqiubai rooked the storage ring and nodded with a smile. Then, he separated from the Young family. In the Dragon Enlightenment City, they were not in a hurry to return to Rising Cloud City to register for the mission. Instead, they wanted to see how extraordinary Dragon Enlightenment City was. They could clearly feel that the cultivators on the streets were a level higher than Rising Cloud City. In fact, they could even sense auras that were much stronger than them. For example, a half-step martial monarch realm expert. Sheng sighed. The boundless realm is indeed the strongest realm in the low-latitude realm. Yiqiubai nodded in agreement. It's much stronger than the wilderness. Our cultivation levels are still not enough here. We have to cultivate harder. Just as the three of them were walking on the streets and feeling the prosperity of Dragon Enlightenment City, voices sounded from the side. The auction of Sacred Hidden Chamber of Commerce is about to begin. Right. Yes. I heard that there are many good things in this auction. The finale items have even attracted the various factions in the surrounding cities, and the inland factions to come and fight for them. That's for sure. As the largest chamber of commerce in this region, how could the Sacred Hidden Chamber of Commerce auction an ordinary item? Why don't we go take a look too? Forget it. You're not qualified to participate in the auction of the Sacred Hidden Chamber of Commerce. You have to satisfy one of the 3 conditions. At this moment, a figure spoke from beside the man. What 3 conditions? That person was stunned. He looked behind and saw Yiqiubai and the other 2 walking over. However, he did not hide anything and explained impatiently. You have to be from a first-rate force. And to become a first-rate force, you have to have a Soul Divergence Realm expert. After the Martial Monarch Realm, there was the Soul Divergence Realm and the Tao Convergence Realm. It was said that the Emperor of the Boundless Empire was a peak-stage Tao Convergence Realm expert. Secondly, you can meet the talent standard if you can also enter the Sacred Hidden Chamber of Commerce. Finally, complete Sacred Hidden Order issued directly by the Sacred. Of course, only 3 Sacred Hidden Order have been issued since the establishment of the Sacred Hidden Chamber of Commerce. Yiqiubai nodded and smiled at Blackie and Shisheng. He asked, should we go take a look? Blackie and Shisheng had no objections and nodded. Everyone present was stunned hearing Yiqiubai's words. Then, the way he looked at the 3 of them changed. He was a little enthusiastic. Even the man who explained changed his previous impatience and revealed a flattering smile. He rubbed his hands and asked, dare I ask which large faction are 3 of you disciples from? To be able to participate in the auction of the Sacred Hidden Chamber of Commerce, his background was naturally not simple. Yiqiubai smiled and shook his head. The cottage. The cottage, which faction was that? Just as Riemann was about to ask, Yiqiubai and the other 2 had already turned around and left. The Sacred Hidden Chamber of Commerce had chambers of commerce stationed everywhere in the Boundless Realm. This time, the Sacred Hidden Auction would be held in Dragon Enlightenment City's Chamber of Commerce. When Yiqiubai and other 2 arrived, they could see that the residence of the Sacred Hidden Chamber of Commerce was very prosperous. The cultivators around were at least a Void God realm. There were even more than 10 Martial Monarch realm experts. Yiqiubai and the other 2 arrived at the Chamber of Commerce. A beautiful girl in a gold-lined dress walked over with a faint smile on her face and asked, what do 3 of you want to buy? Even this girl was at the Kanyuan realm. Even an attendant in a chamber of commerce had the cultivation of the Kanyuan realm. It was indeed not simple. Moreover, the other party didn't reveal a disdainful expression because of Yikyubai and the other two's realms. We want to participate in the hidden sacred auction. The attendant smiled, unsurprised. Dare one ask, do you have an invitation? Hearing this, the three of them shook their heads honestly. Then you can participate. Yikyubai smiled and said, I heard that as long as your talent reaches the standard of your chamber of commerce, you can participate. The attendant was stunned for a moment before nodding. Are the three of you here to test your talents? If that's the case, please follow me. Yikyubai and the other two followed. The attendant brought the three of them into a room and smiled. Please wait a moment. Shisheng smiled and asked, I wonder if our talent is enough. Yikyubai sat on the agar wood chair and spread his hands. I don't know. But if the three of us aren't talented enough, well, embarrass master. Blackie, on the other hand, said in a deflated voice, it will definitely be enough. Then, he added, they are of a higher realm than us, but they can't beat us. Yikyubai and Shisheng could nor help but laugh. That was the truth. Not long after, attendant came over with a woman. The woman was dressed in a purple gold robe. Her voluptuous figure was clearly outlined while dressed in a brocade robe. Her black hair stood up and fell sideways on her chest. Her lips were like jade, and her nose and mouth were exquisite. A pair of phoenix eyes and willowy eyebrows seemed to have a soul-stirring effect. You want to test your talent? Yikyubai nodded and said, sorry to trouble you. The brocade-robed woman covered her mouth and chuckled. It's not troublesome. If your talent is monstrous, we can add 3 new allies to our sacred hidden chamber of commerce. After saying that, she took out a crystal ball that emitted a purple glow and smiled. Just put your hands on it. Chapter 288 Chapter 288 Purple Gold Token. Chapter 288 Purple Gold Token. This crystal ball will test the talent of the three of you. The criteria for evaluating talent are your current cultivation, your comprehension of intent realm, and the cultivation technique you cultivate. And the light emitted by the crystal ball is divided into 4 levels. From low to high, they are white, blue, golden, and purple gold. Alright, 3 of you, please place your hands on this crystal ball. Hearing this, Yikyubai looked at Shisheng and smiled. Junior brother, you first. He took a step forward and gently placed his hand on the crystal ball. The woman smiled and said, just circulate your cultivation. Shisheng understood. Strands of star power were released from Shisheng's body and landed on the crystal ball. And at this moment, the crystal ball suddenly emitted a purple gold light. Purple golden rays of light seemed to be about to break through the room and illuminate the surroundings. When the woman saw the scene, she was shocked. Then, she said with a solemn expression, the power of stars. The power of stars. Its cultivation method had been lost for many years. This was because the conditions for cultivating the power of stars and the conditions for cultivators were too harsh. There were very few cultivation techniques. That was why it was lost, and now the power of the stars had reappeared in the world. Even without the talent test of the crystal ball, every martial cultivator who could cultivate the power of the stars was a 1 in a million super genius. Shisheng also retreated to the side. The light emitted by the crystal ball disappeared. At the same time, Blackie placed his hand on the crystal ball. Instantly, 3 lines appeared on Blackie's body. Similarly, the crystal ball emitted purple gold light. Purple gold again. The woman was slightly stunned. It was not that there was no one who showed up with purple gold talents through the crystal balls. It was just that there were very few of them. Such a person had not appeared for more than 10 years already, and 2 of them had appeared in a row. Since when did geniuses become so cheap? When Yikyubai placed his hand on the crystal ball and emitted a purple gold light, the woman was a little numb to it. A monster who cultivated the power of stars. A body cultivator freak. And the man with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes in front of her was a sword cultivator monster. However, the woman didn't ask about the origins of Yikyubai and the other 2. Instead, she smiled and said, you've passed. You're qualified to participate in our sacred hidden chamber of commerce's auction. With that, 3 purple gold tokens appeared in the snow-white jade-like hand. These are purple gold tokens. Exudes smiled and asked, "Didn't I hear that your Chamber of Commerce has only given out 3 purple gold tokens so far? Why are you giving out 3 now?" Dong Xiaoqing smiled charmingly and raised her eyebrows. "Do you know how the 3 purple gold tokens were issued? The people who get the purple gold token are the ones who make the crystal ball emit purple gold light. Those 3 people have already left this world. Do you understand what I mean? Left this world. Boundless realms were the strongest realms in the low-latitude realm. There was no other. In other words, the 3 of them had already left the low-latitude realm and were heading to the middle latitude. Your talents are worthy of the sacred hidden chamber of commerce's investment. That's why this purple gold token is an exception for the 3 of you." Dong Xiaoqing smiled and said, "That's why we value your future." Dong Xiaoqing did not hide her intentions. Sometimes, hiding too much would result in negative effects. As a higher-up of the sacred hidden chamber of commerce, Dong Xiaoqing naturally understood this logic. In front of a sword cultivator with an extremely profound realm in the sword Dao, there was no use in putting on an act. Exudes smiled and took the purple gold tokens without refusing. "Aren't you afraid that we'll die midway?" Dong Xiaoqing chuckled. "That won't cause any losses to our sacred hidden chamber of commerce." "Right. However, you should know what privileges this purple gold token has." "Right." Upon seeing this, Dong Xiaoqing explained, "As the most special token of the sacred hidden chamber of commerce, the purple gold token has great privileges. Firstly, you can put it on credit. That is, you can apply to use it before paying in the sacred hidden chamber of commerce. Of course, you can choose to pay the corresponding price later or use your own favors to exchange for it. Owing favors was the highest price in the world, especially to Exudes and the others. Favors could be said to be quite valuable. Secondly, you can mobilize the sacred hidden chamber of commerce's intelligence network. Of course, you have to pay the bill. The largest chamber of commerce in the boundless realm had a huge intelligence network. It could be said that it covered the entire low-latitude realm. Of course, outsiders had no right to use the sacred hidden chamber of commerce's intelligence network. Therefore, only outsiders with a purple gold token could use it. Thirdly, all auctions of the sacred hidden chamber of commerce are allowed to enter. Furthermore, if you wish to auction something, you can waive the processing fees and auction it for free. Exudes looked at the purple gold token in his hand and nodded slightly. These 3 privileges could be said to be quite convenient. However, every time he used the privilege, he had also deepened his relationship with the sacred hidden chamber of commerce. For people with powerful talents, the sacred hidden chamber of commerce could not wait for them to use their special privileges. However, in auction, at the thought of this, Exudes asked, "I can auction for anything, right?" Dong Xiaoqing nodded and said with a smile, "Of course. We won't charge a handling fee. At the same time, the commission will be based on the minimum standard." Exudes took out a pure jade bottle from his storage ring and handed it to Dong Xiaoqing. "Then, treat this as an auction item. You can evaluate the price of the medicinal pills yourselves. I believe that with your Chamber of Commerce's vision, you should know what's good for you." With that, Exudes, Blackie, and Shisheng left the small room and headed to the auction venue. "You're very confident." Dong Xiaoqing watched the 3 of them leave and smiled gently. "Looks like we have to report this to the headquarters." Then, he took the pure jade bottle and walked to another room. "Old Yi, please appraise this bottle of pills." "Old Mister." Yi nodded and took the pure jade bottle. He sized it up before opening it. Inside, there were 4 pills lying quietly. The pill emitted wisps of green light. The green light was filled with an endless will. Sensing this aura, "Old Mister," Yi's expression turned serious as he asked, "Who refined this pill?" Dong Xiaoqing shook her head and said, "No." With her horizons, she could naturally tell that Exudes and the other 2 weren't alchemists. It was probably taken out by the forces behind them. To be able to nurture these 3 geniuses at the same time, how strong would the person behind them be? It could be said that Dong Xiaoken was not only investing in the future of Yiqiubai and the other two, he was even suppressing the people behind them. Chapter 289 Chapter 289 The auction begins. Chapter 289 The auction begins. At the auction venue. The auction was held at the base of the sacred hidden chamber of commerce in Dragon Enlightenment City. Along the way, Shi Sheng asked, "Senior brother, was that bottle of pills given to us by Master?" Yiqiubai smiled and nodded. "Yes, it's a medicinal pill to recover spiritual Kai. I believe it's very rare even in this boundless realm since the medicinal pill was refined by Master," Blackie said in a muffled voice. "Aren't you afraid that the other party will set the price very low?" "They have no reason to do that," Yiqiubai explained. "The other party has already given us enough sincerity. If we play tricks here, the gains won't make up for the losses." According to Yiqiubai's thoughts, not only would the other party not lower the price, but they would also try their best to raise the price. This could also show the sacred hidden chamber of commerce's sincerity to them. At the same time, it was also Yiqiubai's way of testing the sacred hidden chamber of commerce's sincerity, but if Lu Changsheng knew that Yiqiubai sold his pills, he would definitely be so angry that he would vomit blood. He didn't want to get involved with the outside world. The sacred hidden chamber of commerce began to pay attention to Lu Changsheng's identity. Yiqiubai naturally thought of this and added, "The two of you must not mention this to Master." Shi Sheng and Blackie looked at each other. Even though he did not understand why he had to hide it since Big Senior Brother had said so, the two of them still nodded. In the room, old Mr. Yi's expression slowly turned from solemn to shocked. The 4 medicinal pills in his hand caused a storm to rise in his heart. He looked at old Mr. Yi's expression. Dong Xiaoken was also slightly taken aback. Old Mr. Yi was an appraiser from the headquarters. It could be said that with old Mr. Yi's knowledge, very few things could catch his eye. A top appraiser. How many heavenly materials and earthly treasures did he have to look at in a day? Therefore, to be able to make old Mr. Yi reveal such an expression, these 4 pills must not be ordinary. Old Master Yi, how is it? How should we price these 4 pills? Hearing Dong Xiaoken's question, old Mr. Yi came back to his senses and exhaled deeply. You must find out who refined this. Then, we have to rope him in at all costs. Even if we can't win him over, we have to be friends. Dong Xiaoken was slightly shocked. Is this pill that precious? Old Mr. Yi shook his head and said, it's no longer a matter of whether it's precious or not. This is the first time I've seen these 4 pills. I believe they were refined by this alchemist who created his own pill formula. It can even make countless people scramble for it and even fight for it. Dong Xiaoken's expression turned solemn. What's the use? These 4 medicinal pills are all the same kind of medicinal pills. They are a kind of medicinal pill to recover spiritual Kai. However, it's worlds apart from other medicinal pills that recover spiritual Kai. The other medicinal pills are either continuous recovery. This kind can recover more. The other way is to recover instantly. But the spiritual energy recovered is quite limited. As for this one, it can be said that these 2 types of medicinal pills have been compensated with their strengths and weaknesses. Dong Xiaoken asked in surprise. Could it be that this pill can recover a large amount of spiritual Kai in an instant? That's not all. Old Mr. Yi stood up and carefully held the 4 pills in his hands, as if he was afraid of damaging them. He said, it's to recover all the spiritual Kai. Even a martial monarch realm expert or a soul divergence realm expert can recover in an instant. As soon as these words were spoken, Dong Xiaoken's eyes revealed shock. Martial monarch realm or even the soul divergence realm expert. One had to know that the spirit Kai contained in the spirit splitting realm was extremely huge. It could instantly replenish the spiritual Kai of a divine transformation realm expert. Old Mr. Yi was right. If this kind of medicinal pill was found outside, it would cause a storm of blood. This pill was a life-saving pill in a desperate situation after all. How much did martial cultivators cherish their lives? Why were they cultivating? It was for longevity. Being able to survive was more important than anything else. Therefore, you must find the Almighty who refined this pill. Understand? Dong Xiaoken nodded solemnly. Understood. In her heart, the status of Yiqiubai and the other two was further raised. The auction began. Yiqiubai and the other two also arrived at the venue. At the entrance, there were two delicate maids checking the qualifications to enter the venue. Seeing Yiqiubai and the other two walk over, the attendant smiled and bowed slightly. Do you have an invitation? Yiqiubai, Blackie, and Shisheng all took out the purple gold token in their hands. Then, he saw the purple gold token. The two maids were shocked. Then, he bowed deeply again and said respectfully, Greetings, 3 distinguished guests. Please follow us to the purple gold box. The purple gold room was the highest class private room of the sacred hidden chamber of commerce. Those who could enter were all top-notch experts, or someone with a purple gold token. Yiqiubai smiled. Thank you. After that, one of the attendants led the way to a private room on the 3rd floor. The private room was very grand. The room was purple gold in color. There was a bench made of top-grade Lingzumu wood. Lingzumu was not only a peerless material for alchemy or weapon refinement. Sitting on it could allow cultivators to accelerate the absorption of spiritual Kai in their bodies. On a long table made of amethyst, there were countless delicacies and wine. They were all things that were difficult to see in the outside world. It was extremely helpful to cultivators. It was indeed worthy of its name as the #1 chamber of commerce in the boundless realm. It was just a private room, but there were already so many natural treasures. The maidservant said, Please have a good rest. The auction will begin in 5 minutes. If you need any help, you can call me. I'll be outside. With that, the maid opened the door and walked out. Yiqiubai and the other two sat on the bench. They quietly waited for the auction to begin. Below, whether it was in the private rooms or in the scattered seats, they were all discussing the items for this auction. I didn't expect the sacred hidden chamber of commerce to come to the border city to hold an auction. There's something you don't know. Rumor has it that the sacred hidden chamber of commerce found a divine item in the boundary mountain, as well as the legacy cultivation technique of a Dao integration stage expert. As for that divine item, the sacred hidden chamber of commerce didn't want to cause any trouble during the transportation process, so they held an auction in Dragon Enlightenment City. I see. No wonder so many big forces inland came here. Yes. Usually, Dragon Enlightenment City can't sense the auras of so many experts. However, since the people from the inland factions are here, this auction has nothing to do with us. Let's just watch the show. The lights at the auction venue dimmed. Only the lights on the stage were still shining. Dong Xiaoqin's figure also appeared on the auction stage. Chapter 290 Chapter 290 The first item on auction. Chapter 290 The first item on auction. The sacred hidden chamber of commerce. As the most powerful chamber of commerce in the boundless world, the auction they held was naturally extraordinary. As a result, countless people from the inland factions traveled thousands of kilometers to this border city to participate in the auction. When the people below saw Dong Xiaoqin appear, they could not help but reveal infatuated expressions. I didn't expect Dong Xiaoqin to personally host this auction. That's right. Dong Xiaoqin's identity is the daughter of the sacred hidden chamber of commerce's president. Her identity is extraordinary and she's famous in this boundless realm. Looks like this auction item is really valuable. Only the people on the 2nd floor knew. Dong Xiaoqin was the most suitable person to host the auction. It would only be abnormal if someone else was in charge. The legacy of a Dao convergence realm expert as well as that divine item. They were existences that all factions had to obtain at all costs, but the 2nd level was filled with inland factions. At that moment, they had all turned their gazes to the 3rd level. In the purple gold room, this room, which had not lit up for a long time, actually flickered with a purple gold light. This also meant that there was someone in the purple gold box on the 3rd floor. What kind of existences could enter the purple gold box? Only those with the purple gold token were qualified to enter the 3rd level. Without the purple gold token, even the top forces of the boundless realms, such as the Emperor of the Boundless Dynasty, would not be able to do anything. A peak stage Dao integration stage cultivator. None of them could enter. Almost 70 of the resources and origin crystals in the boundless domain depended on the sacred hidden chamber of commerce. Therefore, Even the emperor of the boundless empire would not easily offend the sacred hidden chamber of commerce. Once the sacred hidden chamber of commerce was destroyed, they would stand against him. It would have a huge impact on the entire boundless world. It could be said that the sacred hidden chamber of commerce was an existence that could not be offended. Who exactly possessed the purple gold token? Since ancient times, only 3 purple gold tokens had been issued. Tens of thousands of years had passed. A person with the strength of purple gold token was probably not someone they could easily provoke. However, what they didn't know was, there were only 2 Void God Realm experts and 1 Qianyuan Realm expert in the purple gold box. At this moment, on the auction stage, a pillar slowly rose from the ground. There was a pure jade bottle on the pillar platform. Dong Xiaoqin also smiled. Her smile was charming, but not vulgar. Instead, it was like a pure lotus in the turbid world, untainted even when it was out of the mud. Pure and charming were 2 extremes. However, it could actually appear on a person. Furthermore, it was so harmonious that there was no conflict. Instead, it made others feel that this was very normal. This was very rare. I'm sure everyone knows the rules of the sacred hidden auction. Usually, the first and final items are the most important. However, our sacred hidden chamber of commerce obtained an extremely rare elixir just now. It made us agree that the inheritance of the Tao Convergence Realm expert that should have been the first item should be placed at the back. Hearing Dong Xiaoqin's words, the people from the various forces could not help but be stunned. An elixir that was even rarer and more precious than an inheritance from a Tao Convergence Realm expert. What level of medicinal pill was this? No one doubted the sacred hidden chamber of commerce's appraisal standards. Since they had decided, they naturally had their reasons. However, what made everyone curious was, what kind of medicinal pill was in that pure jade bottle? It was even to the extent that the experts of the major factions on the second level looked over with eyes filled with monstrous spiritual kai. They wanted to see through the pills in the pure jade bottle. However, it was filled with endless vitality. He could not see through the pills inside. On the 3rd floor, in the purple gold room, Shisheng smiled and said, "Looks like they know their stuff." Yi Qiubai also smiled and nodded. The pills refined by his master were naturally not ordinary. The other party's actions meant that he really valued Yi Qiubai and the other 2. The test was thus passed. On the auction stage, Dong Xiaoqin continued to explain. This elixir has been appraised by the sacred hidden chamber of commerce's appraiser. It's extremely useful. It can be said that it can save your life at a critical moment. Everyone should know that for us martial cultivators, our lives are always the most important. Why do we cultivate for the Tao for power in the end? It's still for longevity. Someone below asked, "Miss Dong, don't keep us in suspense. Tell us what it does." The Almighty on the 2nd level was also a little curious. Healing pills. However, how could a mere healing elixir replace a Tao Convergence Realm expert's legacy? Dong Xiaoqin smiled lightly and took a step forward. Its function is very simple. Recover spiritual kai. Wasn't this just the spirit pill? Recover spiritual kai. Was this very precious? They were everywhere. However, when Dong Xiaoqin said her next sentence, everyone present fell silent. Of course, the spiritual energy recovered by this pill will instantly fill up all the deficient spiritual energy in the Danshan at the same time. There are no side effects. Listen carefully. Its effects are instant. The people below were all shocked. It had to be known that medicinal pills that could restore spiritual kai on the market. Typically, they would recover slowly. The speed wasn't fast. And the more they recovered, the more precious they would be. As for this pill, it could be refilled in an instant. The Almighty on the 2nd floor finally spoke. "Which realm are you at?" Upon hearing this question, Dong Xiaoqin smiled gently. A glint flashed across her eyes like stars. After pausing for a moment, he said in a heavy tone, "According to the appraiser of the Chamber of Commerce, this elixir can replenish even Tao Convergence Realm powerhouses in an instant. Moreover, there might be more than that." Huff huff. With that, everyone listened. They were all breathing heavily. On the 2nd floor, the Almighties in the 3 boxes all had grave expressions. he said to the person beside him. At all costs, bid for this bottle of medicinal pills. If the effect was really as Dong Xiaoqin had said, in that case, its value had indeed surpassed the legacy of a convergencity or elite. It was worth it for them to pay a huge price to snatch it. Dong Xiaoqin smiled when she saw everyone's expressions. He knew that he had achieved his goal. It successfully piqued everyone's interest. He then took out a small wooden hammer and said with a smile, "There are 4 medicinal pills in the pure jade bottle. The starting price is O, but every increase in price must not be less than 100 organ crystals." As soon as he finished speaking, a voice came from one of the private rooms on the second floor. 500. It was just the first bid and it had already reached 500. One had to know that 500 origin crystals could be said to be 80 of the Yang family's assets in Rising Clouds City. Chapter 291 Chapter 291 5. 3 million origin crystals. Chapter 291 5. 3 million origin crystals. Origin crystals were the currency of the boundless world. It contained extremely pure spiritual Kai and could be used to absorb and cultivate. However, most of them were used to exchange for other items. And 500 organ crystals. What kind of concept was that? Rising Clouds City was a border city with poor resources. The power of the Yang family was not worth mentioning in the entire boundless world. However, it was still a family. This 500 crystals was already equivalent to 80 of the Yang family's assets. It could be seen how much the auctioneer valued this bottle of medicinal pills. One pill could instantly restore the spiritual Kai of a peak Tao convergence realm expert. This was equivalent to a second life. Furthermore, there were 4 of them, 4 lives. When the auctioneer at the lowest level heard this bid, he shook his head with a bitter smile. This bottle of pills was no longer something they could compete for. The 3 private rooms on the second floor were all first-rate forces of the boundless realm. Dong Xiaoqin also smiled and said, "This senior bids 500 origin crystals. Is there anyone else who wants to raise the price?" As soon as he finished speaking, a female voice sounded in the room on the left of the second floor. 800 origin crystals. This time, before Dong Xiaoqin could speak, a voice came from the private room on the right. 1 million. 1 million origin crystals. The Yang family would not be able to bring out such a big sum even if they sold off their house. Dong Xiaoqin smiled and said, "A million. Anyone else?" Laughter came from the private room in the center of the second floor. "Gentlemen, are you not planning to compete for the inheritance and the divine item?" The private room on the left said, "You don't have to worry about that, sir." 1. 2 million. The private room on the right said, "Why don't I give you face and let you have the inheritance? The pills will come to us." 1. 5 million. In the central private room, "You're still so shameless." 2 million. The 3 sides increased the price. Everyone in the room was dumbfounded. 2 million. As expected, these top factions had too deep a foundation. It was something that these forces could not compare to. On the third floor, in the purple gold box, EQBI and the other 2 watched the scene quietly. "It's already 2 million. I don't know if it's much. From the looks of it, they must have had a lot." EQBI was also thinking if he should return to the wilderness region and let his master refine another cauldron. In any case, every time his master refined this kind of medicinal pill, he would refine it in batches. If Lu Chengsheng knew what EQBI was thinking, he would probably kill him on the spot. This unfilial disciple kept trying to trick his master. Dong Xiaoqin had a smile on her face. This price had not reached her expectations. Therefore, he continued to add fuel to the fire and said, "These 4 medicinal pills might not appear in the future. After all, we don't know which senior refined it. Therefore, everyone who wants to auction, you have to seize the opportunity." As soon as these words were spoken, even though everyone knew Dong Xiaoqin's intentions, they still took the bait. The female voice in the private room on the left said, 2. 5 million. Our Frost Spirit sect must get this pill. The Frost Spirit sect. Everyone's expressions changed slightly. one of the first-rate factions in the boundless world. Their sect only accepted female disciples. At the same time, he needed to cultivate the ice and tent realm. His foundation was extremely strong. The box on the right said, "Hee, so you're the fairies of the Frost Spirit sect. If it were anything else, the Crimson Flame sect wouldn't mind giving you face. But 2.75 million. My Crimson Flame sect wants this medicinal pill too." The Crimson Flame sect was almost as powerful as the Frost Spirit sect. They were also one of the first-rate factions in the boundless world. In the central private room, a faint laugh could be heard. "I wonder if the two of you can give our sect of creation some face." The sect of creation. They were also top-notch existences among the first-rate forces. They were stronger than the Frost Spirit sect and the Crimson Flame sect. The expressions of the people in the private rooms on both sides changed slightly. "I didn't expect the sect of creation to come to this border city as well. Why does the sect of creation like to bully others? Hee, then let's have a fair competition. 3 million? For a moment, none of the three forces were willing to give in. This caused the price to rise crazily. It had already broken through the 5 million origin crystals barrier in no time. At this level, the Frost Spirit sect and the Crimson Flame sect were already hesitating. The crystals they brought were all prepared to snatch the last divine item after all. The sect of creation's almighty laughed mockingly. "What? You don't have enough crystals, then why don't you stop adding? Let's call it a day." The fairy from the Frost Spirit sect didn't say anything. However, she did not raise the price. It was obvious that they had given up on the fight. As for the mighty figure of the Crimson Flame sect, he gritted his teeth and said, 5.2 million. His tone was no longer as firm as before. It was obvious that this was also the Crimson Flame sect's final bottom line. Dong Xiaoqin also held a small hammer and raised her arm, ready to knock on the wooden table at any time. 5.2 million origin crystals. Is there anyone else who needs to raise the price? At this moment, the sect of creation chuckled and said loudly, 5.3 million. Everyone was in an uproar upon hearing the sect of creation's bid. 5.3 million origin crystals. What a huge amount. Allowing them to take it would probably hurt their sect's power. The Crimson Flame sect also snorted and fell silent. Dong Xiaoqin also smiled and waved the wooden hammer in her hand. The first strike. Is there anyone else who wants to raise the price? With that, she swung the small hammer again. After 3 knocks, Dong Xiaoqin smiled and said, "All right. These 4 pills belong to the seniors of the sect of creation." The sect of creation's almighty smiled and said, "Thank you for letting me win." The people from the various forces congratulated him. Silence returned. They were waiting for the second item. The first and final item might be extremely attractive to the factions that were seated separately, but they did not have the strength and foundation to chase after him. Therefore, they set their sights on the auction items in the middle. The auction held by the sacred hidden chamber of commerce would not disappoint even if it was any item in the middle. At this moment, there was a knock on the door in the purple gold box on the 3rd floor. Yi Qiubai smiled. "Enter." The door was pushed open. An attendant walked in and respectfully handed over a purple card. He said, "This is a purple gold card. It's the card with the largest quota in the sacred hidden chamber of commerce. Among them is a spatial array. There are 5.3 million origin crystals inside. Miss asked me to give it to you." Yi Qiubai took it and asked, 5.3 million, aren't there still commissions? The maidservant smiled and said, "Miss said to treat it as a greeting gift for everyone." Then, the attendant went out and closed the door. Yi Qiubai looked at Dong Xiaoqin on the stage and smiled. As expected of the sacred hidden chamber of commerce, they sure know how to do business. Chapter 292 Chapter 292 Cosmic Stone. Chapter 292 Cosmic Stone. The auction continued. During this period, the goods that appeared also caused the forces in the scattered seats to boil. The sacred hidden chamber of commerce was the #1 chamber of commerce in the boundless realm after all. Naturally, the auction held by them would not be simple. The next item attracted Shisheng's attention. The pillar slowly rose on the auction stage. On it was a fist-sized stone. The stone was spherical without any protrusions or where it looked very smooth. However, Sheng felt an extremely familiar power from the seemingly ordinary round stone. This power was the power of stars. At that moment, Dong Zhaoqin smiled and said, "This auction item is priceless to those who are useful, but to useless people, it looks extremely ordinary. It's even a useless stone. Everyone should be able to sense that the interior of this stone is filled with the power of stars. The power of stars is an extremely special existence among martial cultivators. Now, the method to cultivate the power of stars has also been lost. That's why we placed this stone in the middle instead of the first or the last." When everyone heard this, they nodded slightly and expressed their agreement. Indeed, the power of the stars was recorded in ancient books. The people from the major factions also understood. However, the cultivation method to cultivate the power of stars had long been lost. Therefore, Dong Zhaoqin's words were not wrong. This stone was extremely useful only to martial cultivators who possessed the power of the stars. However, to those who did not cultivate the power of stars, it was just a useless stone. Dong Zhaoqin was not disappointed when she saw everyone's uninterested expressions. After all, this was very normal. There might not be anyone who cultivated the power of stars in the boundless world. Alright, let's proceed with the auction of cosmic stones. The starting bid is 50 origin crystals. 50 origin crystals was considered the lowest priced item in the sacred hidden auction. Moreover, not many people would auction for it, unless they had so many origin crystals that he had nothing to do. Of course, there were usually some forces that were interested in these things. 50 origin crystals. It was the sect of creation. The Crimson Flame sect sneered. Why is there a mighty figure who cultivates the power of stars in the sect of creation? His tone was filled with resentment. It was obvious that they were still angry at the tit-for-tat confrontation during the first round of the auction. The sect of creation chuckled and replied unhurriedly. In any case, it's not expensive. If we buy it and study it, we might be able to develop a cultivation method for the power of the stars. Don't you think so? The Frost Spirit Sect Fairy said. If it were that easy to figure out how to cultivate the power of the stars, it wouldn't have been so easy for hundreds of thousands of years. In the purple gold box on the third floor, I looked at Sheng's expression and smiled. Junior brother, is this useful to you? Sheng nodded heavily. The power of the stars contained in it is enough for me to cultivate without having to enter the night. I can only cultivate when the stars descend. Sheng could cultivate during the day as long as he had this cosmic stone. At the same time, it could also use the power of stars to do many things. Since that was the case, Yi disguised his voice and said, 60 origin crystals. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the purple gold box. This was the first sound that came from the purple gold box. The sect of creation also looked up at the third floor. However, he still cupped his fists and said, since the seniors on the third level want this stone, our sect of creation won't fight for it. Apparently, the sect of creation's almighty assumed that the person in the purple gold box was a top-notch expert. Therefore, his attitude was extremely respectful. The person who possessed the purple gold token still had to be respected after all. Such a person could not be made an enemy. Otherwise, it would bring a calamity to the sect of creation. In the past tens of thousands of years, the sacred hidden chamber of commerce had only given out 3 purple gold tokens. They still didn't know about giving them to Yi and the others. Yi also disguised his voice and said, thank you. The Fortune Gates Almighty was overjoyed. He cupped his fists and replied, no, I wonder if one can invite Senior to the sect of creation as a guest. The expression of the mighty figure of the Crimson Flame sect changed. If the Fortune Gates disciples were to form a relationship with an expert with the purple golden token, it wouldn't be a good thing for them. He was about to say something. The words that came from the purple gold room almost made the Crimson Flame sect laugh out loud. That won't be necessary. The Fortune Gates Almighty sighed, but he didn't think too much about it. It would be strange if they could easily establish connections with an expert of this level so easily after all. Dong Zhaoqin was not surprised. Only the man who cultivated the power of the stars would have won this stone, but this was also deliberately done by the sacred hidden chamber of commerce. Normally, the sacred hidden chamber of commerce would not auction such stones. Instead, they would store them in their own inventory. This kind of thing was useful and useless at the same time. He could not sell it for a high price. He might as well keep it for himself. What if it was useful in the future? However, when Qingfeng arrived, Dong Zhaokan changed her mind. She placed the cosmic stone on the auction stage. He might ask why she didn't give it to him directly. Sometimes, if one tried too hard to win the other party over, this would backfire. That was why Dong Zhaokan had placed this stone in the auction. Only Qingfeng would bid for it after all. After the small wooden hammer landed 3 times, Dong Zhaokan smiled and said, "All right. This cosmic stone will belong to the esteemed guest in the purple gold box." The auction was proceeding slowly, yet it was like a raging fire in the scattered seats. However, Yiqiubai and the other 2 on the second level were not interested in the next auction item. They were all waiting for the final 2 pieces. The first was the legacy of a Tao Convergence Realm expert, and the second was the divine item. Finally, half a day passed. Dong Zhaokan said with a smile, "One believe that you have come to our sacred hidden auction for 2 things. Now, what we're about to auction is the Tao integration stage cultivator's legacy that was supposed to be put up for auction in the first item." With that, the pillar rose. There was a yellow sheepskin scroll lying quietly on the pillar platform. Nothing happened. However, it attracted everyone's attention. That was because it contained the legacy of a Tao Convergence Realm expert. There were not many experts in the Tao Convergence Realm, even in the boundless worlds. Cultivators who could step into the Tao Convergence Realm were all top-notch experts in this realm, or even the entire low-latitude realm. Dong Zhaokan smiled and waved the small wooden hammer in her hand. The inheritance auction will begin next. Chapter 293 Chapter 293 Demonic Abyss Token. Chapter 293 Demonic Abyss Token. After Dong Zhaokan's explanation, everyone knew that it was an ancient scroll made of yellow sheepskin, and it recorded the legacy of a Tao Convergence Realm cultivator who cultivated the Sword Tao. Among them was his lifelong comprehension of the Sword Tao and the sword technique he cultivated. This was extremely tempting to a cultivator, and it was even more so to a cultivator of the Sword Tao. The starting price is 400 organ crystals. Every increase in price cannot be lower than 100. Just as Dong Zhaokan finished speaking, some of the forces that were scattered shouted, 500. Immediately after, another 4 shouted, 700. For the scattered factions, obtaining the Tao Convergence Realm cultivator's legacy would undoubtedly bring about a huge upgrade. Of course, the 3 first-rate factions on the second floor were also quite interested in the Tao integration stage cultivator's legacy. The mighty figure of the Crimson Flame sect smiled and said, "The sect of creation has already paid such a huge price to snatch the elixir. Now, they probably don't have the energy to fight for the inheritance anymore. Right one? Organ crystals." The Frost Spirit sect fairy chuckled. She raised the bid even though she didn't mock him. 2 million. Hearing the bids of the 2 first-rate factions, the expressions of the forces below also changed slightly. It was not only because they did not have enough foundation and did not have the strength to fight for it. It was also because they did not dare to offend these 3 powers. The other party's foundation and strength had far surpassed them. When the sect of creation heard their mockery, their expressions turned ugly. However, he did not regret it. The 4 elixirs were more useful than the legacy of a Tao Convergence Realm expert after all. Next up was the battle between the Crimson Flame sect and the Frost Spirit sect. The price soared. Soon, it reached 2 million origin crystals. When it reached 5 million, the Frost Spirit sect suddenly stopped bidding. The Crimson Flame sect was also slightly stunned before they realized that the other party's goal was not the Tao Convergence Realm inheritance. It was the divine item after that. The reason why she raised the price was to reduce the financial strength of the Crimson Flame sect. When the sect of creation saw this, he couldn't help but smile. "Fairy, you're really good." After being stunned for a moment, the Crimson Flame sect sneered. Even so, do you think you can easily obtain the divine item after that? The final goal of the three forces was that divine item. Naturally, they had made sufficient preparations. Dong Xiaoqin also dropped her small wooden hammer and said, "Congratulations to everyone from the Crimson Flame sect for inheriting the Tao Convergence Realm Powerhouse's legacy." In the purple gold room, Blackie asked, "Senior brother, don't you want it?" Yi Qiubai was a sword cultivator. The inheritance of a Tao Convergence Realm sword cultivator should also be helpful to Yi Qiubai. Shi Sheng also looked over in confusion. Yi Qiubai smiled and said indifferently, "Even though I'm a little tempted, it's not to this extent. How can the sword technique master gave me be weaker than the so-called Tao Convergence Realm inheritance after all?" The two of them shook their heads decisively. "What's more, one shouldn't bite off more than one can chew. I have many sword techniques now. Only by comprehending these and improving my sword principle realm can I become stronger." Blackie was enlightened. Next, there was a moment of silence in the secret hidden auction venue. The atmosphere became more and more tense with the silence, because the last item was about to appear. Almost all the factions had come for this divine item. This was also the reason why the sacred hidden chamber of commerce would make an exception and hold an auction in this border city. At this moment, an old man quietly appeared on the auction stage. In fact, no one realized when this old man had stood on the auction stage. Apparently, this old man was an expert from the sacred hidden chamber of commerce, the people from the sect of creation, the Crimson Flame sect, and the Frost Spirit sect narrowed their eyes. I didn't expect one of the 8 revered elders of the sacred hidden chamber of commerce to come here. Jian Liancheng was a top-notch sword cultivator at that time. Later on, he joined the sacred hidden chamber of commerce and has already reached the beginner stage Tao Convergence Realm. The Tao Convergence Realm could be said that it already represented the strongest combat strength of this realm. Looks like the sacred hidden chamber of commerce values this auction very much. Jian Liancheng came here also to prevent people from fighting over it after the divine item appeared. Dong Xiaoqin smiled and said, "I believe everyone knows Senior Jian. Since you know him, don't have any ulterior motives. Next, I'm going to reveal the identity of the divine item." With that, he pulled open the red cloth. A monstrous demonic kai. At this moment, he soared into the sky. This demonic kai actually affected their minds. Countless auras erupted at this moment. Defend against this powerful demonic kai. Dong Xiaoqin was fine because Jian Liancheng was standing in front of him. Even he had to pull out the scabbard slightly to resist it. In the purple gold room, Blackie, who was initially at a loss, suddenly raised his eyebrows. His eyes were fixed on the pillar platform below. This fiend kai seemed to come from the same source as him. Demonic aura emanated from Blackie's body uncontrollably. Fortunately, the willow leaf on Blackie's chest emitted a jade-green glow. He suppressed this demonic kai so that it would not spread to the outside world. Yi Qiubai seemed to have noticed Blackie's abnormality. He frowned and asked, "Blackie, is that thing related to you?" Blackie shook his head and frowned. He said in a deep voice, "One don't know what it is either, but it must have something to do with me." The demonic kai released by the token on the pillar platform reflected the demonic kai in his body. Yi Qiubai nodded and said, "Don't worry. Well, just bid for it." It was rare to see Blackie like this. Presumably, the black badge on it was extremely useful to him. Blackie also nodded. Dong Xiaoqin stood on the auction stage, behind Jian Lion City. She smiled and said, "I believe everyone can sense that this is a divine object filled with demonic nature. We don't know the exact function, but why is it called a divine object? It's because it comes from the demonic abyss. The demonic abyss is one of the forbidden areas of life in the boundless realm. When our sacred hidden chamber of commerce explored it, we only brought out this token at the cost of countless experts. I believe it will be very useful. Therefore, there is no starting price, nor is there a limit to the price increase. Everyone, the highest bidder wins." The sect of creation's voice was heard. 5 million origin crystals. Everyone sat down. It had nothing to do with them anymore. It wasn't just because they were weaker financially, since it had to do with the demonic abyss. Even if they obtained the token, with their strength, they would probably not be able to enjoy this forbidden zone. Chapter 294 Chapter 294 in full swing. Chapter 294 in full swing. In the boundless realm, were 3 recognized forbidden areas for life. The first place was the dragon burial plains. Rumor had it that there was a true dragon's corpse buried there. However, even though the true dragon had died, its might was still present. The plains were filled with the pressure of a dragon, as well as the monstrous resentment of a true dragon. Legend had it that 10 years ago, a top force went to the dragon burial plains. However, there were countless casualties. After coming out, not only did they obtain nothing, but the top-notch experts who came out also seemed to have been cursed. In the past 3 years, they had lost their minds and slaughtered everywhere. In the end, he was killed by the combined forces of several experts. At that time, he had speculated that it was because of the true dragon's resentment. The second place was the Nether King's death ground. The Netherworld Kai was also shocking. It was a top-notch, evil cultivator who had died here. And this third one was the demonic abyss that everyone was talking about. Outside the boundary mountain, no one knew what was inside. However, there was a stone tablet at the entrance of the demonic abyss. On the stone tablet were the words demonic abyss. Therefore, it was called the demonic abyss. Everyone had such an expression when Dong Xiaoqin revealed the origin of this divine item. Our sacred hidden chamber of commerce paid a huge price to bring this token out. We can't see through it ourselves, but it's undeniable that this demonic abyss token is the key to opening the important item in the demonic abyss. After saying that, among the scattered seats, a faction asked, then why doesn't the sacred hidden chamber of commerce take it themselves? Dong Xiaoqin did not answer. Instead, she looked at Jian Liansheng. Jian Liansheng answered on his behalf. I'm sure everyone has heard of Mo Yuan's reputation. Even if our sacred hidden chamber of commerce obtains the things inside, our strength will probably be greatly reduced. We're just a chamber of commerce. After weighing the pros and cons, we've decided to give the opportunity to everyone here. This explanation was very reasonable. No one could refute him. The sacred hidden chamber of commerce was powerful and had a terrifying foundation. There was really no need to take this risk, even if they did not obtain it. The sacred hidden chamber of commerce was still the #1 chamber of commerce in this boundless realm. This status could not be shaken. Dong Xiaoqin smiled and waved her hand. Therefore, everyone knows the reason. Our sacred hidden chamber of commerce has decided to auction this token. The starting price is 0. Everyone, feel free to bid. The highest bidder wins. No one auctioned for it after she finished speaking. The factions in the scattered seats were even more silent, not to mention whether they had the resources to bid for this token. Even if they got it, they probably wouldn't be qualified to explore the demonic abyss. Only the top factions in the inner land had the qualifications. On the second floor, the sect of Creation's Almighty smiled and said, "Why you two don't want it?" The mighty figure of the Crimson Flame sect sneered. "What's the hurry? Why don't your sect of Creation name a price first?" The Frost Spirit sect fairy remained silent. Presumably, they did not want to bid first. However, when the 3 of them were afraid of each other, in the purple gold box on the 3rd floor, Yi Qiubai's disguised voice sounded, 3 million origin crystals. Everyone's expression changed. They all raised their heads and looked at the purple gold box on the 3rd floor that was flickering with a weak purple light. The sect of Creation frowned as well. The people on the 3rd floor also wanted to snatch this badge. In that case, this matter might not end so easily. Dong Xiaoqin also looked over with her charming phoenix eyes with slight surprise. They also wanted this token. However, if their master who refined these 4 elixirs was behind them, they might really be qualified to explore the demonic abyss. Alright. The esteemed guest in the purple gold room has bid 3 million origin crystals. Everyone. Is there anyone else who wants to raise the price? The Frost Spirit sect fairy said. I'm sorry, senior. But the Frost Spirit sect is determined to get this token 4 million origin crystals. 4 million? Anyone else? Not to be outdone. The Crimson Flame sect smiled and said, "What a coincidence. Our Crimson Flame sect is also a little curious about this token. 5 million origin crystals." The mighty figure of the Fortune Gate sneered, his tone filled with ridicule. "With the strength of the two sects, do you think you have the ability to explore the demonic abyss? Let my sect of creation take the lead and explore the dangers of the demonic abyss for everyone." 6 million origin crystals. The factions in the scattered seats watched this scene. They were all terrified. Every increment reached 1 million origin crystals. As expected, the first-rate forces in the inland were all rich and overbearing. The depth of their foundation was not something they could compare to. 6 million. The 4 pills they auctioned only earned more than 5 million origin crystals. It has already exceeded this amount now. However, looking at Blackie's solemn expression, this token was probably very important to Blackie. Thinking of this, EQBI called the maid over and said, "Go and ask Miss Dong if we can owe some origin crystals on credit first. After the auction ends, you'll give them something they're interested in exchange." The attendant was slightly stunned, but she did not ask further. She nodded and left. Then, he said something to Dong Xiaoqin on the auction stage. Dong Xiaoqin smiled gently and said something to the maid. Only then did the attendant arrive at the private room. He smiled and said to EQBI, "Miss said that you can. You have the purple gold token and the purple gold card. You can owe 20 million origin crystals on credit in the Sacred Hidden Chamber of Commerce without any collateral." EQBI nodded. The Sacred Hidden Chamber of Commerce was indeed worthy of being the #1 chamber of commerce in the boundless region. The title was well deserved. With these 20 million origin crystals, EQBI also had the confidence to bid 10 million origin crystals. As soon as he said this, the 3 first-rate forces on the second floor were all shocked. Was he that strong? He directly raised the price to 10 million origin crystals. Everyone looked at this scene in shock in the scattered seats. Who was that big shot in the purple gold box? His tone was so calm, yet he raised the bid to 10 million just like that. Or was this 10 million just a small sum to them? Dong Xiaoqin smiled on stage and said, "The esteemed guest in the purple gold box bids 10 million origin crystals." On the second floor, inside the sect of creation's private room, the 2 elders looked at each other and gritted their teeth. Our sect of creation must obtain this token. What it contains might allow the sect of creation to stand at the peak of this boundless realm. With that, one of the elders gritted his teeth and said, 11 million origin crystals. The mighty figure of the Crimson Flame sect was slightly shocked and cursed. Is the sect of creation crazy? Previously, they had already spent more than 5 million to bid for the pill. Now, they are bidding for 11 million origin crystals. Where did they get so many origin crystals? The Frost Spirit sect foresight and gave up. Clearly, this had exceeded their budget. Chapter 295 Chapter 295 Undercurrent. Chapter 295 Undercurrent. No one had expected this. The price had already reached 10 million origin crystals after just a few bids. It could be said that this was very rare among the previous auction items of the Sacred Hidden Auction, let alone an auction held in this border city. The mighty figure of the Crimson Flame sect gritted his teeth. This time, they had traveled thousands of miles to Dragon Enlightenment City for this demonic abyss token, but this price could be said to have far exceeded their expectations. In the Crimson Flame sect's private room, a man in a black robe said, "Regardless of the price, if you bid for it, the benefits will not be insignificant." The mighty figure of the Crimson Flame sect only calmed down after hearing those words. He looked at the black-robed man and said respectfully, "I understand." Then, he reported the price. 12 million. 12 million. That meant another million origin crystals were added. Probably, the price of this demonic abyss token was going to exceed 15 million. The mighty figure of the Fortune Gate looked in the direction of the Crimson Flame sect and frowned slightly. He said in confusion, "The foundation of the Crimson Flame sect shouldn't be so strong. 12 million is enough for the Crimson Flame sect to spend a lot of resources. In fact, it could even be said to be a serious injury. The liquid funds that could be used by a sect or a family faction were actually much less than what they had on the surface." The liquid capital of 12 million origin crystals was a lot even for a first-rate faction like the Crimson Flame sect. It could be said that it was impossible to take it out so easily. Who in the Crimson Flame sect wanted to take down this demon abyss token, and what was its use? The sect of Creation's Almighty couldn't understand. Just as they were thinking, Yikubai's disguised voice sounded without hesitation. 14 million. He directly increased the bid by 2 million and his tone was still calm. The expressions of Crimson Flame sect and the sect of Creation changed. On the stage, Dong Xiaoqin also took a deep look at the purple gold box. He did have some tricks up his sleeve. In fact, this was indeed Yikubai's scheme. They were originally in the purple gold box on the 3rd floor. The other party did not know who was in the private room. They only thought that the person in the private room with the purple gold token was definitely extraordinary, and every time he raised the price so high, it would only make others think that he was fearless. This way, he would also release a smoke bomb, let the other party think that Yikubai was very rich and didn't care about this at all. This way, he could obtain the demonic abyss token more easily. As expected, after weighing the pros and cons, the sect of Creation snorted and said, "Then congratulations to the senior in the purple gold box. My sect of Creation withdraws 14 million origin crystals." The origin crystals brought by the sect of Creation were still enough to fight for it, but it was extremely limited. Since the other party was so fearless, he definitely had more origin crystals. If the sect of Creation hadn't spent a large sum of money on the 4 pills in the first auction, they might have been able to fight for them. He had clearly lost his qualifications. In the private room of the Crimson Flame sect, the expression of the mighty person changed slightly. "Sir, 14 million has already exceeded the origin crystals we brought." The black-robed figure nodded. He raised his head and looked deeply at the purple gold box. His gaze was penetrating. It was as if they wanted to see through who was fighting with them in the private room. "Then forget it. Let this token stay in their hands for a while. Once it's warm, you can let go." The pupils of the mighty figure of the Crimson Flame sect constricted. "Your Excellency." "You mean?" The black-robed man's tone was cold. "Literally. This demonic abyss token is extremely important to us. We have to obtain it by hook or by crook. But the other party is someone with a purple gold token." The purple gold token. Up until now, the sacred hidden chamber of commerce had only given out 3. Even the emperor of the Boundless dynasty did not possess one. It could be seen how important it was. At the same time, how powerful would the person with the purple gold token be? The black-robed man's body emitted a faint black demonic aura. The Crimson Flame sect could sense this demonic Kai and took half a step back. He released his spiritual Kai and barely resisted the demonic Kai. "Anyone who opposes us and obstructs our plans must be eliminated. Furthermore, the purple gold token, so what?" "Of course." The mighty figure of the Crimson Flame sect did not hear this last sentence. However, since the person in front of him had said so, the Crimson Flame sect could only remain silent. They could not afford to offend him after all. Dong Xiaoqin scanned her surroundings, but her gaze was still focused on the 3 private rooms on the 2nd floor. 14 million origin crystals. Is there anyone else who wants to raise the price? Seeing that no one spoke, Dong Xiaoqin dropped the small wooden hammer in her hand, until the 3rd time, when Dong Xiaoqin smiled and said, "Congratulations to the esteemed guest in the purple gold box for obtaining this demonic abyss token. Also, let me remind everyone that if anyone kills and steals outside, they will be blacklisted by our sacred hidden chamber of commerce. Of course, you can do whatever you want after leaving the sacred hidden chamber of commerce's site." As soon as he finished speaking, the sacred hidden auction had officially ended. The people from the various factions also left one after another. Of course, there were also people who sat on the spot, wanting to see who the person in the purple gold box was, to be able to obtain the purple gold token. In the Crimson Flame sect's private room, the black-robed man said, "Get ready." After that, the black-robed man disappeared. The Fortune Gate's Almighty sighed. In the end, they had no fate with them. He wanted to get to know the people in the purple gold box, but after thinking about it, he still prepared to leave. such a person would probably not show up easily. As for the frost spirit sect, they had left long ago. Ikubai and the other two had already walked out of another door in the purple gold room. This door could lead directly to the resting room of the sacred hidden chamber of commerce. This lounge was the exclusive lounge of the purple gold private room. At the same time, it was also used to secretly collect items. When Ikubai and the other two arrived at the lounge, Dong Xiuqin and one of the 10 revered elders of the sacred hidden chamber of commerce, Jian Liancheng, were already waiting here. Seeing Ikubai and the other two arrive, Jian Liancheng opened his eyes and sized up the three of them. In the end, his gaze landed on Ikubai. He's a good seedling for a sword cultivator. Dong Xiuqin took a step forward and took out 2 boxes with a smile. The items you auctioned are all here. Ikubai smiled and took it. Thank you, Miss Dong. Dong Xiuqin covered her mouth and chuckled. You're welcome. It's just our sacred hidden chamber of commerce's investment in you. Ikubai nodded and said, then I'll barter for the 14 million yuan. Is that okay? Dong Xiuqin was slightly stunned. There's no need to be in such a hurry. However, before he could finish his sentence, another pure jade bottle appeared in Ikubai's hand. Chapter 296 Chapter 296 Secret Killing Intent. Chapter 296 Secret Killing Intent. Dong Xiuqin was alarmed as she looked at the pure jade bottle in Ikubai's hand. Pills, she asked. Ikubai nodded and affirmed her suspicion. Pills. This should be enough to exchange for 14 million origin crystals. Dong Xiuqin and Jian Liancheng looked at each other. Both of them saw a trace of seriousness in each other's eyes. What kind of pill could be worth 14 million origin crystals? Of course, Dong Xiuqin didn't think that someone like Ikubai would bluff. He was naturally confident that it was even better than the 4 medicinal pills just now. Dong Xiuqin took it with a serious expression. There was only 1 pill in the pure jade bottle. It was red with 3 ancient golden patterns engraved on it. It flickered with a weak golden light. This pill was also refined by Lu Chengsheng and was called the Red Dragon Vajra pill. After consuming it, not only would invisible dragon scales appear on the surface of the body, these dragon scales could resist the full-strength attack of an expert. As for how strong he was, even Lu Chengsheng himself didn't know. However, the aura contained in it made Jian Liancheng frown slightly. After Ikubai explained this effect, Dong Xiuqin's expression was also serious. She looked at Jian Liancheng and asked, Uncle Jian, can you break it? Jian Liancheng shook his head and said, I'm afraid that we won't be able to break through the defense even if we go all out. It could withstand an all-out attack from a Dao Convergence Realm expert. In that case, it could also mean that the value of this medicinal pill was not lower than the previous 4 medicinal pills. Dong Xiuqin shook her head slightly and said, this might not be enough. Ikubai smiled and said, don't be anxious. I'm not done yet. There are other effects. Under Dong Xiuqin's slightly stunned gaze, Ikubai continued, after covering the dragon scale, the dragon aura contained in it will subtly change the strength of the user's body. At the same time, it can further temper the user's muscles and bones. Therefore, not only could the pill save the user's life by withstanding an attack from a Dao Convergence Realm expert, it could also temper a martial cultivator's body and bones. Jian Liancheng asked with a serious expression. It can be strengthened no matter what realm it is. Ikubai smiled and nodded. In theory, yes. These were his master's words, but he had never tried it before. Previously, he had already consumed a medicinal pill that was better than this to temper his physique and body. Lu Chengsheng had refined this pill just to save Ikubai's life. Ikubai still had 2 in his storage ring. Jian Liancheng could not help but gasp. If that was the case, the sacred hidden chamber of commerce was probably the one who took advantage of the 14 million origin crystals. One had to know that his muscles and bones were already very difficult to change and strengthen. If he strengthened his muscles and bones on this foundation, it would be easier for him to break through in the future. If the spiritual Kai in his body was compared to water, his physical body, bones, and tendons were the bottles that contained water. If the bottle was not big enough, inclusive, Or hard enough? How could it contain more spiritual kai? Yiqiubai looked at their expressions and smiled. Why is this still not enough? Dong Xiaoqin nodded and said, enough. However, are you sure you don't want to keep this pill for yourselves? Yiqiubai and the other two looked at each other and smiled. Their physical bodies and bones could be said to have reached an extreme. There was no need to take this pill anymore. Seeing this, Dong Xiaoqin nodded and accepted the pure jade bottle before storing it into her storage ring. Yiqiubai was also prepared to bid farewell. In that case, we'll take our leave first. Dong Xiaoqin smiled and sent the three of them to the door. If you need anything in the future, you can look for me. Of course. After this matter, one will also leave Dragon Enlightenment City. If you're looking for me, you can come to Boundless Imperial City directly. You can also send me a message through the Sacred Hidden Chamber of Commerce's encampment. Looking at the backs of Yiqiubai and the other two, Dong Xiaoqin said, Uncle Jian, who do you think is behind them? There were probably only a few people in the entire low-latitude realm who could refine such a pill. Jian Liansheng shook his head and said, this pill is unheard of and has never been seen before. Dong Xiaoqin had never seen it before, so she could only sigh and say, forget it. I'll maintain my relationship with them first. One day, you'll be able to see the person behind them. But Uncle Jian, I'll have to trouble you to protect the three of them for a while. Jian Liansheng nodded slightly, not surprised by this. With a flash, he disappeared from the spot. Dong Xiaoqin looked up at the sky and muttered softly, we can't let them die otherwise. The Sacred Hidden Chamber of Commerce's investment will fail. The streets of the Dragon Enlightenment City were much more prosperous than Rising Cloud City. This could be seen from the cultivation realms of these loose cultivators, which was a level higher than Rising Cloud City. On the way, Shisheng asked in confusion. Big senior brother, from the looks of it, that elixir is clearly worth more than 14 million origin crystals. Right? Blackie also looked at Yiqiubai with a puzzled expression. Yiqiubai chuckled. His eyes were deep as he said, of course one no. However, that medicinal pill is not only used to repay the debt, but also to show them our strength. That was the only way that the Sacred Hidden Chamber of Commerce would value them more. In this way, more convenience could be provided. Yiqiubai swept his gaze around and said, did you notice that ever since we left the Sacred Hidden Chamber of Commerce's encampment, a few cultivators targeting us have been following us? He also noticed a few traces of killing intent, but he did not expose them. During the day, Shisheng's star power could not be unleashed to the extreme. However, he also discovered those faint auras under Yiqiubai's reminder. Yiqiubai continued, then, the pill I gave is also meaningful. The three of them left Dragon Enlightenment City, preparing to return to Rising Cloud City and hand over the mission. That were the rules of the Mercenary Guild. This was Rising Cloud City's Mercenary Guild's performance. When the three of them left Rising Cloud City, while walking in the Boundary Mountain, the surroundings were already desolate. Night was slowly falling. The stars that filled the sky hung in the dark sky, dotted with starlight. At this moment, Shisheng's face darkened. Senior brother, it seems like they can't hold it in anymore. Yiqiubai also smiled and said, you really know how to choose a spot. He looked around. There were only 2 escape routes. However, Yiqiubai didn't plan to escape blindly. Chapter 297 Chapter 297 Killing Intent suddenly appeared. Chapter 297 Killing Intent suddenly appeared. In the dark night, under the stars in the sky, the killing intent was not concealed. It even more clearly enveloped Yiqiubai and the other two. Under this starry sky, Shisheng's overall strength had increased. At the same time, it also included perception. Sensing his surroundings, Shisheng opened his eyes. A ray of starlight flashed across his eyes as he said, there are 8 people. 7 of them are half-step sovereigns, and 1 of them is above half-step martial monarch realm expert, an expert above the half-step martial monarch realm. However, it could be sensed by Shisheng. In other words, a martial monarch realm expert. Yiqiubai chuckled. They are quite generous. Yiqiubai wasn't surprised. They had already thought of this after obtaining the demonic abyss token after all. Which one of the boxes on the second floor did they belong to? Or were all three factions involved? Equbi didn't consider the factions that were small and scattered. There were two reasons. Even though the demonic abyss token was very tempting. Firstly, Equbi and the other two were owners of the purple gold token. If they attacked, they would be going against the sacred hidden chamber of commerce. With their strength, they did not have the qualifications to contend with the number one chamber of commerce in this boundless world. Secondly, even if they obtained this demon abyss token from Equbi, they did not have the strength to explore the demonic abyss. The demonic abyss was one of the three forbidden areas of life in the boundless world. What did the forbidden zone of life mean? Extreme danger. Even Tao Convergence realm experts would have a high chance of dying if they entered. So how could these scattered factions explore it? Therefore, there were only three first-rate forces on the second floor. Equbi chuckled and said, "Everyone can be considered seniors. Do you still need to hide when facing the three of us?" After a long while, a voice responded in the unusually quiet valley. "Kid, your temperament is not bad. You're not afraid in the face of danger." As soon as he finished speaking, 8 figures had already surrounded Equbi and the other two. The faces of the 8 people were all covered by spiritual kai, so their true appearances could not be seen. But you have a purple gold token amongst you. One was at the Kainyuan realm, and the other two seemed to be at the Void God realm. There was actually someone with a purple gold token. This was too unbelievable. That was impossible just judging from their strengths. Because of the power behind them, the sacred hidden chamber of commerce's purple gold token would not do that. Talent. Their realms were not ridiculous. However, no matter what, this had nothing to do with them. Their mission was to snatch the demon abyss token in Equbi and the other two's hands. Since you've discovered us, you should know our goal. Hand it over and 111 give you a quick death. There was no way they would let them live. They could not leave any future troubles after all, so they had to get rid of the roots. Equbi chuckled and pulled out the dark demon sword. Since we're going to die anyway, why don't we try our best to fight for that chance of survival? With that, Sword Ancestor's sword intent soared into the sky. The sword domain surrounded these 8 people with Equbi as the center. Sword Ancestor. It was quite something. The 8 of them frowned slightly and looked at Blackie. 3 lines appeared on Blackie's body at the same time, and his physical strength increased explosively. That terrifying physical strength actually caused the air to emit sonic booms with every move Blackie made. What shocked the 8 of them the most was the honest-looking man. The power in his body had actually fused with the power of the stars in the sky. Streams of deep star power actually bloomed from Shishang's starry sky Danshan at this moment. The power of stars. The cultivator of the power of the stars, who had been lost for countless years, had once again appeared in everyone's vision at this moment. If that was the case, they could understand why the sacred hidden chamber of commerce would give the purple gold token to these 3 juniors. At the same time, it also gave rise to endless killing intent in the hearts of these 8 people, since they had already offended such a person. If they did not get rid of them as soon as possible, they would only leave behind future troubles. In that case, attack. The martial monarch realm expert didn't say anything else. He directly ordered the other 7 to attack. He also suddenly waved his hands. A terrifying aura of the martial monarch realm erupted at this moment. It actually directly surrounded this place. It could be said that they had sealed off Equbi and the other two's escape route. This was also the terrifying aspect of martial monarch realm experts. Such a huge cage could be maintained without relying on the power of the array formation. Martial monarch realm experts could communicate with the power of heaven and earth to a certain extent. As for the formation, it also borrowed the power of nature. To put it bluntly, they had the same goal. However, he didn't know that Equbi and the other 2 had no intention of retreating. He watched as the 7 people suddenly rushed over. Equbi and the other 2's eyes were filled with battle intent. Sword intent spread out, and the sword domain covered the sky. Waves of sword intent gathered into a long river of sword intent, turning into a huge dark sword again. The huge dark sword slashed down as Equbi moved. Blackie clenched his fists and retracted them to his waist. He stomped on the ground. At this moment, the ground cracked. Countless cracks continued to extend. Fight! A low growl sounded. Blackie was like a ferocious beast that had escaped its cage. He charged towards the 3 half-step martial monarch realm experts in front of him. Qingfeng was not to be outdone either. The power of the stars gathered on the Emperor Ming's mystic axe in Qingfeng's hand. It actually made a buzzing sound which was extremely deep and heavy. It slashed forward and was like a falling star. The might that the 3 of them displayed shocked the 7 of them. These 3 attacks actually made them feel threatened. The martial monarch realm expert's eyes suddenly emitted monstrous killing intent. These 3 people must not be left alive. At that cultivation realm, he was able to unleash an attack capable of killing a half-step martial monarch realm expert. Once such a person became an martial monarch realm expert, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thinking of this, the martial monarch realm expert stopped watching the battle. With a step forward, the martial monarch realm aura suppressed the 3 of them. Exudes and the other 2 suddenly stopped. Martial monarch realm experts were indeed extraordinary. How could such a huge gap between them be easily made up for? The 3 attacks were also directly resolved by this martial monarch realm expert with a slight wave of his hand. The attacks of the 7 half-step martial monarch realm experts arrived one after another. Exudes didn't panic at all when he saw this scene. Instead, he smiled and said, "Are you still not planning to attack?" As soon as he finished speaking, before anyone could react, a sword fell from the sky. It landed in front of Exudes and the other 2. He blocked all 7 attacks. However, the sword did not move at all. The martial monarch realm expert also said in shock, "Which senior is it? It's better for senior not to interfere in this matter." Lest, however, when an old man appeared beside the sword, the martial monarch realm expert's pupils suddenly constricted. The old man glanced at him indifferently and said, "Lest." Chapter 298 Chapter 298 Might of the Tao Convergence Realm Expert. Chapter 298 Might of the Tao Convergence Realm Expert. The martial monarch realm expert was shocked looking at the old man in front of him. How was this possible? Why would he make a move? As for the other 7 half-step martial monarch realm experts, they clearly could not recognize the old man. However, the old man in front of them blocked their attacks with a sword. Presumably, his strength far exceeded theirs. This also made the 7 half-step martial monarch realm experts not dare to rashly attack. Cultivation practitioners who could reach this realm weren't stupid. Unlike those brainless people who did not know how to size up the other party's strength. They did not think that they were the number 1 in the world and attacked directly, only to be killed. Such a person did not exist. It was also impossible for him to cultivate the half-step martial monarch realm alive. The old man lifted the broad-handled heavy sword that was floating in the air and looked at the 8 people indifferently. "Why do you still want to take revenge on me? Or do you want to take revenge on the faction behind me?" The sword intent that the old man unintentionally revealed made everyone present feel a piercing sensation as they spoke. This person's sword Tao cultivation had already reached the level of a sword saint. Moreover, this sword intent even surpassed the strength of Exudes' sword intent from the heavenly demon sword saint and the others. Perhaps it was not just the sword saint. The 7 half-step martial monarch realm experts were also shocked. The sword intent that was unintentionally revealed. It made them feel the threat of death. Such strength was not something that they could contend against. The martial monarch realm expert hurriedly cupped his fists and bowed. "Senior Jian, we definitely didn't mean that. However, that demon abyss token is too important to us. We can't do this." The old man was one of the 10 revered elders of the sacred hidden chamber of commerce. A beginner-stage Tao convergence realm sword cultivator. Jian Liancheng. Jian Liancheng's tone was cold and filled with killing intent. "Then do you know the identities of these 3 young friends? They all have purple gold tokens on them. They are the distinguished guests of our sacred hidden chamber of commerce. You dare to use the method of killing and robbing on them. Isn't this going against our sacred hidden chamber of commerce?" Upon hearing this news, the expressions of the martial monarch realm experts and the other 7 half-step martial monarch realm experts froze, and their pupils suddenly constricted. His face was filled with disbelief. What? All three of them had the purple gold tokens. The martial monarch realm experts hurriedly said, Senior Giant, we didn't know about this before. Please be lenient. Well, leave now. We definitely won't find trouble with these three young friends in the future. Leave. Chen Liancheng's eyes remained calm, like the surface of a calm lake. There were no ripples in the ancient well. However, it was also because of this abnormally calm gaze. This caused the hearts of the 8 experts to tremble. What do you think the outside world will think of our sacred hidden chamber of commerce if we let you leave? Or rather, what will these 3 young friends think of us? They gave them the purple gold tokens. However, people immediately came to kill and steal them after they left the city. Didn't this mean that the sacred hidden chamber of commerce was incompetent? Then what was the value of this purple golden token? For a chamber of commerce, the credibility and prestige in the eyes of others were indispensable. The expression of the martial monarch realm experts changed drastically. They took a step back, and the spiritual Kai in their bodies began to circulate crazily, preparing to escape at any time. However, he was still unwilling to give up hope. He quickly said, Senior Giant, don't worry. We won't tell anyone about this. If word gets out, the 8 of us will pay with our heads. Giant Liancheng shook his head. His gaze landed on the heavy sword in his hand. He held the thick hilt in one hand and caressed the huge sword with the other. It was as if he treated this broad-handled heavy sword as his lover. There are some things that only the dead can completely rot in their stomachs. And killing you won't cause any trouble for the sacred hidden chamber of commerce. Why should I let you live and let the sacred hidden chamber of commerce bear this invisible danger? The story of the farmer and the snake. It was not uncommon in the cultivation world. People like Giant Liancheng, who had cultivated for such a long time, were even more strange. Therefore, Giant Liancheng could not completely trust the promise made by a living person. Only the dead could bring the secret into the cycle of reincarnation. However, if Senior Giant lets us go, I believe the factions behind us will repay the sacred hidden chamber of commerce. There's no need. Giant Liancheng interrupted the martial monarch realm experts. He raised his eyebrows and slowly raised the broad-handled heavy sword in his hand. He said indifferently, The sacred hidden chamber of commerce doesn't need you to surrender. In other words, you are not worthy. Giant Liancheng's patience seemed to have been worn out. Before the martial monarch realm experts could make their final struggle, he gently swung the broad-handled heavy sword in his hand. At this moment, spiritual Kai surged in this world. The wind blew everywhere. At this moment, it was as if a huge object had collided with the entire critical mountain range. It kept vibrating. Ikubai and the other 2's expressions changed slightly as they couldn't help but retreat. The incomparably huge spiritual Kai that was like the power of heaven and earth gathered in his body. Even if Giant Liancheng's back was facing them, and he did not release his spiritual Kai at them, Ikubai and the other 2 also had an irresistible feeling. So this was a Tao Convergence realm expert. This was on a completely different level from the martial monarch realm experts they had seen previously. This huge spiritual Kai fluctuation was simply worlds apart. As for the 8 people who were facing Lianjian City, they were in an even more miserable state at this moment. Among them, 2 half-step martial monarch realm experts were the closest to Sword Lion City. He was crushed into a bloody mist under the pressure of this spiritual Kai. There was nothing left of his soul either. Just the spiritual Kai that erupted caused the souls of these 2 half-step martial monarch realm experts to dissipate. What kind of terrifying strength was this? The martial monarch realm expert used his full strength to resist the huge spiritual Kai that surged over. He was terrified. Under the Tao Convergence realm, even martial monarch realm experts were only ants. What he said was true. He was like an ant in front of a Tao Convergence realm powerhouse like Jian Liancheng. The remaining 5 half-step martial monarch realm experts gritted their teeth and wanted to retreat. However, Jian Liancheng did not give the other party a chance at all. The wisps of sword intent followed like shadows. In an instant, it pierced through the glabella of the 5 half-step martial monarch realm experts. There was no resistance at all. In an instant, sword intent instant kill. The martial monarch realm expert gritted his teeth when he saw this scene. He couldn't wait any longer and directly burned the blood essence in his body and the spiritual Kai in his danshan. At this moment, his strength skyrocketed. In a short period of time, he broke through the spiritual Kai pressure exerted on him by Jian Liancheng. Then, he took out a jade pendant and suddenly crushed it. A space intent. At this moment, he forcefully circulated it. This martial monarch realm expert wanted to escape. However, at this moment, Shi Sheng attacked. At this moment, the power of the stars in the sky scattered around the martial monarch realm expert. Chapter 299 Chapter 299 Dao Law of Reincarnation. Chapter 299 Dao Law of Reincarnation. The power of stars was not only extremely powerful, it was also mysterious and heavy. At the same time, it also had the power of sealing. With Shi Sheng's current power, it was impossible to completely suppress the spatial teleportation brought about by external objects, but it was still possible to delay for a breath. The spatial ripples produced by the spatial power paused for a moment around that martial monarch realm expert. Many things could already be done in a breath's time in front of a Dao convergence realm powerhouse like Jian Liancheng. Jian Liancheng suddenly stretched out a hand and clenched it towards the martial monarch realm experts. At the same time, the jade pendant in the hands of the martial monarch realm expert shattered with a crack. The expressions of the martial monarch realm experts changed drastically seeing this scene. Despair appeared in his eyes. At this moment, his last hope was destroyed. Jian Liancheng looked at this martial monarch realm expert and said coldly, "Tell me, which faction are you from? The sect of creation or the crimson flame sect?" As for why the frost spirit sect wasn't mentioned, it was because there were no men in the frost spirit sect. They only recruited women. The frost spirit sect's cultivation techniques were only suitable for women after all. The martial monarch realm expert smiled sadly and said, "In any case, I won't be able to escape death. So why say it? However, before I die, one want to ask, how did you do it?" He looked at Shi Sheng. Shi Sheng did not say anything. For those who were about to die and those who wanted him to kill them, Shi Sheng had nothing to say to them. Jian Liancheng was not willing to stall for time. Since the other party was unwilling to say anything, there was nothing else to ask. Thinking of this, a sword intent shot out from between his fingers and pierced through the glabella of the martial monarch realm expert. At this moment, this martial monarch realm expert was like an ant in the hands of Jian Liancheng. He could not resist at all and his soul was destroyed. Hence, Jian Liancheng also retracted his spiritual Kai. The spiritual Kai pressure that wreaked havoc in the surroundings slowly dissipated. However, the cracked mountain peaks also showed that a top expert had once attacked here. Jian Liancheng turned around and looked at Yi Qiubai and the other two. Yi Qiubai cupped his fists and smiled. "Thank you, senior." Jian Liancheng waved his hand and stared at Yi Qiubai. "After giving you that pill, you already knew that we would protect you in the dark, right?" Yi Qiubai smiled and didn't say anything. However, Jian Liancheng also understood from Yi Qiubai's expression. Ever since Yi Qiubai revealed that the faction behind him was not simple, Jian Liancheng could vaguely guess that the other party was revealing his background. This made the sacred hidden chamber of commerce pay more attention to the three of them. However, one want ask you who the power behind you is. After all, this has nothing to do with me. With Jian Liancheng's current strength, as long as he didn't court death, he would not die. You're also a good seedling for sword cultivation. Don't put your mind on these things. This is ultimately a small path. The heart of a sword cultivator has to be pure. This time, he put away his smile and cupped his fists with a serious expression. He bowed slightly and said, "Thank you for your reminder, senior." Jian Liancheng deserved Yi Qiubai's bow for his grace of enlightening him. Seeing this, Jian Liancheng nodded slightly and looked at Blackie. To be honest, among the people present, the person he could not see through the most was this body cultivator with slightly dark skin. There was a black fog in his body filled with torrential dark Kai. Even with Jian Liancheng's strength, he couldn't see through it. Then, he looked at Shi Sheng in surprise. A cultivator with the power of the stars. One had to know that the power of stars had been lost for countless years. In the ancient books, there were only a few records of the power of stars. However, Jian Liancheng knew that once the power of the stars was cultivated to perfection, he could activate the power of the stars in the sky. Its power was enough to destroy an entire realm. Furthermore, the star power released by Shisheng had actually blocked the spatial teleportation of the spatial jade pendant. Even though it was only for a second, one had to know that Shisheng's current strength was only at the void god realm. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Miss had done a good job. Perhaps this matter would change the situation of the Sakehrid hidden chamber of commerce. At the same time, it would become the most correct thing Miss had done in her life. Jian Liancheng sized up the three of them and said, "From now on, you'll have to rely on yourselves. The path of cultivation still has to be completed by oneself." After saying this, Jian Liancheng disappeared on the spot. Exudes, Blackie, and Shisheng cupped their fists in the direction where Jian Liancheng had left. "Alright, let's find a place to cultivate for a while." Blackie needed to study this demonic abyss token. Shisheng also wanted to comprehend the cosmic stone. Exudes himself also vaguely had some comprehension under the sword intent released by Jian Liancheng. His realm also began to loosen. Blackie and Shisheng both nodded. On the other side, the wilderness region, southern region cottage. At this moment, the imperial preceptor, Kong Gyonghan, and the 9 heavens tribe stared intently at Hong Ying, who was still sitting cross-legged on the ground in the celestial realm. Lu Chengsheng, on the other hand, released the Tao law of reincarnation and wrapped it around Hong Ying. Hong Ying continued to comprehend the power of the Tao law. It had already lasted for half a month. The chick also asked, "Can the celestial realm last for so long?" It had never seen a celestial realm that could last for half a month. "Do you think the celestial realm is as common as a cabbage?" However, here, the chick was indeed beginning to doubt its understanding. The celestial realm was as worthless as cabbages. Hearing the chick's question, the willow tree replied, "The celestial realm is accompanied by talent and comprehension. With the power of his Tao law and Hong Ying's talent, there's no need to be surprised." Kong Jionghan felt the power of the Tao law outside and sighed. "I've really seen too little. Such a powerful power of law has clearly surpassed the intent realm." And he had never seen such power before. The imperial preceptor also nodded. Lu Changsheng looked calm, but his heart was in turmoil. Where did this man come from? At this moment, under the protection of Lu Chengsheng's Tao law, Hong Ying suddenly opened her eyes. The power of intent realm was transforming around her body. The power that was slowly being emitted. The charm within it. It was slowly approaching Lu Chengsheng's Tao law. Chapter 300 Controlling the Heavenly Tao of This World. Chapter 300 Controlling the Heavenly Tao of This World. The power of the Tao law was the purest power of law in this world. If intent realm was to sense the power of nature in the world, in that case, the power of the Tao law would directly control the power of law in this world. There didn't sound much of a difference between the two. However, the difference between feeling and controlling was like heaven and earth. Without the power of law, there would also be no heavenly Tao in this world. To put it another way, the heavenly Tao was also a type of power of law. If Hong Ying could control the Tao law of reincarnation, she would be able to restore the order of the heavenly Tao in the wilderness region to a certain extent. In this way, Hong Ying became the controller of the heavenly Tao in the wilderness region. Hong Ying had already woken up from the celestial realm. She stood up, and the will of reincarnation surrounding her was constantly transforming at this moment. An extremely mysterious power that connected heaven and earth gradually replaced the will of reincarnation. When the 9 heavens tribe saw this scene, they were all pleasantly surprised. Was he going to succeed? Seeing this, Lu Changsheng stretched out his hand. The power of the Tao law of reincarnation was surging around Hong Ying. Since he was about to comprehend it, he would add fuel to the fire. Even though Hong Ying had woken up, she was still comprehending the power of the Tao law of reincarnation in her mind. What exactly was the power of the Tao law? How was the power of law different from the power of intent realm? He seemed to have seen through Hong Ying's thoughts. Lu Changsheng said in a low voice, The power of law can communicate with the laws of heaven and earth and control the power of nature for its own use. Communicating with the laws of heaven and earth. Hong Ying heard Lu Chengsheng's words. For example, the slash in the netherworld. It was much stronger compared to an ordinary sword concept. Didn't that mean that he had communicated with the power of law of heaven and earth and used it for himself? Different paths lead to the same destination, be it the sword Tao law or the Tao law of reincarnation. It was the power of law after all. The way to control and use it was actually the same. He thought back to the scene of Lu Chengsheng's sword. Lu Chengsheng's words and his own understanding proved each other's point. The will of reincarnation around Hong Ying's body also continued to transform faster at this moment. She could sense that she seemed to be able to communicate with the power of law. Another 3 days passed, under everyone's expectant and shocked gazes. The will of reincarnation around Hong Ying completely transformed at this moment. The wisps of power actually perfectly fused with the power of law in the world. Imperial preceptor smiled and said, "His Majesty has finally succeeded." Kong Jianhen also looked at Hong Ying, who seemed to have fused with the power of law of the world. He was inexplicably shocked, even though they were both beginner-stage martial monarch realm cultivators. However, if the two of them attacked at the same time, he might not even be able to withstand a single blow. He was relieved and sat back on the bamboo chair. He retracted the Tao law of reincarnation that flowed around Hong Ying. It was finally done. There was only one last step left. This step needed Hong Ying to complete it herself. That was to use the heart of the realm to increase the concentration of spirit Kai in the wilderness region. Hong Ying sensed the Tao law of reincarnation churning in her body and held up the heart of the realm. He took a step forward and arrived between the clouds in the sky. The power of reincarnation enveloped the heart of the realm. He completely activated the heart of the realm. At this moment, a voice sounded from the heart of the realm. Originally, the person one chose to control the heavenly Tao was your master, but he refused. However, your talent is not bad now. It's more than enough for you to control the heavenly Tao of this world. The heart of the realm was originally related to the heavenly Tao. If the heart of the realm was the Danshan of this world, then the heavenly Tao was the soul and body of this world. It carried the heart of the realm. Hong Ying had already grasped the power of the Tao law of reincarnation. Through the power of law, he could rebuild the heavenly Tao of this world. At this moment, a dazzling light erupted. An extremely huge amount of spiritual Kai erupted from the heart of the realm. They were scattered in every corner of this realm. It seemed to sense something. The cultivation practitioners in this world were slightly stunned. They could clearly sense that the surrounding spiritual Kai density was increasing crazily. Central Territory. At the Hidden Tao Academy's main academy, Dean Yan looked up at the sky and chuckled. "Looks like Her Excellency the Empress succeeded." At the side, Lin Rufeng also smiled and said, "The cultivation civilization of the wilderness region will also become better and better." Then, the two of them clinked the wine glasses in their hands and smiled. "Next, it's time to put down the burden on our shoulders." "That's right. After finding the air, we can go out and see the world outside." "But old Lin, have you found an heir?" Lin Rufeng's expression darkened as he scolded jokingly. "One originally planned to let Liang Feng take over my position, but he joined the Azure Cloud Sword ancestor." Dean Yan laughed when he heard this. "I'm afraid you're behind this, you old fox." Hong Ying, who was in midair at this moment, he could clearly feel it. Everything in the wilderness region was under her control. Hong Ying was the heavenly Tao of this world. He seemed to have received feedback. Hong Ying had also broken through to intermediate stage martial monarch realm. His strength skyrocketed again. In a flash, he returned to the cottage and smiled at Lu Chengsheng. "Master, I've succeeded." Lu Chengsheng waved his hand and said, "Did you succeed? If you did, go make me a fish soup to nourish my brain." Hong Ying smiled and nodded. She put on her apron and walked to the kitchen. Imperial Preceptor and 9 Heavens tribe watched this scene. They all had strange expressions. Even if she controlled the heavenly Tao of this world, their empress still couldn't escape the fate of being a chef. Lu Chengsheng, on the other hand, closed his eyes as if he had fallen asleep. In fact, It was the system in his mind that spoke. Congratulations to the host for completing the Hanying cultivation mission. Reward is now issued. Eternal number 1 physique grand primordial body. Lu Chengxing immediately accepted it. Then, something changed in his body. In the vast sea of consciousness, wisps of gas-like objects appeared. Presumably, this is that strand of grand mist energy. Right. However, it was a little too little. Host, the grand mist energy before the creation of the world is all here. Lu Chengxing made some sarcastic remarks. However, after thinking about it, he would be able to divulge his own world. Lu Chengxing was excited again. Han Ying said goodbye to Lu Chengxing after drinking the fish soup. Master, after I complete the matters in the heavenly spirit region, one will send someone to the wilderness region to preach the Tao. After that, one will also head to the boundless realm. Lu Chengxing put on a bitter face. Han Ying asked, "What's wrong, Master?" Lu Chengxing replied, "After you go there, try not to cause any trouble." Chapter 301 Chaos Explosion. Chapter 301 Chaos Explosion. At this moment, at the boundless realm in a natural cave in the Boundary Mountain, Yi Qiubai, Blackie, and Shisheng were in seclusion. The three of them had gained a lot from this trip. Yi Qiubai was under the sword intent and had a new understanding. At the same time, his realm had also broken through to the Void God realm. Even his sword intent had reached the realm of the Great Sword Ancestor. It could be said that he had reached the realm of the Great Sword Ancestor at the Void God realm. It was enough to make those sword cultivation factions go crazy, taking Yi Qiubai as his disciple. And Yi Qiubai's sword Dao realm increased so quickly. It was also because his foundation was very solid. There were no obstacles when breaking through. It was a matter of course. Meanwhile, Shisheng was using the cosmic stone. His realm had also reached the peak stage Void God realm. The two of them had already woken up and all looked at Blackie. At this moment, Blackie was sitting cross-legged on the ground, with the demon abyss token in hand. The torrential fiend Kai enveloped Blackie. At the same time, wisps of black aura seeped out from Blackie's glabella. Yi Qiubai and Shisheng saw this. It seemed like he wouldn't wake up anytime soon. He arrived at the entrance of the cave. The two of them protected Blackie at the same time. Back in the wilderness region, Blackie obtained a memory fragment. This also allowed the memories in his mind to recover a little. However, he knew very little. At the end of the scene, Blackie saw a bottomless abyss. There was torrential demonic Kai surging like dark clouds. At the entrance of the abyss was a stone tablet. There were two words engraved on the stone tablet. Demon Abyss. The sacred hidden chamber of commerce had brought this token out of the demonic abyss. It could be said that perhaps the demonic abyss in his memory was inseparable from the boundless forbidden area of life. The demonic abyss. At least, that was what Blackie thought. The demonic aura in the demonic abyss token gave Blackie an extremely familiar feeling. What was the use of this badge in the demonic abyss? Why did the demonic abyss appear in his memory? Why was it so compatible with his aura? All of this could only be known by going to the demonic abyss. At this moment, Blackie opened his eyes and looked at Yi Qiubai. Big Senior, brother, one need information about the demon abyss. The demonic abyss was a forbidden area for life in boundless realms. No ordinary person knew about it. Let's return to Rising Cloud City first. When the time comes, well, ask the mercenary guild and see if they know. The group walked towards Rising Cloud City. However, the current situation in Rising Cloud City was changing. The Lai family and the Kang family had completely fallen out with the Yang family. They were crazily occupying the Yang family's power. As for the Yang family, although they had sent people to Dragon Enlightenment City to ask for help, however, all of this required time. The two families attacked with all their might, causing the Yang family's forces to be invaded at an extremely fast speed. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to wait for help. This was also the plan of the Lai family and the Kang family. With a thunderous momentum, he destroyed the Yang family. Then, he would use the resources occupied by the Yang family to give it to the City Lord's Manor. He wanted the City Lord's Manor of Rising Cloud City to resist the revenge of the Long family together with them. Only then could the Lai family and the Kang family be protected. When Yi Qiubai and the other two returned to Rising Cloud City, he had already sensed that something was wrong. In Rising Cloud City, spiritual Kai was rampant everywhere. In fact, there were even people fighting in midair. Itinerant cultivator saw this scene on the street and said, "Doesn't the city lord's manor care?" Someone sneered and said, "I'm afraid the city lord's manor is also happy to see this scene. After all, no matter who wins, he can naturally benefit from it." Hearing these words, Yi Qiubai and the other two's expressions didn't change. After all, the family conflict in Rising Cloud City had nothing to do with the three of them. The three of them returned to the mercenary guild. The guild was also in chaos. All the mercenary groups in the guild gathered around the mission panel. The remuneration given by the Lai family and the Kang family is obviously higher than that of the Yang family. Yes, even though the Yang family and Long Kacheng have a marriage alliance, the wedding hasn't been completed yet. Therefore, the Long family's resources are tilted. The Yang family can't enjoy it yet. Even if the Long family comes to the rescue, it will still take some time. However, even though the reward is very high, if you participate in the battle between the three great clans easily, you will be reduced to ashes if you are not careful. Therefore, the mercenary groups were still observing the situation. Of course, there were also mercenary groups that had already accepted the mission. This was a battle between the three families. The mercenary guild was neutral. As long as there was a reward, a mission could be issued. The strength of the mercenary group could not be underestimated. Hence, the three families wouldn't let go of the mercenary guild. After Yi Qiubai and the other two returned, they didn't attract anyone's attention. When he arrived at the front desk, Yuo Yan was tabulating the missions. When he raised his eyebrows and saw Yi Qiubai and the other two, he was slightly stunned. Then, he smiled and said, "The young master of the Yang family has already explained your matter to the mercenary guild. I've underestimated the three of you." Yi Qiubai chuckled and said, "Let's hand over the mission." Yuo Yan nodded and said as she recorded, "Since you guys have exceeded the requirements, the higher-ups of the guild have also decided to directly upgrade your mercenary group to a mysterious grade mercenary group. Now, you can also accept black rank missions." Yi Qiubai and the others had done the mission after all. For example, killing a half-step martial monarch realm expert who could break through to the martial monarch realm. Even in the black grade mercenary group, there were very few people who could do this. Moreover, the higher-ups of Rising Cloud City's mercenary guild made this decision looking at Yi Qiubai and the other two's talent potential. A man's voice came from the side. "Brother Yi, we have to apologize to you too." It was He Lin's Scales mercenary group. He Lin smiled bitterly and said, "One hope Brother Yi doesn't mind what happened before." Yi Qiubai smiled and shook his head. "I'm fine. The other party did not do anything too out of line." Therefore, Yi Qiubai didn't intend to pursue the matter. He Lin said, "However, ever since the chaos in Rising Clouds City, the Yang family hasn't been doing well. Their foundation isn't as strong as the other two families, so they don't have much support in the mercenary guild." Yi Qiubai asked courteously, "What does this have to do with us?" Their relationship with the Yang family was just a mission. He Lin smiled bitterly. "That's true. However, Yan Kai told me before that if Brother Yi and the others come back, you must help the Yang family. At that time, the Yang family will give you a generous reward." Yi Qiubai asked, "What reward?" At this point, He Lin's eyes were filled with fanaticism. The quota for the Kunlun Heavenly Lake. Chapter 302 Chapter 302 Kunlun Heavenly Lake. Chapter 302 Kunlun Heavenly Lake. After Yuo Yan's explanation, Yi Qiubai and the other two learned that it was the Kunlun Heavenly Lake. It was a blessed land in the entire boundless world, snatching the fortune of heaven and earth. It was located in the depths of the Kunlun Snow Mountain in the west. It was a pool of water completely formed by pure spiritual Kai. The spirit Kai inside was extremely dense. It would be opened once every 10 years. The opening of the Kunlun Heavenly Lake this time was a month later. Every city would have a corresponding quota, and Dragon Enlightenment City had 3 spots. In order to fight for these 3 spots, the 3 families, and the city lord's manor would hold a competition for the spots 10 days before the Kunlun Heavenly Lake opened. As for the Kunlun Heavenly Lake quota that Yang Kai had promised, in fact, he was using the Yang family's quota competition to fight for it himself. However, if it was a rogue cultivator or another faction, he did not even have the qualifications to participate in a competition. Heilin smiled and said, "Entering the Kunlun Heavenly Lake is only limited to the younger generation below the martial monarch realm. So, with Brother Yes strength, it shouldn't be difficult to fight for a spot. For that matter, Heilin did not say it for the sake of flattery. It was because Yi Kyubai and the other two indeed had such strength. After all, if the three of them joined forces, they could kill a half-step martial monarch realm expert who could break through to the martial monarch realm. One had to know killing and defeat were two different concepts. Therefore, with the strength of the three of them, it was more than enough to obtain a spot in this small rising cloud city." Yi Kyubai also looked at Blackie and Shisheng and smiled. "What do you think?" Shisheng said. "Well, listen to Big Senior Brother. To them, what they needed now was to gain experience and quickly increase their strength. Only then could he deal with what would happen next." Seeing this, Heilin also smiled and said, "All right, 111 bring you to the Yan family." At this moment, the Yan family was not in a good state. Industries and forces were lost under the erosion of the Lai family and the Kang family. At the same time, with the current state of the Yan family, they could not obtain much help at all. Even the Long family far away in Lunky City could not help in time. This led to, if there was still no countermeasure, perhaps in 3 days, the Yan family would be completely corroded. At this moment, in the meeting hall of the Yan family, the current patriarch of the Yan family, Yang Zhenyuai, sat at the head of the table with a gloomy expression. Below them were the elders of the Yang family and Yang Kai. Yang Zhenyuai said in a low voice, "Tell me, what other ways do we have to break out of this situation now?" The elders' expressions were as dark as water. Their eyes were filled with worry, or they were in despair. Yang Zhenyuai looked at the elders and sighed in his heart. What he was afraid of was not the difference in strength. Instead, he was afraid that the people outside had not completely broken in. Their internal fighting spirit had already been completely lost. Yang Zhenyuai looked at his son, Yang Kai, and asked hopefully, "Kier, do you have any ideas?" This was his son, and he was also the successor of the Yang family. All along, Yang Zhenyuai had high hopes for Yang Kai. Yang Kai thought for a moment and said solemnly, "The top combatants of the three parties won't attack easily. This is also a rule set by the city lord's manor. After all, the top cultivators of the three clans had all reached the intermediate stage emperor realm. Once such an expert attacked, it would definitely cause great damage to Rising Clouds City. Therefore, this is bound to be a battle between the middle-level combatants and the lower-level combatants. However, our Yang family's mid and low-level combat strength is obviously not as much as the Lai family and Kang family's combined forces. Previously, one also thought of giving out a reward to ask the mercenary group of the mercenary guild for help. But the other party also thought of this. Yang Zhenyuai nodded. As the head of the family, naturally, he knew about this matter. Not to mention that their resources were severely insufficient. There was no way he could compete with the Lai and Kang families for the mercenary guild. As for the battle between the three major factions of Rising Clouds City, no matter which side he helped, it would be a thankless task. Therefore, very few mercenaries in the mercenary guild would choose to accept this mission, even if they joined. They chose to join the Lai family and the Kang family, based on the win rate of both sides. The Yang family was now just a candle in the wind. Destruction was only a matter of time. An elder said, "Doesn't that mean that there's no way out? The news from Dragon Enlightenment City is still on the way. I'm afraid we'll be expelled long ago by the time the Long family reinforcements arrive." Yang Zhenyuai asked, "Kier, you mentioned before that there's a three-man mercenary group in the mercenary guild. How are they?" Yang Kai shook his head and said helplessly, "They haven't returned to Rising Clouds City yet. However, I've already asked them to help pay attention. If they return, they will tell us the reward we gave. As for whether I'm coming or not, Yang Kai was not sure either. The two sides did not have much of a relationship after all. At this moment, someone ran in from outside and reported, "Patriarch, there are two mercenary groups outside." Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised. Yang Zhenyue also hurriedly said, "Let them in." The servant nodded in agreement. He invited the mercenary group in. The people who came were the 6 people from the Scales mercenary group and the Grass mercenary group led by Yi Qiubai. When Yang Kai saw Yi Qiubai and the other two, he heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he stood up and quickly walked in front of Yi Qiubai. He smiled excitedly and said, "I've been looking forward to you guys coming." Yi Qiubai smiled and said, "I'm just doing it for money." When Yi Qiubai said this, Yang Kai also revealed a happy expression. This also meant that Yi Qiubai had agreed to the Yang family's reward. Yang Zhenyue also smiled and said, "Don't worry. I've heard Kier mention your strength. As long as you can help the Yang family tide through this crisis, the 3 of you will participate in the spot competition at the Kunlun Heavenly Lake." Hearing this, the elders' expressions changed drastically. The fight for the spot in the Kunlun Heavenly Lake. This was one of the most important resources of the Yang family. An elder hurriedly said, "Family head, isn't it too much to use this as a reward? If their strength is sufficient to turn the tide, then it would be fine if they were to give it to them. However, they are merely 3 people of the younger generation. How could they promise such a heavy reward?" Yi Qiubai and the other two's expressions didn't change. Regarding this matter, if the other party did it, Yi Qiubai, Shi Sheng, and Blackie would act according to the agreement. If the other party didn't give it to them, they could just turn around and leave. Yang Ki's face was gloomy. Yang Zhenyue was even more frustrated. A large part of the reason why the Yang family declined in this generation was because of this group of elders who were a little muddle-headed. If the Yang family is gone, then what's the use of us taking these spots? Furthermore, even if the quota for the competition is given to your juniors, what ability do they have to win? The elders' faces alternated between green and red, but they are outsiders after all. Furthermore, even if their strength is not bad, what's the use of just the 3 of them? At this moment, Yang Kai interrupted them. "I'll use my identity as the successor of the Yang family as a guarantee. If they are not strong enough and have no effect on this matter, I'll leave the Yang family myself." Chapter 303 Chapter 303 Conspiracy Plan. Chapter 303 Conspiracy Plan. That was all he had to say. Everyone looked at Yang Kai in surprise. Did he have to go this far, or was Yang Kai really so at ease with them? Even Yang Zhenyue looked at Yang Kai. However, he was somewhat gratified. As the head of the family, he had to be bold and decisive when making decisions. Of course, it was not a foolhardy act. Yang Kai clearly possessed this temperament. Yi Qiubai also looked at Yang Kai in surprise. This person was quite decisive. The elders looked at each other. They did not expect Yang Kai to do this. The elders had no reason to refuse. If he could obtain the inheritance rights of the Yang family's patriarch, it was extremely useful to them. The elders nodded. "All right, since Yang Kai is so sure, we will believe you for the time being. However, this matter is not child's play. We still need to discuss countermeasures." However, Yang Kai ignored the elders. Instead, he brought Yi Qiubai and the other 2 to Yang Zhenyue and discussed countermeasures. In Yang Ki's heart, these elders were just a few people with cerebral palsy. Even if he failed this time, the Yang family would be gone too. What was the use of them getting the Yang family's inheritance? What was the use of having them discuss countermeasures against this kind of guy who had a problem with his brain? It was already good enough that he didn't cause trouble. At this moment, Yang Kai also began to explain the situation. The Lai family and the Kang family are pressing us step by step. More than half of our forces have been completely occupied. The Merchant Street in the east and the Merchant Street in the north are still holding on bitterly. However, one think they won't be able to hold on for long. The commercial streets in the east and north were now where the Yang family's last forces were. It was also the most core location. Once it was invaded, the Yang family's source of income would be completely gone. He had to find a place to sell the resources he imported after all. Yang Zhenyue looked at Yi Qiubai and the other two and asked, "Young friend, do you have any good ideas?" Yi Qiubai thought for a moment and didn't have stage fright when facing Yang Zhenyue. He asked, "How much peak stage combat strength are there on both sides?" Yang Kai hurriedly said, "Don't worry about that. Both sides won't attack anyone above the martial monarch realm with their peak stage combat strength." Shi Sheng nodded and said, "That's good." Yi Qiubai patted Shi Sheng's shoulder and said, "Can you keep a low profile?" Blocky said honestly, "Isn't that the truth?" Yi Qiubai said happily, "That's true." He watched their conversation. Yang Kai also heaved a sigh of relief. Yang Zhenyue smiled bitterly. He was only a half-step martial monarch realm expert. He didn't care about his reputation. Yang Zhenyue smiled and said, "Young friends, in that case, do you do well with martial monarch realm and below?" Previously, they needed the three of them to join forces, and even use their trump cards to kill a half-step martial monarch realm expert who was trying to break through to the martial monarch realm. Now, their cultivation levels had increased. It was naturally not a problem. Moreover, Yi Qiubai also wanted to test his current sword Dao strength. At this moment, Yang Zhenyue suggested, "The forces on the east side of the street are the weakest now, so one want the three of you to go to the east side of the street. What do you think?" However, Yang Kai frowned, as if he felt that his father's decision was somewhat inappropriate. However, she could not say it out loud. Yi Qiubai directly pointed out the flaw and said, "Even though this is the safest, our current situation is clearly at a disadvantage. If you want to turn the tables, you can't fight steadily. This will only make the other party slowly crave you." Hearing Yi Qiubai's words, Yang Zhenyue and Yang Kai nodded. Yi Qiubai continued, "What we need to do now is to be more radical before we can change the situation." "Then what should we do?" Yang Kai asked. "Now, we have to fight steadily and wait for the rescue of the Long family. Won't we be able to win this way? Let me ask you a question first." Yi Qiubai stared at Yang Kai and said, "Does the other party know that the Long family will come to support us?" Yang Kai was stunned. Yang Zhenyue, on the other hand, laughed at the side. Obviously, he knew the problem. How can one let you guys have your way with what the other party knows? Therefore, if you choose to fight steadily, the other party will definitely try their best to break out of the situation. Hearing this, Yang Kai suddenly understood. Therefore, if we take the initiative to attack now, we can achieve an unexpected effect. Therefore, my suggestion is that we first deal with the weaker northern streets before transferring our forces to the eastern streets to form an encirclement. Yang Zhenyue nodded in agreement hearing this plan. This method was indeed feasible. It looked simple, but he had also calculated the other party's mentality. Yang Zhenyue said, "Since that's the case, let's do it according to little friend Yes method." Then, he called the leader of the Yang family's guards and gave the order. Yi Qiubai and the other two also headed to the northern street with Yang Kai. On the northern street was one of the core businesses of the Yang family. If both the northern and eastern streets were breached, then the Yang family would only exist in name at this moment. However, the Lai family and the Kang family's current strategy was a little broken. After breaking through the eastern streets, they turned to the north. Therefore, the forces in the northern streets were relatively weak. At this moment, the commander of the Kangli family on the northern street, it was the grand elder of the Kang family, a half-step martial monarch realm expert. The Kang family's grand elder listened to the servant's report and said, "Has the eastern street not been attacked yet?" The servant shook his head and said, "The defense over there is a little tenacious. It will probably take another 2 days." The grand elder frowned slightly and said, "Tell them to hurry up. Things might change if they delay." The servant nodded and immediately went down to spread the order. As soon as he went out, another servant rushed over. Report. The grand elder frowned. "Why are you in such a hurry?" The servant's face was filled with panic and his eyes were filled with fear. The Yang family is attacking." Hearing this, the grand elder slammed the table and stood up, his face filled with anger. How could the Yang family have the extra strength to attack? The servant said in a panic, "They seem to have found external help." External help. The Grand Elder frowned and said, "Could it be that they are not afraid of the combined forces of our life family?" The servant didn't answer. Obviously, he didn't know either. The Grand Elder thought for a moment and said, "Let's go and take a look." With that, he led the troops gathered in the northern streets towards the scene of the incident. At this moment, exudes held the dark demon and killed a peak stage void god realm expert in front of him. Blackie also growled and pinched the heads of the two void god realm experts. He hit them hard and their heads exploded instantly. Shishang even slashed out with his axe. At this moment, the strength of the three of them seemed unstoppable. Chapter 304 Sword Heart Sublimation. Chapter 304 Sword Heart Sublimation. The Kang family's Grand Elder arrived and saw the mess in front of him. The two allied forces were massacred unilaterally. His eyes were filled with anger. Shouldn't the Yang family be guarding the eastern streets now? Why could they mobilize guards to the northern streets? The Grand Elder took a step forward, and the aura of a half-step martial monarch realm expert erupted. The Kang family's Grand Elder was also an expert with the qualifications to break through to the martial monarch realm. It could be said that the Grand Elder of the Kang family was invincible below the martial monarch realm. Facing this powerful pressure, exudes and the other two's expressions didn't change. "Why don't you leave it to me?" With that, he raised the dark demon sword in his hand. The will of the great sword ancestor soared into the sky at that moment. It enveloped the entire northern street. Yang Kai exclaimed when he saw this scene. Compared to before, their strength had increased again. Probably, they didn't belong here. Their stage was inland. The Grand Elder of the Kang family felt this sword intent and his eyes were filled with shock. However, it was filled with endless killing intent. He was so young with the Void God realm cultivation. However, his sword Dao realm had already reached the sword ancestral realm. One had to know how difficult it was to advance in the realm of the sword Dao. And with every increase in realm, its combat strength would increase exponentially. The intent of the great sword ancestor had already given him a sense of danger. Such a person must not be allowed to live. Thinking of this, the Grand Elder of the Kang family did not plan to hold back. Waves of half-step martial monarch realm experts auras pressed down on exudes like Mount Tai. At the same time, he took out a long serrated saber. The blade of the long saber was uneven and sharp. At the peak of the protrusion, there were patches of bright red blood. Among them, it emitted a wisp of the smell of blood. It was obvious that the sawtoothed saber had been stained with a lot of blood. When the Grand Elder of the Kang family took out the sawtoothed saber, Yang Ki's expression also changed slightly. He had heard of it before. There was an elder in the Kang family who held a serrated saber and cleared countless obstacles for the Kang family. One saber for each person. The number of dead souls under the saber was innumerable. His strength was extremely ferocious. His temperament was exceptionally bloodthirsty. Even Yang Zhenhui had a grave expression on his face when he mentioned this person. The Grand Elder of the Kang family held the sawtoothed saber with both hands. At this moment, his eyes were covered in blood. The pure spiritual Kai around his body seemed to be affected by the blood-colored killing intent and actually turned into blood-colored spiritual Kai. This blood-colored spiritual Kai was like a storm. It charged towards exudes and engulfed his body. Even though exudes' temperament was not affected at all, he still felt a little uncomfortable when he felt this huge blood-colored spiritual Kai. The difference in cultivation realm, it was indeed irreparable. The will of the great sword ancestor was overwhelming. It isolated this blood-colored spiritual Kai. Then, without hesitation, he stepped forward slightly. With the dark demon sword in hand, he took the initiative to charge towards the Grand Elder of the Kang family. The sword intent followed like a shadow, and covered exudes' entire body. At this moment, exudes had transformed into a sword. "I am the sword and the sword is me." They were indistinguishable. This was also the sign of entering the great sword ancestor. When the Grand Elder of the Kang family saw this scene, he grinned with a ferocious expression. "Even though you're a great sword ancestor, the difference in cultivation realms isn't so easy to make up for." With that, the Grand Elder of the Kang family held a sawtoothed saber in both hands. saber intent swept towards Yi Qiubai with blood-colored killing intent. It was as if it wanted to shatter space. Facing this terrifying blood-colored saber intent, Yi Qiubai didn't retreat or dodge. The sword intent and the sword domain surged crazily. They converged into a long river. He surpassed Yi Qiubai and was the first to collide with the blood-colored saber intent. While resisting the blood-colored saber intent, Yi Qiubai crossed the saber intent and rushed towards the Kang family's Grand Elder. He wanted to face it face to face, using the sword to meet the saber. Even though the difference in cultivation realms was difficult to make up for, Yi Qiubai had been here all these years. Which one of them wasn't a cross-ranking battle? Every time he crossed realms to fight, every victory made Yi Qiubai's sword become sharper and sharper. It also made Yi Qiubai's sword intent press forward. No one could stop him. No one could break through Yi Qiubai's sword heart. Was Yi Qiubai bad? He might be too ordinary compared to the other junior sisters and junior brothers. However, this was only on the surface. As Lu Changsheng's first disciple, as their big senior brother, Yi Qiubai's talent was not bad. Sword heart profundity. This physique was the most suitable physique for sword cultivators. It was even more so in all the realms. The primal chaos had just opened, and the world had just been formed. The chaos essence sword body was a top-notch physique. As long as Yi Qiubai's cultivation level increased, his combat strength was definitely not inferior to the other junior brothers and sisters. At this moment, Yi Qiubai's sword heart had sublimated again. The dark demon sword in his hand trembled continuously and let out a buzzing sword hum. It seemed to be responding to Yi Qiubai's sword heart. At the same time, the green cloud sword in his body emitted a sword light that contained the rules of the sword. The Grand Elder of the Kang family was also slightly surprised. He could clearly feel it. The sword intent of the young sword cultivator in front of him seemed to have become even sharper. Could it be that he was able to make another breakthrough in his state of mind under the oppression of his aura in this short period of time? If that was the case, this child's talent was too terrifying. The killing intent in the Kang family elder's eyes intensified. Once his wings were fully grown, it would definitely be a disaster for the Kang family. Thinking of this, the Kang family's Grand Elder held the serrated saber with both hands and raised it above his head looking at Yi Qiubai who was approaching. It suddenly slashed at Yi Qiubai. This slash left behind a bloody afterimage. The dark red color on the saber began to boil at this moment, as if an invisible mouth had opened, wanting to devour the enemy's blood. Yi Qiubai's eyes were extremely calm. At this moment, the dark demon sword in his hand was filled with endless energy. In the entire sword domain, sword intent gathered on the sword. Primordial sword scripture. It had been settled for a long time. Now, Yi Qiubai could already perfectly execute the first move of the primordial sword scripture, the slash towards the Grand Elder of the Kang family. The Grand Elder also laughed sinisterly. Endless killing intent erupted from the sawtoothed saber at this moment. It collided with this slash. For a moment, their auras exploded with their slashes as the center. The cloud rolling wind. At this moment, the limestone slabs on the ground were lifted layer by this huge aura. The soil underneath was revealed. Yon Kai and the Yon family guards were also shocked. They were shaken by this aura and kept retreating. Those who were not strong enough suffered internal injuries from the shock. Blackie and Shisheng did not move. They stared at the two of them intently. However, the two of them were not worried. Based on their understanding, Big Senior Brother would never do something that he was not confident in. Chapter 305 Chapter 305 4 Absolutes. Peaceful Mountains and Rivers. Chapter 305 4 Absolutes. Peaceful Mountains and Rivers. At this moment, spiritual Kai was rampant on the northern street. If one raised their head, they would notice. In the sky of the northern street, the blood-colored killing intent collided with the sword intent. It appeared to be polarized. Around them, the clouds were blown away. The two of them attacked for a moment. He could not do anything to the other party. Looking at this scene, the Grand Elder of the Kang family was in disbelief. The other party was only a junior at the Void God realm. He was a half-step Martial Monarch realm expert qualified to break through to the Martial Monarch realm. How big was the gap between their cultivation levels? How could he make up for it? But Yikyubai did it. It did not just make him feel threatened. He had even withstood his attack. He did not hold back at all after all. The guards of the Yang family watched this scene. He was also shocked. In the meeting hall, they had also heard that Yong Kai was protecting Yikyubai and the other two. In their hearts, they were also puzzled. Why did Yong Kai choose to believe Yikyubai and the others even if he had to give up the position of the family head's successor? They understood upon seeing the scene in front of them. He was only at the beginner stage void god realm, but he was able to resist a half-step martial monarch realm expert who could break through to the emperor realm. Such strength, such talent. So what if he gave up the position of the Yon family's successor? As long as Yikyubai and the other two didn't die, Yongki's future path would also have boundless prospects. How could the power behind him be simple with such talent? Blackie and Shisheng were naturally not in a daze. Instead, they rushed out at the same time. He charged toward the martial cultivators of the Lai and Kang clan. The highest realm amongst these cultivators was only the peak stage void god realm. He could not withstand the second move at all in the hands of Blackie and Shisheng. It could be said that it was an overwhelming massacre. The Grand Elder of the Kang family was anxious when he saw the scene. He couldn't wait any longer. Otherwise, the northern streets would be defended. Thinking of this, streams of blood intent began to burn. The burning blood-colored killing intent. It caused the surrounding temperature to increase greatly. The surrounding houses began to melt. The Grand Elder of the Kang family raised his saw-toothed saber and placed his finger on the saw-toothed saber, cutting his finger. Wisps of blood flowed out from the wound on his finger. It slowly enveloped the entire serrated blade. The saw-toothed saber also emitted a blood-colored light at this moment. In the blink of an eye, the blood-colored light also began to burn. Then, he held the saber with both hands and suddenly slashed out the red blade of blood intent. This was his strongest technique. The saber slashed out. The space that the saber passed through was actually imbued with scarlet flames. Yikyubai's expression was slightly solemn. An expert with the ability to break through to the Emperor realm. None of them were easy to deal with. Even the half-step martial monarch realm expert he had fought at the Boundary Mountain previously. It was only because the three of them attacked with all their might that they were able to kill him. He even used the green cloud sword. Now, Yikyubai didn't want to use his trump card. If he used the green cloud sword frequently, he would only rely on it. Yikyubai extended two fingers and pointed his sword forward. The monstrous sword intent in the sword domain surged. They gathered into a sword river that surged towards the Grand Elder of the Kang family. At the same time, Yikyubai's body sank slightly. For a moment, on the dark demon sword, the wind intent, ice intent, fire intent, and wood intent realm actually appeared. 4 intent realms appeared at the same time. It surrounded the Kang family's Grand Elder. This was the first time Yikyubai had used the 4 matchless sword formation. The 4 absolute sword formation was created by the 4 absolute sword saint. 4 intent realms combined with sword intent to form a great killing technique. Its power was definitely stronger than the 9 heavenly demon sword. The Kang family's Grand Elder was slightly shocked facing the 4 matchless sword formation. However, the serrated saber in his hand still slashed out. He wanted to forcefully tear the sword formation apart. Yikyubai stretched out his sword finger. The 4 matchless sword formation rumbled and 4 different intent realms gathered on the sword intent. It actually formed a 4-colored sword and carried endless power. It was incomparably sharp and was aimed at the Grand Elder of the Kang family. The rumbling continued. However, this time, the Grand Elder of the Kang family had the upper hand. The red blade of blood intent was the Grand Elder's trump card. Naturally, it would not be simple. The 4 matchless sword formation alone might not be enough. Yikyubai also thought of this problem. However, the 4 matchless sword formation represented 4 intent realms. Could these 4 intent realms be changed? For example, the wood intent realm used the will of endless life. These two were of the same origin. However, the will of endless life could be said to be a strengthened version of the wood intent realm. Would its power increase greatly? Thinking of this, Yikyubai used the primordial sword scripture. It gathered the endless will in the four matchless sword formation and replaced the wooden tent realm. At this moment, the four matchless sword formation emitted a green glow. At this moment, its power rapidly climbed. The four-colored sword that had converged into one was mostly occupied by the endless will. The red blade of blood intent also stopped. Then, Ikyubai clenched his fists in the air. It was as if he was holding the four-colored sword. He circulated the primordial sword scripture. He suddenly swung it out. The peaceful mountains and rivers. Using the four matchless sword formation as a sword, he executed the primordial sword scripture. And this move actually directly extracted most of the spiritual kai in Ikyubai's danshin. Ikyubai's face instantly turned extremely pale. This surprised Ikyubai. However, since he had already swung this sword, he could not stop. He gritted his teeth and endured the depletion of the spiritual kai in his body. With a low roar, he slashed at the Kang family's Grand Elder, and the power brought about by this sword made the Grand Elder's expression change drastically. The four-colored sword that was slashing at him made him feel a threat of death. This sword was already slashing over before he could think further. It collided with the red blade of blood intent. The saw-toothed long saber burned with blood-colored flames. It collided with the long sword that shone with four colors. Space trembled violently at this moment. It was like water ripples. Waves of aura came from it. It also caused the expressions of the surrounding people to change greatly. They all raised their spiritual kai barriers to resist the aftershock of the attacks. Was this an attack that a beginner stage Void God Realm sword cultivator could unleash? Everyone was in disbelief. In the next moment, a cracking sound came from the air. Cracks appeared on the saw-toothed saber in the Grand Elder's hand. The Grand Elder's pupils constricted. The cracks on the serrated saber widened. In the blink of an eye, it shattered into pieces. Ikyubai also held the four-colored sword with both hands and passed through the Grand Elder's body. Blood splattered from all over the Grand Elder's body. At this moment, the bloodlust in the Grand Elder's eyes instantly dissipated and turned into endless darkness. His aura also completely disappeared at this moment. Under this sword, the Grand Elder of the Kang family, a half-step martial monarch realm expert who thought that he could break through to the martial monarch realm. He died at the hands of a beginner stage Void God Realm sword cultivator. Once this news spreads, it might attract the attention of all parties. Chapter 306 Chapter 306 Surrounded. Chapter 306 Surrounded. The Kang family's Grand Elder fell to the ground with no sign of life. Everyone looked at this scene in a daze. Ikyubai had killed a half-step martial monarch realm expert who was qualified to break through to the martial monarch realm with his strength at beginner stage Void God realm. The difference in the cultivation realm was like a ditch. The death of the Kang family's Grand Elder directly led to the death of all the Kang and Lai family guards stationed on the northern street. Yang Kai commanded, "Clean up the battlefield and build a new base on the northern streets." However, Shisheng raised a question. Shouldn't we turn our attack to the east street at this time? Now that their army has been completely wiped out, the other party won't know about this place for a while after all. We only need to rush to the eastern street as quickly as possible and form a siege. When Ikyubai heard this, he couldn't help but smile and nod. Looks like our junior brother is not stupid. Hearing this, Yang Kai also came to a realization and thought through the twists and turns. Apparently, this was a message error. Now that the other party's troops had been completely wiped out, they would definitely not know that the team guarding the northern street would be completely wiped out. Therefore, they would not send people to the northern streets for the time being. Here, they only needed to send 1 or 2 scouts to monitor the situation. As for the other Yang family guards, they could follow Ikyubai and the other 2 to the eastern street. In this way, the other party would not notice anything for a short period of time. Then well do as brother Shi says. Speaking of this, Yang Kai waved his hand and commanded the guards of the Yang family, "Leave 2 people here to clean up the battlefield and monitor the other party's movements. The rest of you, follow me to the eastern street and snatch back all the forces of my Yang family." The guards shouted and quickly headed towards the eastern street. An information gap. What he needed the most was to race against time. At this moment 60 of the Kang Lis family's guards were gathered on the eastern street. The Yang family was forced to retreat. At this moment, the second elder of the Yang family watched this scene from behind, his face extremely gloomy. The eastern streets would be completely occupied by the Lai family in less than half a day. The second elder asked, "Are the reinforcements not here yet?" The guard shook his head and said, "We haven't received any news from there yet." Hearing this, the second elder sighed in his heart. Perhaps this time, the Yang family would not be able to survive. In the battle in front, the grand elder of the Lai family, Lai Yun, was also a half-step martial monarch realm expert who was enough to break through to the martial monarch realm. Her high cultivation level also made her still charming. Beside her was the second eldest of the Kang family, Kang Ming. His strength was at the half-martial monarch realm, but he was unable to break through to the martial monarch realm. Lai Yunjiao smiled and said, "Elder Yang, give up. How can your Yang family resist us alone?" Kang Ming's expression was also calm as he mocked. "Don't tell me that you still want to wait for the Long family's support. The people you sent to Dragon Enlightenment City have long been intercepted by us. It's impossible for them to detect us in a short period of time and carry out reinforcements. At that time, even if the Long family reacted, I'm afraid you would have already been destroyed." Hearing this, Elder Yang's expression changed drastically. Their only reliance now was the support of the Long family. If it was really as they said, even if this dragged on, there would be no hope. The guards of the Yang family also knew this. For a moment, the Yang family's morale was extremely low, causing them to be able to hold on for half a day. Now, this one-sided situation would probably only last for 2 hours. Elder Yang sighed in his heart. He was a little hesitant. Should he retreat, give up on the east streets, and retreat to the Yang family? However, if the eastern streets were taken by the other party, even if the Yang family survived, they could only survive. Perhaps it would affect the Long family's decision. A political marriage was related to the interests of both parties after all. If the Yang family's power was completely eroded, the other party might think that the Yang family no longer had any value, causing them to directly break the engagement. Elder Yang looked at the current situation and gritted his teeth. He was in a dilemma. No matter which side he chose, to the Yang family, it was a bottomless abyss. Just as Elder Yang was about to make the decision to retreat, screams suddenly came from behind the Kang Lis family. On the other side, sword intent flowed and star power surged. There was also the loud sound of the ground cracking. Everyone from the Yang family looked over and their eyes lit up. Lai Yun's expression darkened. She suddenly turned around and shouted angrily, "Who dares to interfere in my Lai family's matters?" In their opinion, it was impossible for the Yang family to come from the back. However, when she saw Yang Kai behind Bai and the others, she was slightly stunned. The successor of the Yang family. Why did he appear at the back? Lai Yun's expression changed drastically as she looked at Kang Ming. Kang Ming was equally shocked. They looked at each other. Obviously, they had all thought of the same thing. Something had happened on the northern street. When Elder Yang saw this scene, he was pleasantly surprised. He waved his hand and said, "Reinforcements have arrived. Everyone, follow me." With that, Elder Yang was the first to release his half-martial monarch realm strength and rush towards the Lai family. The remaining Yang family guards also let out angry roars and charged towards the other party fearlessly. Lai Yun sneered and said, "Elder Kang, send the signal to stop them. I'll take care of this lot back there." Kang Ming nodded. Then, a stream of spiritual Kai was released and soared into the sky. However, after only 30 feet, a wave of star power suppressed him. It stopped the spirit Kai that shot into the sky. Kang Ming's face darkened. Before he could think further, Elder Yang had already rushed over. Gritting his teeth, he could only go forward, and the power of the stars was naturally Shisheng's doing. Previously, he had thought that the other party might send a signal. Therefore, he had already covered the star power in midair and was prepared to intercept the other party's signal at any time. Lai Yun sneered. So what if they intercepted the signal? She was a half-step martial monarch realm expert who could break through to the martial monarch realm. In Rising Cloud City, she could be considered a top existence. If a martial monarch realm expert did not appear, who would be her match? Furthermore, the other party did not even have a single half-martial emperor. How could he stop her? Thinking of this, Lai Yun directly rushed out. Blackie snorted and said, "I'll do it." Yi Qiubai and Shi Sheng nodded when they heard this. They led Yong Kai and the others and rushed towards the rest of the Kang Lai family. Blackie did not hold back at all facing such an expert. However, Blackie never held back against anyone. He would tear any enemy apart with all his might. 3 lines appeared on Blackie's body. The eternal demon body was unleashed with all its might. At the same time, he entered a demonic state and his physical strength had reached its peak. Chapter 307 Chapter 307 Take me in. As a slave you're not worthy. Chapter 307 Take me in. As a slave you're not worthy. Ordinary half-step martial monarch realm experts could not contend against Blackie's physical strength. However, the other party was a half-step martial monarch realm expert who could break through to the martial monarch realm, so she naturally had to be treated seriously. Of course, the stronger the other party was, the more excited Blackie became. To him, battle and slaughter were engraved in his blood. When Lai Yun saw that there was only one person rushing over, she snorted coldly and shouted, "You want to stall me alone? I've been underestimated." With that, Lai Yun's aura instantly erupted. Waves of pink spiritual Kai seemed to have turned into powder that pounced at Blackie. Elder Yong reminded loudly at the back, "Little friend, dodge. This pink spiritual Kai is Lai Yun's special technique. Once you absorb it, you will fall into a bewitched state. Charm." This was the method that Lai Yun relied on to survive. Even experts of the same realm did not dare to directly absorb this pink spiritual Kai. Once inhaled, their combat strength would decrease greatly. At the same time, when facing Lai Yun, the timing and speed of his attacks would plummet. These factors were crucial in a life-and-death battle. Even the slightest bit of it could take a person's life. However, Yi Qiubai and Shi Sheng weren't worried at all. Instead, he laughed in his heart. Wouldn't this be countered by Blackie? One had to know how determined was Blackie. Even though Blackie, who was in a demonic state, could maintain a clear mind and not only care about killing, how could these bewitching spiritual Kai charm Blackie, who had fallen into a demonic state? Blackie did not retreat at all. Instead, he plunged into the pink charming spiritual Kai under everyone's despairing gazes. Even Lai Yun chuckled. He was really a hothead. However, Lai Yun gradually couldn't laugh after that. Blackie did not seem to be affected by the charming spiritual Kai at all. It was the same as before, no matter whether it was speed or strength. Lai Yun's face darkened. This was the first time someone was not affected by her charming spiritual Kai at all. Moreover, the junior in front of her had a much lower cultivation realm than her. Even Yong Kai, who was behind him, was amazed. Indeed, none of these 3 people were easy to deal with. If the 3 of them entered the inland, it would probably still cause a huge storm. This kind of talent was only higher than some people in the inland. Elder Yong also gave them a deep look. In the meeting hall of the Yong family, he was also one of the people who opposed paying such a huge price to ask the cottage mercenary group to help. At that time, he thought, 3 juniors who had not even reached the half-martial monarch realm. How could he afford such a high reward? It was more than enough to invite a half-step martial monarch realm expert to the Kunlun Heavenly Lake competition. However, from the looks of it, the 3 of them had some tricks up their sleeves. Blackie streaked across the space relying on his physical body. The wind howled, creating sonic booms. It was so fast that those with low-level cultivation states could only see a black line streaking across the sky. Lai Yun's expression darkened. Even a junior could not charm her. This was a huge blow to her heart. Thinking of this, Lai Yun started to dance. She twisted her slender waist like a water snake. Her fiery figure made the many guards below infatuated. Some even fell into a bewitching state and their bodies began to heat up. Unable to withstand the scorching heat inside their body, blood began to flow from their 7 orifices. Young Ki's face was also burning hot. However, he barely dodged the calamity under the cover of Shi Sheng's star power. Blackie's eyes were still fixed on Lai Yun. However, Apart from the black demonic intent, there was no other obsession that Lai Yun had in mind. Before he could think further, Blackie had already closed in. The veins on his arm surged as he raised his fist. The explosive muscles and the 3 patterns covering his body erupted with shocking power at the same time. He threw a punch with a low roar. For a moment, space trembled. Lai Yun's expression changed drastically. She stopped dancing and gently slapped out her palm. A pink palm print met Blackie's punch. Blackie's punch landed heavily on the pink palm print. The palm print shattered instantly. However, Blackie also retreated 10 steps in contrast. As a half-step martial monarch realm expert who could break through to the martial monarch realm, Lai Yun actually retreated more than 6 steps in this collision. Lai Yun was shocked. It was as if a monstrous wave had been set off. Her realm was even higher. Even though she still had a slight advantage, that didn't make sense either. The other party actually relied on his physical strength to reach this step. Elder Yang, who was anxious with Kang Ming, was also stunned when he saw this scene. This person was so strong. Even if he was up against Lai Yun and he was not affected by the charming spiritual Kai, he would still be injured by the palm attack. Blackie did not look at the shocked gazes of the people around him. He grinned. Killing intent was not the only thing flowing around his body. His battle intent began to surge. The stronger the enemy was, the more excited Blackie became. Only then would Blackie, who was in battle, change from his usual simple and honest stupor to reveal a ferocious and murderous side. Blackie did not rest. He ignored the turbulent bones and internal organs in his body. He stumped his foot in midair again and the space rippled. Blackie charged towards Lai Yun again like a cannonball. Lai Yun was furious seeing this. The charming spiritual Kai that permeated the surroundings retracted and gathered in his palm. She took the initiative to step forward and slapped Blackie's fist. At this moment, Blackie took 15 steps back. At the same time, blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Lai Yun also took 5 steps back. However, this also shocked everyone with Blackie's strength. After all, the other party was a half-step martial monarch realm expert who could break through to the martial monarch realm. Blackie had already surpassed countless people to be able to achieve this. Lai Yun looked at Blackie, who was slapped back to the ground, and narrowed her charming eyes. She said coldly, "If it were any other day, I would definitely take you in as a male slave. However, there can't be any mistakes at this time. I have to kill you." Blackie scoffed and sneered. "Take me as a slave." As soon as he finished speaking, a torrential demonic Kai surged into the sky behind Blackie. A monstrous demonic shadow converged behind Blackie. An intimidating aura spread throughout the entire eastern street. Even Lai Yun's eyes flashed with fear for a moment. Then, she reacted and said in shock and anger, "Who are you?" Blackie's figure was tall and straight, and so was the demonic shadow behind him. His eyes were cold, as if he was looking down on the world. His gaze was as cold as 10,000-year-old ice as he looked at Lai Yun and said coldly, "You don't have to know. As for taking me in as a slave, you're not worthy." Chapter 308 Chapter 308 Crushed. Chapter 308 Crushed. The demon god descends. Even though the current Blackie did not have any memories of his previous life, the arrogance carved in his bones and the aura of looking down on everyone in the world. When Blackie heard Lai Yun's words, it was completely revealed. Everyone looked at the huge demonic shadow behind Blackie. Those with lower-level cultivation realms directly knelt on the ground with cold sweat on their faces and fear in their eyes. Other than fear, there was only reverence in his heart. Elder Yang and Kang Ming, who were fighting behind, felt this aura. They actually paused for a moment. His face was filled with shock. This monstrous demonic Kai actually shocked the two of them. Who exactly was this body cultivator to be able to release such an aura? Lai Yun, who was facing Blackie directly, felt it the most directly. The overwhelming dark demonic Kai. It shocked her mind. It actually made her not dare to move for a moment. Blackie's pitch-black eyes were filled with demonic intent. At this moment, he was staring at her coldly and contemptuously. It made Lai Yun want to turn around and escape. One had to know this was the key factor in a battle between experts. Once they lost their fighting spirit, or rather, Once one was afraid of the enemy, the scales of victory in this battle would completely tilt. Even if one was slightly stronger than the other party, the chances of winning would also be greatly reduced. Lai Yun bit her red lips hard. The sharp pain on her red lips woke Lai Yun up slightly. Then, Lai Yun ignored everything else and stretched out her hands at the same time. The pink spiritual kai that was filled with charm gathered in Lai Yun's hands. Then, it turned into a pink rose that flew towards Blackie. Roses may be beautiful, but they were covered in thorns. If he was not careful, he would be stabbed all over. This was Lai Yun's strongest technique. It contained all her spiritual kai as a half-step martial monarch realm expert. Lai Yun's face instantly turned pale after she used this move. His aura instantly withered. Clearly, this move caused Lai Yun to consume a large amount of spiritual kai. At the same time, the power contained in this pink rose made everyone's expression change. As for Blackie, he had the same expression. There was no change. The way he looked at Lai Yun was like a superior looking at an ant. At this moment, Blackie moved. He raised his fist, and at the same time, when Blackie raised his fist, the huge demonic shadow behind him also raised its fist. The actions of the man and the shadow were completely synchronized. When the pink rose approached Blackie, the torrential dark demonic kai gathered in Blackie's fist was accompanied by a series of sonic booms. The demonic shadow behind him also had a black afterglow flickering on its fist. He threw a punch which the black demonic shadow's fist landed accurately on the pink rose. For a moment, pink spiritual kai overflowed. On the other side was the demonic kai. The pink rose's advance was forced to stop by this punch just like that. As for Blackie, his expression was still indifferent and his body did not tremble at all. Lai Yun spat out another mouthful of blood. Bright red blood slowly flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Lai Yun was extremely shocked seeing this scene. Even his strongest attack was unable to shake this body cultivator in front of him. Was there such a body cultivator with a demonic aura in the boundless realm? Inland, there was a top faction that specialized in cultivating the physical body. However, their auras were completely different from Blackie's. In the next moment, this pink rose was directly shattered by Blackie's punch. It turned into wisps of pink spiritual kai and dissipated in this space. Lai Yun spat out another mouthful of blood. She clutched her chest and continued to rise and fall. One punch had broken her strongest attack. Such an attack was something only martial monarch realm experts could achieve. However, this body cultivator in front of him had clearly not reached this realm. Blackie moved and took a step forward. The demonic shadow behind him also stepped out. In the blink of an eye, Lai Yun realized that Blackie had already disappeared from the spot. Blackie's face appeared in front of her before she could be shocked. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand. He directly grabbed Lai Yun's neck and was about to make a move. Lai Yun's eyes were filled with despair. Blackie's disdainful gaze made her feel fear. As a result, the question had already reached her throat. She opened her mouth, but she could not make a sound. Fear. Extreme fear. She felt fear under Blackie's indifferent gaze. Seeing Lai Yun like this, the corners of Blackie's mouth twitched slightly, as if he was mocking him. Take me as a slave. You are not worthy. After saying that, Blackie exerted force with his palm. Under Lai Yun's despairing gaze, he crushed her neck into pieces. The head was separated from the body. There was no sign of life. A half-step martial monarch realm expert qualified to break through to the martial monarch realm. The person with the highest cultivation realm here. He was killed by a junior just like that. It could be said that he had crushed them to death the entire time. On the other side, with Yi Qiubai and Shi Sheng's strength, these guards of the Lai family had no room to resist. He could almost kill several people with a sword and an axe. Soon, only Kang Ming was left in the Kang and Lai family. Seeing this scene, Kang Ming's face was ashen. Where did these three people come from? Such powerful talent, and the strength to fight above one's level. They did not look like people from this border city at all. It was probably a disciple of a top faction from the inner land who had come here to train. Thinking of this, Kang Ming felt helpless. If that was the case, their plans would probably be nipped in the bud. At that time, the Long family would also be furious. Together with the Yang family, they came to Rising Cloud City and destroyed the Kang and Lai families. Elder Yang was pleasantly surprised. He smiled victoriously and said, "Kang Ming, it seems like you're going to fail." Kang Ming also stopped at this moment. What was the use of fighting now? Even Lai Yun, who could break through to the martial monarch realm, died in their hands. How could an ordinary half-step martial monarch realm expert like him possibly be a match for them? Kang Ming wanted to say something. He had just opened his mouth when a sword intent pierced through his glabella. He opened his eyes and fell from the sky to the ground, dying here. It was naturally Yi Qiubai. They were enemies after all. There was no point in keeping him alive. It was better to kill him directly to avoid future trouble. Yi Qiubai was unwilling to cut the weeds without removing the roots, since they were already on opposite sides. It was impossible for him to show any mercy. If he held back, he might be the one to die in the future. At this moment, Elder Yang walked in front of Yi Qiubai and the others. With a bitter smile, he cupped his hands and said, "I'm sorry, my three friends. At that time, my horizons were too low." Yi Qiubai waved his hand and didn't care. Yang Kai also smiled and said, "Second Elder, now you should know why I dared to bet so much on Brother Yi and the others." "Right." Elder Yang nodded. As for this matter, it was also spread to Kang Li's family. Chapter 309, Chapter 309 Transforming into a Dragon when faced with a storm. Chapter 309 Transforming into a Dragon when faced with a storm. The Eastern Street and the Northern Street matters. 2 hours later, it was sent back to Kang Li's family. Now, in the Kang family, Kang Shicheng and Lai Man, the two family heads, sat in the room with gloomy expressions. Even they did not expect this. But it was a perfect plan. He was actually destroyed by a new mercenary. However, the other party had not even reached the half-step martial monarch realm. Patriarch Lai, what do you think? Kang Shicheng's face was as dark as water as he said, "I'm afraid the current situation is not good." Lai Man was silent for a few seconds. Immediately after, he took a deep breath and said, "If this continues, Dragon Enlightenment City will sense it. At that time, once they attack, our two clans won't be able to resist." Kang Shicheng asked in a low voice, "Join forces with the city lord's manor." However, when he said those 7 words, he shook his head again. The city lord's manor clearly wouldn't interfere in this matter. He was an Oriole among them. If the Kang and Lai family won, the city lord's manor could become the biggest profiteer. Once the Lai and Kang families were defeated, then the city lord's manor would not suffer any losses. He could advance and attack, or retreat and defend. Why did the city lord's manor want to enter, doing such a thankless thing? Lai Man sighed. Now, the only way is to ask the ancestor and let the two ancestors take action. Only then can we turn the situation around. The ancestor of the Kang Lai family was the strongest existence in Rising Cloud City. He was an intermediate stage martial monarch realm expert. Only the two ancestors could attack. The other party would definitely not be able to resist. Understood? Well, ask the ancestor now. Apparently, in the current situation, the Kang Lai family did not intend to keep their promise. He wanted to mobilize martial monarch realm experts in a straw hut. This place was located in the deep forest outside Rising Cloud City. And here, 2 old men were playing chess. The other old woman beside him was making tea. One of the old men holding the black chess piece smiled and said, "Old Yang, it seems that your situation has reversed." The old man called Old Yang held a white chess piece in his hand with a serious expression, as if he would never smile. "It's all done by the people below. I didn't interfere." Even though he did not smile, his expression was still serious. He could not suppress the smile in his voice. The old woman who was making the tea said nothing. However, the gloominess in their eyes was noticed by the 2 of them. Obviously, the old woman was not in a good mood. As for these 3, it was also the highest combat strength in Rising Cloud City. All 3 of them were at the intermediate stage martial monarch realm. The old man holding the black chess piece was the Kang family's ancestor. The white chess elder was the Yang family's ancestor. The old woman who made the tea was the Lai family's ancestor. At this moment, the Lai family patriarch put down the teapot and poured 2 cups of tea for himself and the Kang family patriarch. Only then did he say, "I'm afraid we have to get involved in this matter." The Yang family's ancestor's expression was still solemn as he said, "The previous agreement is void." The Kang family's ancestor smiled and said, "What can we do if it's not invalid? We can't let our descendants lose the family faction be conquered." Right, hearing this, the Yang family's ancestor was not surprised at all. Instead, he nodded and said, "Understood. However, if this old man is willing to hold you back with my life, then I'm sure the 2 of you won't be able to make a move so easily. It won't be a problem to hold you off for 7 to 8 days. Hearing the Yang family's ancestors' words, their expressions changed slightly. The Yang family's ancestor was telling the truth. At their level, who didn't have a few trump cards? If he really used his life as the price to delay them for 7 to 8 days, it would be at least. And these 7 to 8 days were enough for Dragon Enlightenment City to discover the abnormality and come to support. Old Yang, we've lived for so long. Are you willing to risk your life like this? What were cultivators cultivating for? Longevity. Even the 3 ancestors were no exception. The Yang family's ancestors' words clearly exceeded their expectations. At this moment, the Yang family's ancestor actually smiled stiffly for the first time. So what, we can't let the Yang family be wiped out just like that. If you want to attack, step over my corpse. After saying that, the Yang family's ancestor held a white flag and surrounded and killed the Kang family's ancestor's black chess pieces. The white chess piece won. The Kang and Lai family elders looked at each other. Then, they sighed. It seemed that the Kang Lai family had failed this time. Old Yang, tell me, what price do we have to pay? The Yang family's ancestor shook his head and said, "Let the juniors worry about this." The Kang family's ancestor chuckled. "Alright, let's play another round. This time, 111 definitely kill you." The Yang family's ancestor did not refuse. And this decision also reached Kang Shucheng and Lai Man's ears. The 2 of them turned pale. He lost just like that. They were not convinced. However, so what if he was not convinced? Even the ancestors of the 2 families chose to give up. What could they do? Just like that, the Kang and Lai family chose to surrender. Moreover, they each took out 10 of their resources. He handed it over to the Yang family. The Yang family also agreed to this condition. From then on, the Yang family also had 30 of Rising Cloud City's resources. In the future, the Yang family would be the largest force in Rising Cloud City other than the City Lord's Manor. After hearing this news, Yi Qiubai and the other 2 were also invited to the Yang family. They arrived at the meeting hall. Yang Zhenhui laughed loudly and stood up. He walked in front of Yi Qiubai and the other 2 and patted their shoulders. Good this time. It's all thanks to the 3 of you. If it weren't for your help, I'm afraid our Yang family wouldn't have made it this time. The elders of the Yang family below also smiled bitterly in their hearts. They could not refute his words. If they weren't there, the Yang family was about to be destroyed. Of course, the reward will also be given to you. He'll give you all the spots for the Yang family's Kunlun Heavenly Lake competition. At the same time, the Yang clan owes you a huge favor. If you need anything in the future, feel free to look for me. Yi Qiubai took a deep look at Yang Zhenhui and nodded. To be able to sit in the position of the family head, Yang Zhenhui would not be simple either, even though the Yang family owed them a favor. In the end, he still wanted to befriend Yi Qiubai and the other 2. Yang Kai also smiled and said, "That's right. In the future, as long as there's something that I, Yang Kai, can help with, one won't hesitate to go through fire and water." Yi Qiubai nodded and said, "How long until the competition begins?" Yang Zhenhui smiled and said, "There are still 20 days left. When the time comes, I'll get Kier to inform you." Yi Qiubai and the other 2 nodded and left the Yang family. After they left, Yang Zhenhui looked at their backs and said, "Kier, no matter what, you have to get in touch with these 3 people. I have a feeling that Rising Clouds City won't be able to contain them. Once you enter the inner land, You will transform into a dragon once you encounter a storm. Yang Kai nodded. At the same time in the wilderness region, a mysterious person had arrived at the cottage of the southern region. Chapter 310 Chapter 310 5-Star Executor. Liu Zuru. Chapter 310 5-Star Executor. Liu Zuru. Liu Qingfeng was frightened for a few days. After his disciples left, he was afraid that those brats would use the jade pendant to tell him that they had offended some large faction again, and had to clean up after them. A few days later, Liu Qingfeng let out a sigh of relief and resumed his normal life. Sleep, eat, sleep, grow vegetables, sleep. However, he could only cook by himself. When he was too lazy to do it, he asked Uncle Qin to order takeout for him. Except, good times don't last long. This kind of slacking life disappeared when a very young-looking man came. Liu Qingfeng, who seemed to be taking a nap with his eyes closed, let out a helpless voice. Sigh. The good days are coming to an end again. The young man smiled and casually sat on the stone chair. Without saying anything, he took out the teapot and began to make tea. After the tea was brewed, he made an inviting gesture and said, Sir, try it. Liu Qingfeng stood up. He sat opposite the young man and stared straight at him. The man chuckled and took a sip from his teacup. After observing for an instant stick of time, Liu Qingfeng picked up the teacup in front of him and drank it slowly. At this moment, the young man said, I've also drunk my tea. Let me introduce myself. I'm Liu Zuru, the 5-star executive officer of the Dark Domain. When the young man finished speaking, Liu Qingfeng immediately spat out the tea in his mouth and put it back on the stone table. Liu Zuru was slightly stunned. This time, he really couldn't do it. What kind of operation was this? Liu Qingfeng said, Go back to where you came from. I told you, I don't want to be involved. Liu Zuru smiled gently and said, You probably don't know the power of our dark domain. Right. Immediately after, regardless of whether Liu Qingfeng wanted to hear it or not, he continued, The dark domain is basically divided into forces in the middle or high latitudes. You asked us to come to the low latitude realm to pick you up. You are the first, and perhaps the last. At the same time, the dark domain can't be considered a traditional faction. It can be considered an alliance formed by many factions, which meant the dark domain could be said to be a platform. The deacon would rope in the talents on the dark rankings and recruit them into the dark domain. At the same time, there was no need for those who joined the dark domain to leave the faction they were originally from. Even though I can't tell you which factions have joined the dark domain, they are all top existences in the various worlds. However, Liu Qingfeng wasn't interested at all. You don't have to tell me. I don't know. And I don't want to know. You're joking. In Liu Zuru's words, the forces in the dark domain were complicated. Once he joined, wouldn't it be related to karma with so many forces? Liu Qingfeng didn't want to make a loss. Liu Zuru wasn't surprised to hear Liu Qingfeng's answer. The other party had already expressed his attitude before after all. If he just nodded and agreed, Liu Zuru would also suspect that there was a trap. Liu Zuru slowly took a sip of tea and chuckled. Then, Sir, what is it that you're worried about, or are you doubting the strength of the dark domain? Hearing this, Liu Qingfeng spread his hands and said, That's not the reason. I just don't want to get involved in too many things. I just want to live the life I want now. The dark domain won't restrict your freedom. Liu Zuru said, If you think that you'll lose your freedom if you join the dark domain, you're wrong. Even if you join, you can continue to stay in this realm. How could the path of karma be explained clearly? Even if he joined and ignored the dark domain, that was also related to the karma of the dark domain. He ignored him. Naturally, someone would look for him. Liu Zuru also understood what Liu Qingfeng meant. However, he did not intend to give up just like that. Liu Qingfeng was now ranked in the top 10 of the dark rankings list after all. However, he got the big shot from the dark domain to give the order personally. He asked Liu Zuru, a 5-star executor, to approach Liu Qingfeng personally. Every 5-star executor was the highest level executor in the dark domain. At the same time, they were only responsible for roping in the top 5 on the dark rankings. However, the 5-star executor had to rope in Lu Chengsheng, who was in the top 10. This also meant that there must be something special about this Lu Chengsheng. Moreover, Liu Zhu could become a 5-star executor, because the completion rate of his mission had reached an astonishing 99. Only then could he sit in the position of the 5-star executor. Therefore, Lu Chengsheng was someone Liu Zhu had to win over. Maybe you can look at it from a different angle. Liu Zhu stood up with a smile and reached out his hand. A ball of extremely terrifying spiritual Kai appeared in his hand, and this spiritual Kai could probably destroy the entire Hidden Dao Academy. Lu Chengsheng narrowed his eyes. Will you not be afraid of karma as long as you become strong enough? Lu Chengsheng asked. How strong do you want me to become? Can you ignore karma now? Liu Zhu was slightly stunned. He shook his head with a bitter smile. It's a pity that my strength is not up to this standard. Lu Chengsheng also stood up and walked to Liu Zhu's side. He reached out a hand and easily shattered the spiritual Kai in Liu Zhu's hand. Under Liu Zhu's surprised gaze, he said, There's always someone better. In this kind of world, there has never been any true invincibility. No matter what realm you reach, someone stronger than you will always jump out. For example, you think you're very strong, right? Liu Zhu nodded. But aren't you still working for the so-called dark domain? Liu Zhu was silent. Lu Chengsheng smiled and said, So, don't ever underestimate others as long as you are strong enough. Do you understand? If you understand, give me some applause all. No. Go back if you understand. Shang Lu turned around and lay on the bamboo chair, preparing to continue sleeping. He hadn't slept enough for the past 2 hours. Liu Zhu nodded slightly. That makes sense. But we still have to fight for it. The people that the dark domain wants to rope in have never failed. Lu Chengsheng closed his eyes and asked, Then make an exception here. I can't break it. Liu Zhu shook his head slightly. Then, an extremely terrifying aura slowly rose around Liu Zhu's body. This aura was countless times stronger than those martial monarch realm experts. I can't persuade you with words. Let's try using force. Be careful. With that, he rushed towards Lu Chengsheng. Chapter 311 Chapter 311 Who asked your hand to itch? Chapter 311 Who asked your hand to itch? In fact, Lu Chengsheng subconsciously wanted to open the 9 netherworld formation the moment he saw that Liu Zhu was about to attack. However, after some thought, he stopped. Firstly, the other party had no intention of killing him. He was only testing the waters. There was no need to use a killing move. The second and most important point, it was not good to expose too many trump cards. He saw Liu Zhu circulating all his strength. In an instant, he raised his eyes slightly. Liu Zhu appeared next to Lu Chengsheng. He raised his hand and gently pressed it on Lu Chengsheng's face. Even though it seemed to be very light, the surrounding spiritual Kai seemed to have been sucked dry at this moment. Space cracked layer by layer at this moment. It was just a light palm, but it could achieve such an effect. It could be said that they were stronger than those martial monarch realm experts. Lu Chengsheng didn't panic at all. In his eyes, Liu Zhu might be stronger than those martial monarch realm experts, but he wasn't weak either. When they were fighting on the heavenly road, he could fight many martial monarch realm experts alone after all. Several people were injured, and at the same time, several people were killed. Moreover, he did not use his full strength. He was probably an existence that had surpassed this so-called martial monarch realm. Therefore, Lu Chengsheng didn't think he would lose. He did not get up. Instead, he raised his palm and counterattacked Liu Zhu's palm. There was no spiritual Kai fluctuation at all in this palm attack. It did not cause any changes in the world. It looked like an ordinary palm strike. However, it was precisely because of this that a sense of danger rose in Liu Zhu's heart. After all, the other party was in the top 10 of the dark rankings. He was someone that the big shot of the dark domain had personally roped in. If the other party was an ordinary person without spiritual Kai, how could he appear on the dark rankings? Even if he was ranked last on the dark rankings, he was also a top-notch expert. However, Lu Chengsheng was ranked in the top 10 of the dark rankings. How could he be weak? Therefore, there was only one possibility. The other party's strength far exceeded his. He had already reached the realm of returning to simplicity. The spiritual Kai was restrained and did not leak out at all with every move he executed. Even Liu Zuru could not do this. From this, it could be seen that based on this point alone, Liu Zuru was completely defeated. However, he had already struck out with his palm. There was no way he could retreat. Even though Liu Zuru felt a sense of danger, he still did not retreat or avoid it. Liu Zuru felt a sense of danger. He still did not retreat or avoid it. It was only for a moment. Liu Zuru felt that his palm seemed to have hit a huge mountain peak that broke through the sky. It also seemed to be the toughest defense in the world. He could not shake the other party at all. At the same time, he felt a sense of helplessness. In the next moment, Liu Changsheng's palm trembled slightly, and a huge amount of spiritual Kai gushed out. This surging spiritual Kai also made Liu Zuru's expression change drastically. The spiritual Kai that spewed out, he did not have any means to stop them. There was no way to stop it at all. Under this attack, Liu Zuru groaned in a low voice but did not fly out. Instead, his hands fell powerlessly. It was like hitting a cow across a mountain. It pierced through Liu Zuru's body and continued to surge backward. It seemed to be about to reach the hidden Tao Academy. A green light quietly appeared. Within the green light was a willow branch. The willow branch slowly danced in the green light. It blocked the surging spiritual Kai. This prevented the destruction of the entire southern region. At the same time, the willow tree was a little surprised. Liu Changsheng was getting stronger and stronger. Probably, he had already reached that realm. Blood dripped from the corner of Liu Zuru's mouth. His hands fell limply. His eyes instantly became lifeless. However, when he came to his senses, pain came from all over his body. It was as if his internal organs had been displaced. Fortunately, he was wearing an extremely high-level inner armor. Otherwise, he would have been slapped to death by this palm. Liu Zuru lowered his head and looked at his chest. The inner armor that had long been shattered into powder. He could not help but laugh bitterly. At the same time, he was extremely shocked. It was just a light slap, but not only did it resist his attack, it even pierced through his spiritual Kai protection and inner armor. Moreover, it had caused his injuries to become so serious. It would probably take a few years for him to recover. Liu Rush thought to himself, top 10 of the dark rankings. This must be fake. Right. With the strength of this person in front of him, he could probably enter the top 3. One had to know that among the top 3 on the dark rankings, even if the 5-star executor personally rope him in, he would not be able to succeed. At the same time, the dark domain did not want to offend the top 3 too much. He could only do it slowly in the dark. However, on the contrary, if Liu Changsheng was willing to help him, his status in the dark domain would also increase further. Suddenly, Liu Zuru had a bold idea. At this moment, Liu Changsheng took out a pill and said, "Eat it and leave. I'm not interested in the dark domain. Don't waste your time." With that, she closed her eyes and wanted to continue sleeping. After Liu Zuru ate this pill, the injuries in his body actually began to recover at an extremely terrifying speed under a green light. At the same time, the depleted spiritual energy was filled in an instant. What kind of pill was this? Liu Zuru was dumbfounded again. His cultivation level was extraordinarily high. This pill could actually directly replenish his deficient spiritual Kai. How could he recover from such a serious injury? If he were to recover on his own, it was impossible to completely recover in 7 to 8 years. What Liu Changsheng didn't know was, Liu Zuru was even more eager to rope Liu Changsheng in. If Liu Changsheng knew what he was thinking, he would probably regret throwing out this medicinal pill. Liu Zuru took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Senior, I won't give up. Since you don't want to join the dark domain for the time being, I'll follow you until you do." Hearing this, Liu Changsheng rolled his eyes. "What do you mean? For the time being, I will never join the dark domain in my life." "Wait a minute, something's not right. Then you'll be following me until one do." "What do you mean?" Liu Changsheng quickly opened his eyes and sat up. He looked at Liu Zuru and said, "What did you say? Say it again." Liu Zuru replied, "I'll follow you until you do." Liu Changsheng slapped his forehead. FCK. It was over. Liu Zhi sat down and smiled. Senior, you don't have to worry about me causing trouble for you. On the contrary, if there's anything you want to do, I'll do my best to help you. Therefore, I will follow you until you agree to join the dark domain. With that, Liu Zhi disappeared on the spot. However, Liu Changsheng could still feel it. Liu Zhi was not far from the cottage. Liu Changsheng looked at his hands in a daze. Then, he gritted his teeth and slapped his palm. Who asked your hand to itch? Who asked your hand to itch? Hoo, it hurts. It hurts. Chapter 312 Competition for the Quota. Chapter 312 Competition for the Quota. In an inn in the southern region. This place was extremely close to the hidden Dao Academy of the southern region. Liu Zhi lived in it. At this moment, there was an illusory projection in front of him. The projection was in the dark. His entire body was covered in darkness. Its face and figure could not be seen. One could only vaguely see the outline of a person to confirm that there was a person sitting in the darkness. A voice came from the darkness. How's it going? Liu Zhi answered truthfully. One refused. You still rejected it after you mentioned the forces of the dark domain. Liu Zhi nodded and said, that's right. Moreover, the other party's strength has exceeded my expectations. Even if I use my full strength, the other party can easily break it. In his hands, one have no strength to resist. Therefore, the other party's realm is at least one realm higher than mine, or more than one realm higher. As a 5-star executor, Liu Zhi's strength in the dark domain could be said to be above average. According to Liu Zhi, the figure in the dark said, then, we can also confirm that the ranking on the dark rankings is wrong this time. What do you have in mind? Do you want to send another 5-star executor to help you? Hearing this, Liu Zhi shook his head and smiled bitterly. After my observation, people like him can't be moved by just 2 or 3 people. I plan to monitor the situation outside for now and act according to the situation. The figure in the dark seemed to nod. In that case, well, do as you say. However, we have to ensure that this matter is completed. Now, the sky will change drastically, and the situation of the dark domain will also change because of this. We have to rope in the people on the dark rankings as soon as possible. Liu Zhi nodded and said, I understand. With that, the projection in front of Liu Zhi disappeared. 20 days was nothing more than a cultivator meditating. He closed his eyes and opened them. It was like a white horse passing through a crack at the boundless realm. In the rising cloud city, the words Kunlun Heavenly Lake appeared in the ears of the martial cultivators of Rising Cloud City again. This Kunlun Heavenly Lake was a treasure land in the Kunlun Snow Mountain in the boundless realm. The Heavenly Lake was filled with water formed by pure spiritual Kai. As long as one did not break through to the martial monarch realm, they could enter the Kunlun Heavenly Lake to absorb the water formed by pure spiritual Kai to cultivate. What was more interesting was that cultivating in the Kunlun Heavenly Lake, the deeper one dived, the more stable one's Dao foundation would be. However, no one had been able to enter the deepest part of the Kunlun Heavenly Lake until now. There were rumors in the deepest part of the Heavenly Lake. There was a peerless divine item. In front, a Dao Convergence Realm expert wanted to enter the Kunlun Heavenly Lake to take a look. However, they were rejected by the Kunlun Heavenly Lake and could not enter. Only then did the covetous cultivators stop thinking about it. The Kunlun Heavenly Lake was a place that cultivators below the martial monarch realm dreamed of. However, there would naturally be a limit to the number of places in such a place. To be fair, the 3 families of Rising Cloud City and the City Lord's Manor would send geniuses below the martial monarch realm to participate in the competition. This was to determine the ownership of these 4 spots. The City Lord's Manor would occupy 2 spots every time in these few batches. As for the other 2 spots, they would move among the 3 great clans. Of course, it had been a few years since the Yang family had managed to get this spot. As a result, the Yang family's power became more and more tight in Rising Cloud City. The Yang family's strength was also weakening day by day. Yi Qiubai and the other 2 arrived as scheduled. Yang Zhenyuai looked at the 3 of them and smiled. Our Yang family only has these 3 spots for the competition. We'll give them all to you to participate in. Yi Bai smiled and looked at Yang Kai. Is your young master not participating? Hearing this, Yang Kai shook his head with a bitter smile and said, I know my strength very well. Even if one participate in the quota competition, there's a high chance that I won't be able to obtain a quota. Therefore, it's better to give the quota of this competition to Brother Yi and the others. Perhaps it can also fight for quite a bit of prestige for our Yang family. Yang Zhenyue also smiled and said, All right, since that's the case, let's go. The competition for the spots in the Kunlun Heavenly Lake was set up in the City Lord's Manor. Originally, only the 3 families and the people from the City Lord's Manor came to watch. However, because of the participation of Yi Bai and the other 2, this caused the members of the mercenary guild to want to take a look. Yi Bai, Shi Sheng, and Blackie were the famous new mercenary group after all. They wanted to see it too. Were these 3 people as exaggerated as the rumors said? Did they have the ability to fight across realms? Luo Yun and the Scales mercenary group naturally came here. Yi Bai and the other 2 followed Yang Zhenhui to the scene. Luo Yun sighed and smiled. At that time, one thought they were 3 hotheads. I didn't expect him to become a famous figure in Rising Cloud City in just a month. He Lin, the leader of the Scales mercenary group, nodded in agreement. In the beginning, he accepted an escort mission and took action twice during the escort mission. He predicted the enemy and killed more than EO Void God Realm experts in a row, fight across realms and kill a half-step Martial Monarch Realm expert qualified to break through to the Martial Monarch Realm. Now, he had become a key figure in the dispute between the 3 great families of Rising Cloud City. There were traces of the cottage mercenary group among the recent major events in Rising Cloud City. On the other side, the patriarchs of the Kang and Lai families also looked at the 3 people behind Yang Zhenhui. At the same time, he felt extremely uncomfortable. The Yang family gave 3 spots to these 3 people. Were they still going to let the 2 families play? Even though the 3 of them had not reached half-step Martial Monarch Realm, he had the strength to resist a half-step Martial Monarch Realm expert who was qualified to break through to the Martial Monarch Realm. One of them could even be killed. How were they supposed to play this? This time, he could only be a bystander, even though there were 4 spots. Don't forget the City Lord's Manor. The City Lord's Manor was the true strongest faction in Rising Cloud City. Among them, the son and daughter of the City Lord's Manor had also returned from cultivating inlet forces to participate in the quota competition this time. Hearing the news, therefore, these 4 spots did not belong to the 2 families. He could only go through the motions. A middle-aged man in golden brocade clothes appeared. Yang Kai explained, This is the City Lord of Rising Cloud City, Deng Yanggen. He's also the strongest existence in Rising Cloud City, a peak-stage Martial Monarch Realm expert. At this moment, Zhang Yonggen announced the rules of this competition on the high platform. Chapter 313 Chapter 313 Genius and Genius. Chapter 313 Genius and Genius. The rules are as follows. There were 3 spots in the competition for the 3 families, including the City Lord's Manor to vie for. There was only 1 round of competition. It was the simplest one-on-one. Each time, it was decided by drawing lots. As for Re-Loser group, they could continue to challenge the people in the winner group to replace Re-Victors of their group. Finally, Re-Winners would fight one-on-one. The last 4 people would represent Rising Cloud City and head to the Kunlun Heavenly Lake. After explaining the rules, the City Lord of Rising Cloud City, Deng Yanggen, took out a bucket of bamboo sticks. The name of the participant was recorded on the bamboo stick. 111 draw lots now. Of course, if you think there's a trap, you can bring it up. Everyone smiled kindly. He did nor think that an expert like Zhang Yonggen would do such a despicable thing in front of everyone. He was the lord of a city after all. Some things could be done or could not be done. He knew what he was doing. Moreover, there was really no need to do such a thankless thing with the strength of the City Lord's Manor. Seeing that no one objected, Zhang Yonggen began to draw lots. Lai Pei of the Lai family versus Zhang Bingbao of the City Lord's Manor. Zhang Tanbao was the city lord Zhang Yonggan's son. Rumor had it that he was chosen by the elders of the first-rate forces in the inner land and was taken in as a personal disciple. Now that his strength had already reached half-step martial monarch realm. Of course, they were half-step martial monarch realm experts with ability to break through to the martial monarch realm. Yang Kai also reminded him, "Brother Yi, this Zhang Bingbao is probably one of your biggest opponents in this competition. His strength is probably a little stronger than Elder Lai Yun from before." Lai Yun was the half-step martial monarch realm expert that Blackie had killed. Bai nodded and didn't care much. He asked, "One of them, is there anyone else?" Hearing this, Yang Kai explained, "The other person is also from the City Lord's manor. She's the daughter of City Lord Zhang Yong'an. Yang Yanqi. Her strength is extremely mysterious. No one has seen her attack, and no one knows which faction she was taken in as a disciple. However, her strength is definitely nor simple. So, Brother Yi, when you guys encounter it, you still have to be careful. However, only these two people need to pay attention to. There are still two spots. With Brother Yi's strength, you can naturally get them." Bai, Shi Shang, and Blackie looked at each other and smiled. It seemed that Yang Kai thought that the situation was nor too optimistic when they faced the two people from the city lord's manor. However, he did not say anything and continued to look at the arena. Just what sort of strength did this Zhang Tanbao have? It wasn't just Bai and the other two. The others also stared intently at the stage. They also wanted to see how strong Zhang Bingbao, who had been taken in as a personal disciple by a first-rate force in the inner land, was. Or perhaps it could be said that there was a great difference in strength when compared to cultivators from border cities like them on the tournament stage. The two of them were already in position. Zhang Tianbao's expression was calm, and he did not seem nervous at all. Lai Pei, who was standing opposite him, had a hint of bitterness in his eyes. Even though he was famous in the Lai family and Rising Cloud City, he was also a famous genius. He had already reached the peak stage Void God realm. However, in the face of a direct disciple from a first-rate force in the inner land like Zhang Tianbao, he was a half-step martial monarch realm. Naturally, there was no hope. Zhang Tianbao said indifferently, "Go down yourself. I don't want to waste time." Too arrogant. This was the first impression that Zhang Tianbao gave everyone. However, Zhang Tianbao's talent and strength, as well as his identity, gave him the right to be so arrogant. Bai smiled from below. "If Master finds out that we're outside like this person, he'll probably be slapped to death." Hearing this, Shi Shang and Blackie couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, it was probably not an exaggeration to say that he was whipped to death. Opposite him, Lai Pei took a deep breath and said solemnly, "We cultivators must nor retreat easily, even if him nor your match. One want to give it a try." One below, the Lai family's patriarch, Lai Man, nodded heavily when he heard this. Even though Lai Pei's talent was inferior to Zhang Bingbao's, having such a temperament made Lai Man extremely happy. If martial cultivators were afraid of this and that, why would they cultivate Dao? He might as well go home and farm. However, Lu Changsheng was one of them. Zhang Tanbao did not show any expression on his face. He nodded and said, "You have some guts. Be careful." Zhang Yonggan said from above, "We can start now." As soon as he finished speaking, Lai Pei actually took the initiative to step forward. He threw a punch at Zhang Bingbao. He attacked and seized the initiative. This was Lai Pei's only chance. Therefore, Lai Pei used his full strength in this punch. Zhang Tianbao, on the other hand, had his hands behind his back, his face indifferent until Lai Pei approached. Then, he struck out with his palm. This light palm strike erupted with shocking spiritual kai. Lai Pei's expression changed as he punched the palm print. However, in the next second, he spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. He landed directly outside Re-Arena. He was seriously injured. Zhang Tianbao did not even take a second look before he turned around and left the arena. Zhang Yonggan also announced Zhang Tanbao's victory. The people below were all amazed. As expected, Lai Pei could not even withstand a single palm strike from Zhang. Tianbao as a peak stage void god realm expert. It could be said to be crushing. His strength was truly terrifying. As expected of a personal disciple of a first-rate force in the inner land, he lived up to his reputation. Indeed, this person was very strong. Not inferior even when compared to the half-step martial monarch realm expert outside Longkai City or Liman. In fact, he was even stronger. The next battle was Shisheng's turn. He was fighting a peak stage void god realm expert from the Kang family. Everyone looked over curiously. Shisheng was one of the main characters of the major events that had happened in Rising Cloud City recently. His strength was also quite extraordinary. However, there were also many people who only heard of his name and did not see him. Therefore, they wanted to see how strong Shisheng was. Everyone was shocked when the competition began, and Shisheng used the power of the stars. It was a cultivation technique that had been lost for countless years. It had actually reappeared in the world. Even the city lord's manor master, Zheng Yonggen, looked at Shisheng in surprise. Sheng Tanbao's eyes were also burning. The power of the stars really surprised him. However, it was a pity that he was only at the peak stage void god realm. If they were in the same realm, the outcome might be different. At the side, a cold woman asked, "Brother, are you confident in fighting him?" Sheng Tianbao smiled and said, "Even though the power of Re-stars is mysterious and powerful, Re-difference in their realms still show." Shisheng was at the peak stage void god realm. As for him, Gang Bingbao, he had already reached the half-step martial monarch realm. How could the gap between realms be so easily bridged? Moreover, he was also a genius. A gap between geniuses. It was extremely difficult to overcome. Chapter 314 Chapter 314 Yi Qiu by Strikes. Chapter 314 Yi Qiu by Strikes. Shisheng and the peak stage void god realm cultivators of the Kang family. The battle between the two of them was as expected. Shisheng's axe landed, and the other party flew out of the arena. Just like that, there were only two people left in the Kang and Lai families. In the middle, Blocky and Yi Qiubai had also appeared once. In the end, he did not know if it was because the Kang and Lai families had been unlucky recently. He was actually kicked out of the game by the city lord's manor and Yi Qiubai. This also confirmed the candidates for the winners group. The three people representing the city lord's manor. Zhang Yanqi also made a move once, but it was a one-hit kill. He could not see the depth of his strength. However, his realm was also at the half-step martial monarch realm. This was confirmed. The winners group had already been chosen. Zhang Yonggen went on stage again and said, "The loser group can choose the winner group again to challenge. If the challenge is successful, they can replace them." The 6 people from the losers group smiled bitterly and shook their heads. How were they going to challenge these 6 people? If he went up again, would he be tortured again? There was no response. Zhang Yonggen was not surprised either. He looked at the winners group and said, "Do the 6 of you need to rest and adjust?" Deng Tanbao shook his head, indicating that there was no need. Deng Yanqi and the other men from the city lord's manor didn't say anything, but it was obvious that there was no need. Yi Qiubai and the other 2 also shook their heads. The 6 of them had not consumed too much spiritual Kai in the previous battle. They basically ended the battle in one move. On the other side, the mercenary guild and the other spectators were also discussing who would get a spot. Even though those 3 from the cottage mercenary group have a much lower realm, they all have the ability to fight across realms. Yes, and he can kill a half-step martial monarch realm expert who is qualified to break through to the martial monarch realm. However, don't forget that Zhang Bingbao and the other 2 are also pseudo-emperors who can break through to the martial monarch realm. Moreover, their strength and talent are stronger than Lai Yun and the others. Zhang Bingbao and Zhang Anqi are both geniuses. How could the gap between their cultivation levels be so easy to cross? For a moment, everyone had different opinions. However, everyone was more inclined to the 3 people from the city lord's manor. It was not so bad that the cottage mercenary group could get at least one spot. Yongkai also said with a solemn expression, "Brother Yi, Yang Bingshan and Zhang Yanqi are much stronger than Lai Yun and the others. You have to be careful. They were taken in as direct disciples by the elders of first-rate forces in the inner land. After all, he already had a basic understanding of Zhang Tianbao's strength. The only person he couldn't see through was Zhang Yanqi. He had a feeling that Zhang Yanqi's strength was a little strange. It seems to be suppressing something. Shisheng also noticed this and said, "Be careful of Zhang Yanqi," Blackie said in a muffled voice. "Just leave it to me." Yi Qiubai smiled and said, "Are you that confident?" A look of disdain appeared in Blackie's eyes. Perhaps even he did not notice this change. Ever since he recovered a small portion of the memory fragments, Blackie's personality had become even more arrogant and contemptuous of his enemies. Zhang Yonggan said, "The winners can choose their own opponents." Another person from the city lord's manor stood up and pointed at Yi Qiubai. This person was also at the half-step martial monarch realm. Yi Qiubai drew his sword. Did he think he was the weakest? It was obvious that both Zhang Tanbao and Zhang Yanqi were stronger than this person. If they wanted to obtain all 3 spots, they had to choose the weakest among Yi Qiubai and the other 2. Shisheng had the power of the stars that had been lost for countless years. His strength and talent were self-evident. Blackie had crushed Lai Yun and killed her in Rising Cloud City alone. This person's strength was comparable to Lai Yun. Therefore, if he wanted to obtain a spot, he would naturally choose Yi Qiubai, who wasn't that famous in Rising Cloud City. However, clearly, the city lord's manor was not that well informed. He didn't know that Yi Qiubai had also killed a half-step martial monarch realm expert alone. The man opposite Yi Qiubai took out a long rod and pointed at Yi Qiubai. "Are you ready?" Yi Qiubai held the dark demon sword and didn't say anything, but he expressed his attitude. At this moment, the long staff man also erupted with the aura of a pseudo-marital monarch realm expert. Yi Qiubai didn't move. Zhang Tanbao and Zhang Yanqi stood together with their arms crossed as they watched this scene. He's the sword cultivator among the 3 of them. Right. I'd like to see how strong he is and what he can do to make father pay attention. A wave of sword intent soared into the sky with Yi Qiubai as the center. It enveloped the entire tournament stage. Everyone could not help but exclaim when they sensed this sword intent. As expected, it was just as the rumors said. Yi Qiubai was a great sword ancestor. He had already reached the sword ancestral realm at such a young age. He was only 1 step away from becoming a sword saint. This kind of sword Dao genius was really terrifying. When the long rod man sensed this sharp sword intent, he actually felt a threat. He could not help but be even more careful. The staff in his hand suddenly swung out. It actually turned into rod shadows that filled the sky. At the same time, it smashed towards Yi Qiubai's head. Yi Qiubai stretched out his fingers. In the sword domain, other than sword intent, it was filled with the other 4 intent realms. It turned into a sword formation and attacked the long staff man. It was the attack method of the 4 absolute sword saint. As for the staff shadows, under the attack of the 4 matchless sword formation, all of them turned into bubbles. The staff man rushed out of the 4 matchless sword formation and swung the staff in his hand at Yi Qiubai. Yi Qiubai's expression was cold as he slashed out with the dark demon sword in his hand. The long sword and the long staff collided. Waves of air exploded from the arena. Zhang Bingbao was slightly surprised. He blocked this full-strength strike with his strength at the beginner stage of the Void God realm. That's quite impressive. The cold woman, Zhang Yonggan, also raised her eyebrows slightly. Even the staff-wielding man was shocked. Such a huge gap in cultivation, and yet he could actually block his rod. He did not hold back at all. However, in the next moment, danger descended from his heart. The wave of sword intent in the sword domain transformed into huge sword shadows from all directions and combined with the 4 matchless sword formation. Shooting towards his body, the staff man gritted his teeth slightly and could only shake the staff in his hand to force Yi Qiubai away. Then, he waved his staff continuously to resist the huge swords. The power of the sword domain that was imbued with the 4 matchless sword formation was naturally extraordinary. At the same time, Yi Qiubai held the dark demon sword and emitted an endless aura. It gathered on the body of the dark demon sword. Peaceful mountains and rivers of the primordial sword scripture. He swung his sword and the sword light slashed out. It slashed towards the long staff man. When the long stick man was dealing with the 4 ultimate sword domain, his expression changed drastically. With a loud roar, the staff in his hand turned into a huge staff shadow. He slashed horizontally. It shattered the sword shadow and did not stop there all. Exudes' figure arrived as the sword light shattered and the sword pointed at the man with the long stick between his eyebrows. Victory and defeat had been decided. Chapter 315 Chapter 315 Kneel with both knees, shaking your Tao heart. Chapter 315 Kneel with both knees, shaking your Tao heart. Everyone looked at the scene in the arena in shock. None of them had expected this. Exudes could end the battle so quickly. It had only been a few minutes since the start of the battle. One had to know that Exudes was only at beginner stage Void God realm. What about the long stick man from the City Lord's Manor? It was a half-step martial monarch realm expert. How big was the leap in realm? Zhang Tianbao's expression turned serious as well. To be able to do this with the strength of a beginner stage Void God realm expert was indeed not simple. Moreover, in his eyes, not only was Exudes' sword Tao realm profound, he also had many sword Tao techniques. He was also extremely powerful. What was even more terrifying was that Exudes didn't do anything else. At the same time, every strike was executed perfectly. The interconnectedness of their attacks was pleasing to the eye. It could be said that Exudes' sword technique was extremely profound. This was also thanks to Exudes' combat experience from fighting above his level all year round. It made Exudes' sword technique stronger and stronger. The long stick man's eyes widened and his pupils constricted. He looked at the indifferent Exudes in front of him. He pointed at his glabella. The sword intent spat out by the sword fingers seemed to be about to pierce through his glabella. He had never felt death was so close to him before. Exudes chuckled and said, "You lost." The staff-wielding man nodded, admitting defeat. Exudes retracted his finger. "How did you do it?" The staff man looked at Exudes with a complicated expression and asked, "There's such a huge difference in the cultivation realm. How can you still face it calmly?" Exudes put away the dark demon sword and smiled. "It's just that I've always been fighting across realms in my life. At the same time, I've never lost. If you can do this, you can naturally face it calmly." With that, Exudes left the stage. The staff-wielding man was shocked. They had been fighting across realms. Never tasted defeat. How arrogant and confident were his words. If it was anyone else, the staff-wielding man might not believe it. However, he believed that what Exudes said was true. Shortly after, Zhang Tianbao stepped forward. He pointed at Shisheng. "I want to see how powerful the power of stars is." Upon seeing this, Shisheng slowly walked onto the stage. He took out the Emperor Ming's mystic axe. He could feel the power of the stars slowly emerging from Shisheng's body. This power made people feel mysterious. But at the same time, it was extremely deep and heavy. It was as if it could encompass all things in the world. If they were at the same level, Zhang Tianbao might be a little wary. However, Shisheng was only at peak stage Void God realm. There was a difference of an entire realm between them. Why would he be afraid? Zhang Yonggan also looked at the arena. Anticipation appeared in his eyes. Zhang Tianbao was his son. He had displayed astonishing talent since he was young. He was even taken in as a personal disciple by a first-rate faction in the inner land. Its strength had increased greatly. He wanted to see how much Zhang Tianbao's cultivation had improved over the years. At the same time, the spectators also looked at Shisheng curiously. The power of stars was an unknown force. What was so powerful about him? They didn't know either. The competition officially began as soon as Zhang Yonggan finished speaking. Zhang Tianbao looked at Shisheng and said with a smile, "Make your move. Let me see how extraordinary this star power is." Shisheng did not stand on ceremony. If he wanted to be beaten, he would satisfy him. Thinking of this, the Emperor Ming's mystic axe in Shisheng's hand gathered a huge amount of star power. The Emperor Ming's mystic axe, which was already extremely heavy, became even heavier at this moment. Then, Shisheng took a step forward. It was as if he was stepping on the stars. With one step, the arena actually let out a trembling sound. In an instant, he appeared in front of Zhang Tianbao. He raised the Emperor Ming's mystic axe in his hand and swung it down. The power of the stars surrounded the axe. It streaked through space and carried the shadow of the stars. The axe fell like falling stars. Zhang Tanbao could clearly feel the heavy power within. This star power was indeed extraordinary. However, if that was all, there was nothing to pay attention to. Zhang Tanbao stretched out his hand under everyone's gazes. In an instant, his palm was covered by a red crystal. It was as if it had turned into a piece of red jade. It was crystal clear. He extended his hand and actually wanted to grab Shi Sheng's axe with his hand. This was the technique that Zhang Tanbao had learned from the first-rate sects in the inner land. The red jade hand. It was covered in red jade and was incomparably hard. At the same time, the huge spiritual Kai gathered in the red jade. It could add a huge amount of offensive power and could be said to be a technique that combined offense and defense. Zhang Tanbao was also confident. With the strength of the red jade hand, it was more than enough to resist the power of the stars. However, when Shi Sheng's Emperor Ming's mystic axe landed on Zhang Bingbao's palm that had turned into red jade, his expression instantly changed. Heavy. It was too heavy. The weight brought by the Emperor Ming's mystic axe was not only the weight of the axe itself, it was the heaviness brought about by the power of the stars. In an instant, under everyone's stunned gazes, Zhang Tanbao actually bent his knees. He knelt on one knee. Crack crack. Cracks actually appeared on the ground of the arena at this moment. One had to know that the arena in the city lord's manor had been reinforced by an array formation. And this attack, not only did he suppress the powerful Zhang Bingbao, he even shattered the tournament stage. Shi Sheng's expression was calm. After swinging his axe, he reached out with his other hand. The power of stars continued to gather in his palm. It turned into a star phantom. He was holding a star boulder in his hand. It smashed towards Zhang Bingbao. Zhang Tianbao's expression changed drastically. Would the other party still have the strength to launch another attack under this axe? Zhang Tanbao gritted his teeth. He extended his other hand that had turned into red jade. He wanted to defend against the star boulder. His hands turned into red jade. With Zhang Tanbao's current cultivation level, it would be a huge burden for him to use it. However, in this situation, he had no choice but to use it. However, even so, just as Zhang Bingbao was about to defend against the phantom of the star boulder, the other knee also fell to the ground. The current Zhang Bingbao was in a sorry state. He fell to his knees. Not only did it mean that Zhang Tanbao's strength was inferior to Shi Sheng's, it directly shattered the dignity in Zhang Tanbao's heart. Zhang Tanbao's face was pale. He seemed to know his current situation. A man has gold under his knees. He could only kneel to the heavens, kneel to the earth, kneel to his parents. But now, he was kneeling in front of his opponent. How humiliating was this? He spat out a mouthful of blood. There was also some doubt in his eyes. Zhang Yonggan's expression changed when he saw this. He immediately attacked by waving his palm and slapped Shi Sheng to the back. At the same time, he said, Shi Sheng wins. Then, he brought the defeated Zhang Tanbao away. Apparently, this battle had shaken Zhang Tanbao's Dao heart. What did it mean for a cultivator's Dao heart to waver? Chapter 316 Chapter 316 Bullying the Young. Chapter 316 Bullying the Young. Zhang Tanbao had always been the brightest star in the world ever since he was young. It grew under everyone's reverent and respectful gazes. He was also favored by the elders of the first-rate forces in the inner land and was taken in as a personal disciple. All these events made Zhang Bingbao's heart swell. During this period, there were no setbacks. They could often crush opponents of the same realm. Everyone in the same realm could fight without losing in Zhang Tanbao's eyes. Not to mention someone of a lower cultivation realm. Zhang Bingbao was defeated by a peak stage void god realm expert, crushed to the ground on both knees. It could be said that there was no room for retaliation. It was also because of this difference that caused Zhang Bingbao's arrogant heart to be unable to accept it, causing his Dao heart to begin to waver. Zhang Yonggan looked at Zhang Bingbao, whose face was ashen and his eyes were filled with confusion. He could not help but sigh. The life of this son of his had been too smooth sailing. As a result, he was too arrogant. It was easy to break if it was too hard. He had said this more than once. However, Zheng Heavenly Expanse was stubborn and refused to change. He continued to look down on everyone. He believed that his talent would not lose to anyone, and now he was a big shot. There were pros and cons if he crossed it. In that case, Zheng Tanbao's state of mind would undergo a huge leap, and his strength and realm would also change from before to a whole new level. Except, if he did not cross over, Zheng Tanbao's achievements in this lifetime would be limited. This would become an eternal nightmare in his heart. Of course, as Zheng Tianbao's father, Zheng Yonggan was still a little displeased. He looked deeply at Shisheng. Shisheng felt the city lord's gaze. He also looked over. His eyes were pure without the slightest hint of panic. It was abnormally calm. This surprised Zheng Yonggan slightly. Having been in a high position for many years, his aura and pressure were much stronger than that of ordinary martial cultivators. Shisheng acted as if nothing had happened when they looked at each other. It could be seen how stable his mental state was. Then, Zheng Yonggan looked at his daughter, Zheng Yanqi, with a deep gaze. Zheng Yanqi noticed his father's gaze. Her eyes were cold as she nodded. She understood what her father meant and also knew what to do. Even though it was a competition, it was unpredictable when sparring. It was normal to be injured. That was true. However, shouldn't people be more biased towards their blood relatives? Seeing his son so hurt, how could he not be emotional even though the other party was right? Some people were rational. That was just because he hadn't reached the point where he was angered. Once he was enraged, a rational person would also become emotional. There was no need to draw lots for the next round. In fact, there was no need to fight. Yi Qiubai, Shisheng, Blackie, and Zheng Yanqi had all confirmed their spots. No one wanted to challenge the quota. Zheng Tanbao's Dao heart wavered. The long-staff man also thought that he could not defeat the other party and shook his head with a bitter smile. This scene also shocked everyone. None of the 3 members of the cottage mercenary group had entered the half-step martial monarch realm. However, they had occupied 3 spots in the Kunlun Heavenly Lake. The 3 of them all had the ability to fight above their level. Especially Yi Qiubai. He had actually defeated a half-step martial monarch realm expert who was strong enough to break through to the martial monarch realm with his strength at beginner stage void god realm. It could only be said that it was too exaggerated. However, Yi Qiubai's sword Dao realm was different from his cultivation realm. The realm of the great sword ancestor had already surpassed his own cultivation realm. Yang Zhenyue was also beaming with joy. Even though Yi Qiubai and the other 2 were not direct descendants of the Yan family, he was participating in this competition in the name of the Yan family. Therefore, the division of resources after that, or the prestige and right to speak of the Yan family, would have a huge increase. At the same time, he looked at Yang Kai with admiration and said, "Kier, it's all thanks to you. If not for Yang Ki's suggestion, as well as the 3 people who did not hesitate to give up their identity as the heir of the family to keep the cottage mercenary group, then, if the Yan family really cried to death, before everyone could finish their discussion, Zheng Yanqi's cold voice resounded throughout the arena. There's still one person I haven't fought before. I want to spar. Otherwise, I'll snatch the spot at the Kunlun Heavenly Lake just like that. Otherwise, one won't say that I obtained it by luck." Everyone looked over, their hearts trembling. Apparently, the city lord's manor wanted revenge. Zheng Yanqi wanted to challenge Blackie. Yi Qiubai also looked over and chuckled. Could it be that the city lord's manor can't afford to lose? The people from the city lord's manor glared angrily as soon as he said that. A huge aura crushed towards Yi Qiubai. Zheng Yonggan also looked over indifferently. He took a step forward and said, "Young lad, why do you say that?" His peak stage martial monarch realm strength erupted. The pressure was like a mountain pressing down on Yi Qiubai. Yi Qiubai's pupils constricted as he bent down slightly. Then, he pointed his finger towards the sky and extended his sword finger. The will of the great sword ancestor soared into the sky. He wanted to resist this terrifying power. Yi Qiubai actually wanted to use his strength at the beginner stage void god realm to resist the city lord of Rising Cloud City, a peak stage A4, martial monarch realm expert. He watched as the sword intent around him surged and constantly resisted the pressure. However, Yi Qiubai still didn't bend his knees. Zhang Yonggan raised his eyebrows slightly. I'm quite interested in you. Let's see how long you can last. With that, he extended a finger. The pressure increased again. At this moment, an old man appeared in front of Yi Qiubai. The pressure on Yi Qiubai also disappeared. The old man looked at Zhang Yonggan indifferently and said, "City Lord, it's not good to bully a junior." "Right," Yang Zhenhui immediately said respectfully. "Ancestor." The old man was the Yang family's ancestor, an intermediate-stage martial monarch realm expert. Zhang Yonggan frowned slightly. Then, he waved his hand and turned around. "I just want to see the talent of the younger generation." Seeing that Zhang Yonggan was no longer attacking, the Yang family's ancestor turned around and looked at Yi Qiubai and the other two. "You're not bad. The Yang family being able to get to know you is the best thing they've done all these years." With that, he disappeared on the spot, and at this moment, demonic intent surrounded his body. He stepped onto the arena and looked at Zhang Yongqi with a demonic aura. "Come on up." These two words were filled with an irrefutable meaning. Shisheng looked at Blackie and smiled. "Looks like that woman is going to be in trouble." They all knew very well that the current Blackies were angry. Zhang Yonggan was bullying the weak. Blackie wanted to give him a taste of his own medicine. In his eyes, how could Zhang Yongqi not be a junior? Zhang Yongqi was also slightly stunned. His mind was in turmoil. A hint of anger flashed across his eyes when he reacted. He pulled out a thin sword which was covered in ice and snow. On the hilt of the sword, there were two ice flowers. Coldness surged. Sensing this aura, Yang Zhenhui frowned. Is this the aura of the Frost Spirit Sect's cultivation technique? The Frost Spirit Sect, a first-rate force in the inland. It was an extremely powerful existence even amongst first-rate forces. It was an existence that possessed the Tao Convergence realm. Chapter 317 Chapter 317 Get Up and Continue. Chapter 317 Get Up and Continue. The status of the Frost Spirit Sect was extremely high inland. It was an extremely powerful sect even among first-rate forces. Zhang Yongqi had joined the Frost Spirit Sect. However, this did not affect Blackie much. All he knew was, Zhang Yonggan was bullying the weak and wanted to force his senior brother to kneel. In that case, he could also bully his daughter. Right. Or perhaps, kill her. Zhang Yongqi held the ice flower sword in his hand and looked at Blackie coldly. He said indifferently, "It's unavoidable for life and death to happen during sparring. There's no seriousness in one's actions after all." Apparently, Zhang Yongqi was extremely confident in his own strength. She also had the thought of killing Blackie. Blackie didn't speak. On the other hand, Yi Qiubai smiled and said, "In that case, let's not talk about life and death in this battle." Zhang Yongqi was slightly stunned. Where did the other party's confidence come from? Putting aside the difference in their cultivation realms, Zhang Yongqi had been taken in as a disciple by the deputy sect master of the Frost Spirit Sect and had been personally taught by him. As for Zhang Yongqi, he even had an ice spirit body. It was an extremely suitable cultivation technique for the Frost Spirit Sect. Zhang Yongqi was confident that he could even resist a martial monarch realm expert. But what about Blackie, who was standing in front of her? His strength had clearly not stepped into the half-step martial monarch realm. However, Yi Qiubai's words also made Zhang Yongqi agree. When Yi Qiubai said this, Yang Kai tried to calm him down. "Brother Yi, calm down. Zhang Yongqi is from the Frost Spirit Sect." Yi Qiubai shook his head and smiled. "Don't worry. She's not junior brother's match. Not Blackie's match." Yang Kai looked at Blackie in a daze. He saw Blackie's indifferent expression. Demonic intent flowed in his eyes. The demonic intent that could not be suppressed around him had the power to make all living beings submit. At this moment, Zhang Yonggan started. The ice spiritual Kai circulated crazily around Zhang Yongqi. It actually froze the entire arena. The ground of the entire tournament stage turned into ice. The temperature plummeted. It also caused the expressions of the people watching the battle to change. A change in the environment caused by spiritual Kai. Could Blackie withstand such a powerful ice intent? Zhang Yonggan also nodded slightly. Zhang Yongqi's talent was above Zhang Yonggan's. Now that he had been accepted as a disciple by the Frost Spirit sect, he was quite proud of his progress. However, the Blackie opposite her was unmoved. On the contrary, a demonic intent instantly surged. Behind him, a huge demonic shadow converged. The demonic shadow's gaze swept across all living beings. Looking down on the world, it looked down on all living beings. It was as if all living beings were ants in his eyes. Then, Blackie took a step forward. The ice beneath his feet instantly shattered. He charged toward Zhang Yanqi. He was like a primordial beast. 3 lines appeared on the surface of Blackie and the demonic shadow at the same time. At this moment, the eternal demon body was unleashed to its limits. Blackie wanted to tear Zhang Yanqi apart. Zhang Yanqi frowned slightly. The ice flower sword in his hand danced. Ice sword flowers appeared in front of her. Each sword flower was filled with the intent of ice. It was bone-chilling. On the other hand, ice shards appeared on the surface of Blackie's body. He wanted to delay Blackie's sprinting speed. But, what good will that do? His speed did not decrease at all. Every time ice shards appeared on Blackie's body, they would be destroyed by the surging muscles. At the same time, the ice sword flower shot toward Blackie. At this moment, the sword flower was as if it had turned into a sword of ice. It was as if it wanted to pierce through Blackie's body. Blackie's expression did not change at all. He threw a punch as the demonic intent surged. At this moment, demonic energy roared. Demonic intent surged out. At this moment, the demon god phantom punched out at the same time. It was as if a city had been destroyed. It struck the icy sword flowers. In an instant, the ice sword flower instantly shattered and turned into ice crystals. They were scattered in space. Zhang Yanqi's expression did not change. Instead, he revealed a faint smile. She held the sword in one hand and formed the seal with the other. The ice crystals scattered in the arena space. At this moment, they actually turned into thin ice swords. It changed its direction and shot towards Blackie again. Thin swords filled the sky. It was like 10 swords destroying a city. The small sword body carried an extremely sharp intent. When everyone saw this scene, they were endlessly amazed. Indeed, someone who could be accepted as a disciple by the Frost Spirit sect. Extraordinary. Even the half-step martial monarch realm experts present felt that they had no way of resisting this rain of swords. They would only be pierced through by the rain of swords. Blackie kept throwing punches. It shattered the thin swords. However, how dense were these thin swords? There were still some that slipped through the net and landed on Blackie's body. It was at this moment, Zhang Yanqi's expression changed. The sky was filled with thin swords. It only left white marks on Blackie's body. Even the blood did not flow out. There was no pain on Blackie's face. Perhaps he felt that even if these thin swords fell on his body, it wouldn't be a big deal. He simply gave up on resisting and let the thin swords fall. As for Blackie, he stepped onto the arena once again. Demonic Kai erupted. Cracks instantly appeared on the arena. His speed increased rapidly. He charged at Zhang Yanqi. At this moment, Zhang Yanqi's expression also changed. She wanted to use her cultivation technique, but Blackie had already closed in on her. In a hurry, he stabbed out with the ice flower sword. The fusion of sword intent and ice intent was terrifying. Blackie's expression was indifferent. He closed his fingers and turned his palm into a fist. He threw a punch which the demon god phantom behind him also punched out. The ice flower sword pierced through the huge fist. There was no time to consider. Zhang Yanqi was sent flying. He retreated dozens of steps and arrived at the edge of the arena. At the same time, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. An unhealthy shade of red appeared on her originally delicate and snow-white face. It looked tragic and beautiful. Except, Blackie was obviously not interested in women at all, not to mention the daughter of his enemy. In his eyes, he was just an enemy that was about to be torn apart by him. The tournament stage shook violently. Blackie's figure disappeared from the spot once again. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Zhang Yanqi. Zhang Yanqi's expression changed drastically. He blocked his sword. He sent the stage flying with a single punch, just as everyone thought. The competition ended with a crushing force. The fiend celestial phantom behind him stretched out its palm. He grabbed Zhang Yanqi. who was flying in the air. It suddenly smashed back onto the arena. The tournament stage shattered. Countless cracks were as fine as spider webs. Zhang Yanqi fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Blackie stood in midair and looked at Zhang Yanqi indifferently and said, "Get up and continue." At this moment, everyone fell silent. Chapter 318 Chapter 318 Demon Halberd appears. Chapter 318 Demon Halberd appears. Blackie was in midair. The demonic shadow descended, and black Kai swept through the area. The entire sky seemed to have turned dark at this moment. At this moment, Blackie descended like a demon god. On the other hand, Zhang Yanqi, who was lying on the arena, had blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. His body was tattered and he looked extremely miserable. Apparently, Blackie did not intend to let Zhang Yanqi off easily. He really wanted to kill her. Except, this was the territory of the city lord's manor. How dare he? Yang Zhenyue also advised kindly. Little friend Yi, this is the territory of the city lord's manor, and city lord Zhang Yonggen is the strongest person in Rising Cloud City. At that time, once Zhang Yonggen is angry, even the ancestor might not be able to stop him. Yi Qiubai shook his head and said, "Don't worry. I have my own methods." Methods? Yang Zhenyue was slightly stunned. Could Yi Qiubai still have a trump card to be able to contend against a peak stage martial monarch realm expert? However, since Yi Qiubai said so, Yang Zhenyue stopped persuading him. He knew that a person like Yi Qiubai wouldn't use his words to intimidate others. When Zhang Yonggen saw the scene, his face turned ashen. Even if he didn't release his peak stage martial monarch realm aura intentionally, at this moment, it was uncontrollably revealed. Apparently, Zhang Yonggen was angry. However, he did not expect Zhang Yanqi to be defeated by Blackie. Moreover, it was a crushing force. He had lost so miserably. Enough, Zhang Yonggen shouted. An extremely powerful pressure crushed towards Blackie with all its might. At this moment, Yi Qiubai moved. He arrived in midair and stood behind Blackie, blocking Zhang Yonggen's path. A jade pendant flew out of his hand, a sword formation that released a destructive aura. At this moment, it surged out. Lu Chengsheng's sword formation was engraved on the jade pendant. He handed it to Yi Qiubai for self-defense. The sword formation also perfectly resisted Zhang Yonggen's aura. At the same time, it stunned Zhang Yonggen for a moment. Zhang Yonggen looked at the sword formation in front of him with a gloomy expression. There was a threat in it. Even Zhang Yonggen, who was at peak stage martial monarch realm, had to be wary of him. What kind of sword formation was this? Zhang Yonggen said with an ugly expression. Are you really going to go all out? Yi Qiubai chuckled and said, City Lord, life and death don't matter. Your daughter personally said it. It's not good to interfere at this time. Right. Zhang Yonggen's expression turned even uglier. He's my daughter. Do you expect me to stand by and watch her get killed? Besides, if he was killed, you would have intervened. Right. Yi Qiubai said without hesitation upon hearing this. My junior brother won't lose. Nor can he lose. The confidence in his tone made Zhang Yonggen's expression change again. And at this moment, Zhang Yanqi bit his pale lips and slowly stood up. Father, one haven't lost yet. Hearing this, Zhang Yonggen calmed down slightly. It seemed like Zhang Yanqi still had a trump card up his sleeve. Zhang Yanqi stared coldly at Blackie. There was a hint of fear and a hint of seriousness in his eyes. I didn't want to use this move. After all, if I use this move, it will have extreme side effects on me. However, since you want to die, I won't hold back either. At this point, a pure white snowflake mark appeared between Zhang Yanqi's eyebrows. When the snowflake mark appeared, the temperature of the entire space seemed to have dropped to absolute zero. Everyone couldn't help but shiver. He had no choice but to use his spiritual Kai to resist this bone-piercing cold. However, they were shocked to discover that spiritual Kai could not resist it at all. This cold intent was like maggots clinging to one's bones. It penetrated the spiritual Kai and entered their bodies. Cultivation practitioners with lower cultivation states had no choice but to retreat continuously. This was not the end. Zhang Yanqi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and swiped his bloody finger across the pure white snowflake mark between his eyebrows. The wind and snow began to howl. The pure white snowflake mark on his glabella turned bloodred at this moment. It looked enchanting and poignant. Zhang Yanqi's aura began to skyrocket. His figure gradually fused into the snowstorm. The bloodred snowflakes that appeared out of thin air turned into thin bloodred swords at this moment. This is a secret skill of the Frost Spirit sect. If you can withstand it, you'll be defeated. However, one don't think you'll have the chance. The snowstorm that had turned into a bloodred sword swept towards Blackie with the momentum of a storm. Looking at this scene, Blackie's eyes remained indifferent. At this moment, a halberd appeared in Blackie's hand. There were demonic patterns engraved on the halberd. Demonic chi surged from the demonic patterns. When Blackie took out the halberd, his aura surged once more. The demon god phantom behind him also took out a halberd. This halberd was a gift from Lu Changsheng to Blackie. It was called the 9 Heavenly Demon Halberd. This was also Blackie's first time using this demonic halberd. The demonic nature within it actually charged straight into Blackie's sea of consciousness. He almost lost his mind, if not for the protection of the seal in his sea of consciousness. Perhaps Blackie had completely fallen into a demonic state. At the same time, Blackie let out a long sigh. He held the 9 Heavenly Demon Halberd in both hands. He brandished it. Demonic chi surged like a tsunami. It smashed into the bloodred blizzard. At this moment, cracks actually appeared in space. It was as if this space could not withstand the domineering demonic might of the demonic halberd. And this demonic halberd descended. The blizzard that filled the sky was actually at this moment. It was broken in one strike. The blizzard dissipated at this moment. Zhang Yanqi's figure appeared once again at this moment. She knelt on the ground with both hands on the ground, coughing up blood continuously. Every time he coughed, a large amount of blood would splatter on the ground. The ground was dyed red. Zhang Yanqi cried out in pain. What kind of weapon is this? Blackie didn't answer. The demonic halberd pointed at Zhang Yanqi and said, "Let's not talk about life and death. Since you've lost, die." With that, it shot toward Zhang Yanqi regardless of Zhang Yanqi's terrified expression. The demonic halberd smashed out from top to bottom. Dang Yangan, who was in the sky, roared when he saw the scene. Yiqiubai snorted and activated the sword formation. The destructive sword intent transformed into a huge sword at this moment and faced the palm. Break it. Everyone's gaze followed Blackie's demonic halberd. He saw the demonic halberd directly smashing into Zhang Yanqi's mortal body. The tournament stage cracked. At the same time, blood splattered all over the place. Apparently, Zhang Yanqi died on the spot. Everyone was horrified. Not only did Blackie kill Zhang Yanqi, but he also killed Zhang Yanqi. Moreover, he had killed his daughter in front of City Lord Zhang Yonggan in the territory of the City Lord's manor. How bold was he? Chapter 319 Chapter 319 Power of the Sword Array. Chapter 319 Power of the Sword Array. Zhang Yanqi was the daughter of the City Lord's manor City Lord, Zhang Yonggan, who was the strongest person in Rising Cloud City. How noble was her status. Moreover, Zhang Yanqi had been taken in as a disciple by the Frost Spirit sect. She was even more influential in the Frost Spirit sect. Under all these halos, she was actually killed by this demonic figure. How bold was this? Even if he wasn't afraid of offending the City Lord's manor, wasn't he afraid of the Frost Spirit sect? If the Frost Spirit sect was after him, that was an existence that possessed Tao Convergence realm powerhouses, relying on their cultivation bases. How could there be a way out? Yang Zhenhui looked at the scene with a solemn expression. His heart sank and he knew that today's matter would not end peacefully. How to adjust the positioning? He continued to stand on the same boat as Yiqiubai and the other two, or cut ties with them. If he still stood at the side, then the Yang family would not only face the City Lord's manor. The Frost Spirit sect was infuriated. If it was just the City Lord's manor making trouble, with the strength of the Long family in Dragon Enlightenment City, the City Lord's manor probably wouldn't dare to act rashly against the Yang family. The Long family was much stronger than the City Lord's manor after all. But what if it was the Frost Spirit sect? The first-rate forces in the inland, the Yan family would probably not be able to escape this calamity. Yang Zhenyui's expression was ugly. He looked at Yiqiubai, who was confronting Zhang Yonggan, Blackie, who was like a demon god, and Shisheng, who looked calm and honest, as if he was not worried at all. He felt very tormented. To be honest, he was very optimistic about the future of these three people. His talent was so strong. In the future, it would definitely stir up a storm in the boundless world. Of course, the prerequisite was to survive. As the head of the family, he had no choice but to think so much. He couldn't ruin the Yang family's future for his own selfish desires. At this moment, Yang Zhenyui was caught in a dilemma. In the spectator area, Yuo Yun watched this scene with a solemn expression. She was also wondering if she should mobilize the members of the mercenary guild. The future of Yiqiubai and the other two was definitely not low. Protecting them was beneficial to the mercenary guild. However, the downside was becoming enemies with the Frost Spirit sect. But after thinking about it, Luo Yun still decided that as long as Yiqiubai and the other two left the city lord's manor alive, then he would report this matter to the higher-ups of the guild and let them make the decision. This could be considered as doing his best. At this moment, Zhang Yonggan's expression was extremely gloomy in midday. His eyes were filled with fury. Its fire was enough to burn a city, killing his daughter in front of him. Regardless of whether it was his pride or his pride, this was a matter of life and death. None of them could get through. Down below, Yang Bingbao, who was in a daze, also came back to his senses. When he saw this scene, he gritted his teeth and let out a muffled roar from his throat. He charged towards Blackie, who was in the air with an indifferent expression and a monstrous demonic aura. Zhang Yonggan saw this and his eyes became anxious as he pointed out. A wave of spiritual Qi enveloped Zhang Tianbao's body and threw him back. Tianbao, don't be rash, leave everything to me. Only then did Zhang Tianbao calm down. However, his eyes were still filled with extreme hatred. He knew he was no match for the other party. It was precisely because of this that he hated himself for not being strong enough. He wanted to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger could he take revenge. It was also because of this thought that Zhang Tianbao's originally wavering Dao heart was stabilized. However, this direction was a little off. Zhang Yonggan looked at Yiqiubai in front of him. He was afraid of the sword array in front of him and didn't attack. He suppressed his anger and asked in a low voice, "Shouldn't you give us an explanation for this matter?" Yiqiubai chuckled and raised his eyebrows slightly. "Explanation? What explanation? Of course it's about your junior brother killing my daughter." "Heh!" Yiqiubai sneered and said mockingly, "Let's not talk about life and death. It was your daughter who suggested it. This matter was also tacitly agreed by you. What's there to explain? Could it be that you want my junior brother to pay for your daughter's life?" Zhang Yonggan's face darkened. The reason why he agreed was because of Zhang Yanqi's confidence. It was also because he felt that Blackie did not have that kind of strength. Only then did he tacitly agree to this matter. But now, Zhang Yanqi has been killed. Even so, she's still my daughter. Zhang Yonggan shouted in a deep voice. She was killed in front of me. If one don't avenge her, how can one be a father? Hearing this, Yiqiubai nodded in agreement. Indeed, if it were me, one would do the same. Zhang Yonggan was slightly surprised. Oh, then you agreed to let me handle your junior brother. Yiqiubai shook his head and said with a smile. One mean, you can attack, but whether you can do it depends on your ability. Are you messing with me? Zhang Yonggan's expression was gloomy. You could say that. Yiqiubai was calm. Zhang Yonggan's face alternated between green and white as he snorted coldly. He circulated all the spiritual Qi in his body. His peak stage martial monarch realm strength erupted at this moment. Madness circulated around his body and then gathered in his palm. A mountain-like palm print slapped towards the sword formation and wanted to kill Blackie. He had to deal with this terrifying sword formation. With the jade pendant in hand, he controlled the sword formation. The monstrous sword intent gathered into a huge sword and faced the huge palm print. A sword stabbed out. It was as if everything had returned to silence. The sword intent within it was exceptionally turbulent. It actually pierced through this space. It pierced through the gigantic palm print. Zhang Yonggan's expression changed. This sword formation actually gave him a death threat. What level of array formation was this? The sword intent within was actually so terrifying. Even the sword saint's sword intent was only so-so. Right. However, there was no time to think. In order to block this sword, Zhang Yonggan waved his palms, and monstrous spiritual Kai gathered in his palms. It quickly turned into a huge spiritual Kai vortex. Then, in the spiritual Kai vortex, a giant hand had appeared. It pinched towards the sword intent that was sweeping over. He wanted to crush the sword and stop it. How could Lu Changsheng's sword formation be simple? Even though he didn't carve the sword rule into it, his sword intent was still abnormally powerful. Even Yi Qiubai thought with emotion. What level had Lu Changsheng reached? What realm had his sword Dao reached? It was incomparably profound. Yi Qiubai couldn't see through his master. However, he had never seen anyone whose strength could compare to his master's. At this moment, the huge hand that appeared in the spiritual Kai vortex pinched the sword intent into a sword in its palm. The moment he grabbed it, Zhang Yonggan's expression changed. Bloodstains appeared on his hands. Fresh blood gushed out. The blood vessels in his hands began to burst. However, he could only persevere. Once this sword attacked, it could probably kill him. Kai. Sword intent surged wildly. Zhang Yonggan knew very well that he could not hold on anymore. He could only shout, "I understand. Just don't attack." However, Yi Qiubai still didn't stop. Chapter 320 Chapter 320 Using someone else to do the dirty work. Chapter 320 Using someone else to do the dirty work. Stop. Yi Qiubai sneered in his heart. How to stop? Putting aside the fact that they were already enemies with the city lords. Manor. Either of them would die today. If he were to stop now, would he be waiting for the city lord's manor to take revenge on Yi Qiubai and the other two in the future? Yi Qiubai wouldn't be so stupid. Nor would he do such a stupid thing. He had to eradicate all enemies. He could not hold back at all. Moreover, they killed his daughter. If he were to stop now, it would only cause a poisonous snake to follow them. This venomous snake would attack with poison as soon as there was a chance. It was a fatal blow. Yi Qiubai couldn't let this happen. Zhang Yonggan's expression was extremely ugly when he saw that Yi Qiubai had no intention of stopping. Under such circumstances, the other party would definitely not stop. If it was him, he would also do it to prevent future troubles. This was what a smart person would do. Thinking of this, Zhang Yonggan no longer spoke. Instead, he pointed at the sky and formed a seal. In the city lord's manor, an array formation soared into the sky. The power of the formation was actually added to Zhang Yonggan's hands. It turned into a golden phantom armor. At the same time, the huge hand that reached out from the vortex was also covered in golden armor at this moment. For a moment, his aura soared again. Yang Zhenyui's expression changed slightly. He had long heard of it. In the city lord's manor, Zhang Yonggan spent a lot of money to hire an array master inland to set up such an array formation. With this array formation, the current Zhang Yonggan, he was probably much stronger than an ordinary peak stage martial monarch. Realm expert. Even so, what was the use of that? Even though the golden armor formed by the power of the formation was incomparably powerful, the power of the sword formation still surpassed the power of the other party's array formation. A terrifying sword intent surged crazily. It dominated the world. It tore through space and destroyed mountains and cities. The huge hand was covered in golden armor. It caused its golden armor to tremble continuously. Even so, could they not easily stop it? Who was the one who set up this sword formation? He roared in his heart. He took out a series of treasures from his storage ring. These treasures were all high-level items obtained by the city lord's manor over the years. It was auctioned on the market. It could be sold for an extremely high price. Even though Rising Cloud City was a border city, Zhang Yonggan was still the city lord of Rising Cloud City. His foundation was still very deep. He watched as the treasures were thrown into the sword formation. However, it was directly damaged by the sword intent. Zhang Yonggan's heart was bleeding. However, the power of the huge sword began to slowly decrease. Zhang Yonggan couldn't care less. No matter how much money he had, how could it be more important than his life? Zhang Yonggan understood this logic. Finally, the power of the sword formation began to decrease. It was a formation created by the jade pendant after all. Lu Chengsheng's sword formation only had one attack. It did not leave much power behind. Zhang Yonggan's attack was broken. His body was severely injured and his aura was weak. The sword formation also disappeared. Zhang Yonggan said with a solemn expression, "Who are you to be able to have such a sword formation?" He probably had an extraordinary background. Exudes smiled and said, "That's not something you should worry about." Zhang Yonggan also had a rough idea of what was going on. After pondering for a while, he said, "You guys can leave." When Zhang Tianbao, who was on the ground, heard this, he immediately shouted, "Father, shut up." Zhang Yonggan's eyes widened. Then, he looked at Exudes and said, "Let's forget about this matter." Exudes looked deeply at Zhang Yonggan and turned to leave. He did not believe Zhang Yonggan's words. However, he could not attack again. Even though the other party was already seriously injured, he was still a peak stage martial monarch realm expert. Once such an expert fought with his life on the line. With the combined strength of Exudes and the other two, they might be able to kill him, but they would have to pay a painful price. Zhang Yonggan was not the only one in the city lord's manor. The Lai family and the Kang family were also eyeing them covetously. He couldn't risk it. Thinking of this, Exudes called Blackie and Shisheng and left. This matter had temporarily come to an end. In the spectator area, Yuo Yun's expression was solemn as she immediately left. He Lin asked, "What do you plan to do?" Without looking back, Yuo Yun continued to walk out. He only left one sentence. "Report this to the guild's upper echelons." Yi Lin was slightly stunned. However, he also understood Yuo Yun's intentions. Such a talent had to be roped in and it was also worth roping him in. Yang Zhenyue secretly sighed, as if he had decided on something. He pulled Yang Kai and said, "Let's go. Let's go too." Yang Kai nodded and wanted to follow Exudes and the other two. However, Yang Zhenhui pulled her back and walked to the other side. Yang Kai was surprised. "Father," Yang Zhenhui sighed, "the Yang family is a weak force after all. We can't fight the Frost Spirit sect." When Yang Kai heard this, he was anxious. However, he understood Yang Zhenhui's logic. He could only follow Yang Zhenhui and leave. After everyone left the city lord's manor, he looked at the broken stage and the bloodstains on the collapsed stage. Zhang Yonggan's heart was heavy. Deng Tanbao walked over and questioned angrily, "Father, why did you let them go?" Zhang Yonggan turned around and looked at Zhang Tanbao. He said in a low voice, "I'm just avoiding him. We don't know what other trump cards the other party has after all." "But you can't." Zhang Yonggan waved his hand and interrupted Zhang Tanbao. He said, "Tanbao, set off immediately to your sect and the Frost Spirit sect. Tell them about this." Zhang Tanbao's eyes widened slightly. Then, he cupped his fists and turned to leave. He understood what his father meant. This was using someone else to do the dirty work. At this moment, in the center of the boundless world was a huge imperial city. This imperial city might be even bigger than the southern region, and this imperial city was the center of the forces in the boundless realm. Here stood the ruler of the boundless realm. In other words, the boundless empire. A man was cultivating in a hall. At this moment, an armored guard walked in and cupped his hands respectfully. "Crown Prince, the Kunlun Heavenly Lake is about to open." The man opened his eyes and nodded. Currently, the man's realm had already exceeded the entry conditions of the Kunlun Heavenly Lake. However, every time the Kunlun Heavenly Lake opened, the members of the royal family would send people there. The Kunlun Heavenly Lake could still discover some geniuses. It was worth roping him in. The man walked out of the hall and looked in the direction of the Kunlun Snow Mountain. He smiled unruly and said, "I wonder if Brother Yi and the others will go." Then, he chuckled and shook his head. "No. With their strength and talent, they will definitely go. I'll see you when the time comes. Let's see how much my strength has increased." Chapter 321 Chapter 321 Thank you, Senior. Chapter 321 Thank you, Senior. The moment Yi Qiubai used the jade pendant sword formation, Lu Changsheng had already sensed it from far away in the wilderness region. At that time, he was loosening the soil in the vegetable garden. Sensing the use of the sword formation, he could not help but sigh faintly. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before he had to go on a long trip. These brats. How long had he been there and had already started causing trouble? It had to be said that Lu Changsheng really admired his disciple's ability to cause trouble. Especially Yi Qiubai. A figure appeared in the cottage. The man looked extremely young and handsome. His aura was extraordinary. Lu Changsheng didn't say anything. His expression didn't change. It was as if he was already used to it. The person who came was naturally Liu Ziru. When Liu Ziru walked over with a smile and looked at the vegetables in the vegetable garden, his eyes were still filled with shock. No matter how many times he saw it, he was still shocked. The heavenly treasures here were clearly extremely ordinary materials in their eyes. However, their age and the spiritual kai contained in them were all extremely high. It was what he had seen in his life. What made him vomit blood was that the power of law was vaguely revealed in this treasure. The power of law. However, this was the power closest to the heavenly Tao in this world. How could it be so easy to comprehend? However, this was only a medicinal herb, but it contained the power of law that some people would never be able to come into contact with. How was he supposed to think about this? Senior Lu, are you in the Lu soil again? Hearing this, Lu Changsheng rolled his eyes and said, what else can one do? Senior, one see that you've been living the same life these days. Liu Ziru chanted in his heart. Sleep, eat, loosen the soil, sleep, write, or draw a painting. But other than that, there was nothing else. Don't you get sick of it? Lu Changsheng said matter-of-factly. Why? Why would he be sick of it? Even though these things looked ordinary, it was just the most ordinary thing. However, so what if it was ordinary? Every matter had its own meaning, regardless of whether it was a small matter or a big matter, whether it was done by mortals or by otherworldly experts. They all had their own meanings. In other words, they all had their own Tao. This also reminded Liu Ziru. No matter what he did, he shouldn't be impatient, nor should he be annoyed. Let nature take its course. He comprehended the Tao within. Liu Ziru understood. His expression was solemn and his eyes were filled with gratitude. He cupped his fists and bowed slightly. Thank you. Senior, why are you suddenly thanking me? What did I do? What was wrong with him? Rolling his eyes, he said, if you think you have nothing to do, go make me a meal. Liu Ziru nodded with a smile and said, all right, one understand. With that, Liu Ziru walked to the kitchen. Not long after, 4 dishes and a soup were served. Lu Changsheng took a bite and nodded. Even though Liu Ziru was a little annoying, it had to be said that this person's cooking skills were quite high. He was even more professional than those professional chefs. It was also because of this. Lu Changsheng wasn't in a hurry to kick him away. It was tacitly agreed that he would come to the cottage every day when the sun rose. Lu Changsheng asked, have you practiced cooking before? Liu Ziru shook his head with a smile. I've never practiced it before. Even though he said that, Liu Ziru did not touch his chopsticks. Lu Changsheng curled his lips and said, why are you acting like this? It won't kill you to eat a little. Liu Ziru chuckled and said, Senior, I've been in the Anetia realm for many years. Now, I've long forgotten what food tastes like. It's contaminated with the aura of the moral world. I shouldn't be too contaminated. On the other hand, Senior, at our level, it's better not to touch such mortal things. Did this mean that he shouldn't eat? That was impossible. Lu Changsheng didn't answer. He continued to eat. Glutton. Liu Ziru only chuckled seeing this. However, Lu Changsheng's request to enter the dark domain, after coming here, he didn't mention this matter again. It was as if the two of them had forgotten about this. At this moment, in the boundless world, the news that the Kunlun Heavenly Lake was about to open spread throughout the entire boundless world. It also made those who had obtained the spots head to the Kunlun Snow Mountain. At this moment, outside the Frost Spirit sect, Zhang Tianbao stood in front of an icy plain. The icy plain in front of him stretched as far as the eye could see. There didn't seem to be any buildings. However, Zhang Tanbao stood there firmly and did not move. It was as if he was waiting for something. He stood there for 9 days. The space in front of Zhang Tanbao suddenly distorted. A mountain gate actually appeared ahead. In the mountain gate, a graceful woman with a veil covering her face walked in front of Zhang Tanbao. Zhang Tanbao could not help but shiver when he sensed the woman's aura. It wanted to resist with spiritual kai. However, it was still useless. It was as if it had penetrated the defense of spiritual kai and seeped into his bones. The graceful woman ignored Zhang Tanbao's slightly pained expression and said, "Junior sister Yanqi's brother." Zhang Tanbao cupped his fists and bowed. "Yes, I am Zhang Tanbao." The graceful woman nodded slightly. Her expression could not be seen under the thin veil. She said, "What's the matter?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Tanbao's eyes were filled with hatred. Gritting his teeth, he said word by word, "Yanqi was killed." An extremely cold aura suddenly erupted from the graceful woman's body. Even Zhang Tanbao, who was a half-step martial monarch realm, was covered in layers of ice. Then, as if realizing that he should not have done this, he retracted his aura and turned around to return to the mountain gate. The mountain gate disappeared again. Zhang Tanbao's body shivered as he stood stubbornly on the icy plain. He did not leave. 2 hours passed and the mountain gate appeared. The graceful woman walked out again and looked coldly at Zhang Tanbao, saying, "Follow me." Zhang Tanbao's face lit up as he nodded and followed the graceful woman. At this moment, Yi Qiubai and the other two had already arrived in front of the Kunlun Snow Mountain. At the foot of the Kunlun Snow Mountain, there was a city. It was called Kunlun City. It was also the only city around the Kunlun Snow Mountain. This was because the Kunlun Snow Mountain was extremely rich in resources. Therefore, Kunlun City had a deep foundation. It could be said that after they stepped into Kunlun City, which was considered as entering the inland of the boundless world, Yi Qiubai and the other two walked aimlessly on the street and looked at the auras of the people around them. He could not help but be slightly surprised. The people here, Rising Clouds City and Dragon Enlightenment City, were incomparable. Even martial monarch realm experts could be seen everywhere. They passed by a stall and an old man said, "Young man, please wait." Chapter 322 Chapter 322 Meeting. Chapter 322 Meeting. Translator Atlas Studios. Editor Atlas Stu. Lai was said that there were many capable people in Ri Inland. "Young man, don't leave yet." When Yi Qiubai and Ri other two heard this, they looked in Ri direction of the voice. An old man with a face full of wrinkles. Her hair was already white and scattered everywhere. His eyes were extremely small. If one did not look carefully, one would think that he had closed his eyes. However, those eyes left an extremely deep impression on Yi Qiubai. His eyes were extremely turbid. There was a divine light in the turbidity. Was as if a ray of light from Ri Lighthouse passed through the layers of night fog on Ri surface of the sea. After confirming that the old man was looking at him, Yi Qiubai pointed at himself and said, "Old sir, are you calling out to me?" The old man smiled and nodded. He then waved his hand and said, "Come over. Young man, one have something here that you will definitely be interested in." Yi Qiubai and Little Blackstone looked at each other. Then, he walked over. Looking at the various strange things on the tattered linen cloth, he asked with a strange expression, "What are you talking about, old mister?" The old man smiled and pointed at the item closest to him. It was a piece of iron that looked a little damaged and even rusted. There was nothing else on the metal piece other than a little rust. It looked like a piece of scrap metal. Yi Qiubai looked around but couldn't see anything special about her. "Old mister, are you playing with me one?" The old man shook his head and pointed at the piece of metal. "Take a look and you'll know." Yi Qiubai didn't suspect anything. He stretched out his hand and was about to touch the metal piece. He saw an old hand on his wrist. This shocked Yi Qiubai. He did not even notice what the old man was doing. In fact, he did not even notice the rhyme to attack. In the blink of an eye, it landed on his wrist. Yi Qiubai's expression was slightly solemn. This kind of person was definitely a hidden expert. However, Yi Qiubai didn't resist after that. His expression relaxed. The old man looked at the change in Yikyubai's expression and couldn't help but smile lightly. "Aren't you afraid that Lil attack you?" Yikyubai shook his head and said, "With your strength, you would have been able to kill me just now if you wanted to attack me. Why bother?" Yikyubai wasn't exaggerating with the old man's speed just now. Even though Lu Changsheng had given him something to protect himself, there was no way he could use it under the old man's attack. Hearing this, the old man nodded and said with a smile, "Kid, you've seen through everything. You're indeed a sword cultivator." Yikyubai said, "Old sir, you're not just saying this, right?" The old man didn't answer. Instead, he pinched Yikyubai's wrist meridians. Shock appeared in his eyes after sensing slightly. However, it passed in the blink of an eye. Then, it returned to normal. However, he muttered, "This physique is real. Looks like it's fate." At this point, the old man let go of his hand and said, "Take the metal piece." However, he still picked up the metal piece. He looked at the rusty iron piece in his hand and frowned. However, he still did not find anything unusual. "Old mister." However, he raised his head just as he was about to ask further, but the old man in front of him had already disappeared into thin air. It was as if he had never appeared. Yikyubai was puzzled, but he didn't probe further. After putting away the rusty iron piece, he left with Shisheng and Blackie. In a restaurant, after paying 150 origin crystals, he asked for 3 ordinary guest rooms. Under normal circumstances, 150 origin crystals would be enough for him to stay in a top-class room, but now, they could only stay in the 3 most ordinary guest rooms. The Kunlun Heavenly Lake was about to open after all. People from all walks of life arrived at Kunlun City. It was packed. There were no more guest rooms in the restaurant. Yikyubai was already quite lucky to find 3 rooms. When the people in charge of the restaurant saw this, they increased the price by several times. If Lu Changsheng was here, he had to say something. "Don't go on a holiday during the peak season. It's so Iceland dirty." After resting, the 3 of them came out and sat at a table. They ordered some restaurant specialties. They chatted and drank. At this moment, the surrounding people said, "I heard that many large factions came to the Kunlun Heavenly Lake this time." Someone rolled his eyes and said, "When has a major faction not come to the Kunlun Heavenly Lake however? This time, a prodigy of a sect has appeared among the major factions. They all made it in time for the opening of the Kunlun Heavenly Lake this time." That's right. For example, among the first-rate forces, there's the 7-Terminal Valley, the Holy Daughter of the Frost Spirit Sect, Dong King Miao, and the Scarlet Flame King of the Scarlet Flame Sect, Yan Tianyuo. Yes, I heard that they deliberately suppressed their strength and did not break through to the martial monarch realm for the Kunlun Heavenly Lake this time. The benefits of the Kunlun Heavenly Lake are too great after all. If one can enjoy the baptism of the Kunlun Heavenly Lake before the martial monarch realm, 111 be much stronger than ordinary martial monarch realm experts. It can even increase the chances of breaking through to the Tao convergence realm. However, there's another piece of news that will definitely surprise you. Everyone looked at this person. Even Yikyubai and the other 2 couldn't help but stop talking and pay attention to this person's words. After showing off, seeing that everyone's attention was attracted, only then did this person say arrogantly, "Boundless Empire will send His Highness over this time." Which Highness? Who else could it be? Your Highness. That person only has this one piece under his knees. They had already guessed who this person was. In the ordinary Kunlun Heavenly Lake, even though the people from the dynasty would send people over, the status they sent would not be too high. It was used for supervision. It was to prevent anyone from forcefully destroying the Kunlun Heavenly Lake. However, sending His Highness over like this rhyme, it was one of a kind. You're saying that Mu Fasheng, His Highness Mu, is coming here personally? Mu Fasheng. Yikyubai and the other 2 chuckled. Looks like we weren't wrong. Previously, they had already guessed Mu Fasheng's identity. However, it was confirmed now. Therefore, he was not too shocked. She thought about how Mu Fasheng would protect her like a turtle shell when she was in danger. Yikyubai couldn't help but laugh. If he introduced him to his master, The two of them would definitely have a lot to talk about. At this moment, a group of people with high cultivation states walked in. Some people were shocked when they saw this. It's the people from Xuanming Cliff. Xuanming Cliff. It was a first-rate faction in the inland. Even though he was ranked last among the first-rate factions, it was still a first-rate faction. Its foundation was incomparably deep. Chapter 323 Chapter 323 Xuanming Cliff. Chapter 323 Xuanming Cliff. Even though Xuanming Cliff was at the bottom of the first-rate rankings, it was still a first-rate faction in the inland. His foundation was deep and his strength was profound. It was not something that ordinary forces could scam. When Xuanming Cliff and the others arrived, the person in the lead was an old man. The old man had a long beard and black hair, but his eyes were deep and his nose was hooked. It could be seen how shrewd and vicious he was. After the old man entered, he began to look around. When he looked at Yi Qiubai and the other two, he narrowed his eyes. He could see that there was hatred in his eyes. They had never met Xuanming Cliff. There was nothing between them. Why was he looking at him like that? Then, Yi Qiubai looked at Shisheng and Blackie. Shisheng clearly understood what Yi Qiubai meant. He shook his head slightly, indicating that he had never seen it before. Blackie, on the other hand, looked puzzled. Obviously, none of them had seen it before. So what happened? Yi Qiubai sorted out the things that happened in the boundless world. They had only come to this world for two things: join the mercenary guild and escort the Yan family. Then, he obtained the right to participate in the Yan family's Kunlun Heavenly Lake competition. The quota competition, City Lord's Manor. In the Battle of the Winners group, City Lord Zhang Yonggan's daughter, Gang Yanqi, was from the Frost Spirit sect. Everyone in the Frost Spirit sect was a woman. Therefore, it was impossible for this person to be from the Frost Spirit sect. Naturally, they were excluded. The other person was Zhang Tanbao, the son of the city lord. Rumor had it that he had also joined a first-rate faction in the interior. He was taken in as a disciple by an elder. However, he did not know its name. On the other hand, Shisheng had crushed Zhang Tanbao and severely injured him. His Dao heart was shaken. Was this enmity huge? It was huge. The shaking of one's Dao heart would affect one's future in cultivation. In serious cases, their cultivation bases would stagnate after that, and they would not advance at all. Cultivation practitioners valued this matter the most. Xuanming Cliff was Zhang Tanbao's sect. Yi Qiubai stood up and smiled at the elder led by Xuanming Cliff. Senior, are you here about Zhang Tanbao? The elder was stunned for a moment before he sneered. You're smart. You know my intentions just by seeing me. Yi Qiubai replied with a faint smile. Senior, you flatter me. It's not difficult to guess. After all, the three of us only offended these two people when we came here, and we haven't killed them. Such big words. A disciple behind the elder shouted. Since you know our background, why are you still so arrogant? Are you really not afraid of death? This disciple's body was also filled with the aura of a half-step martial monarch realm expert. It was almost the same as Zhang Tanbao. Yi Qiubai chuckled when he heard this, but a trace of coldness flashed across his eyes. Of course I'm afraid. In this world, as long as you still have a goal in your heart, who isn't afraid of death? Then why aren't you begging for mercy? What's the use of begging? At the side, Shisheng also stood up and said, one did this. You can kill me if you want to, but you might not be enough. The disciple behind him was so enraged that he laughed. Cold netherworld Kai surged in his hand. Then, he rushed towards Shisheng. Dark nether palm. Shisheng took out Emperor Ming's mystic axe. An axe cleaved out. After that battle, Shisheng's cultivation level improved again. The star power flowing on the axe weighed tens of thousands of kilograms. Before the axe landed, the wooden table below could not withstand the gravity and shattered. When the axe landed on the Xuanming palm print, the disciple's expression changed drastically. He spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated. Seeing this, the elder's face darkened. He pressed his palm against the back of the disciple's heart to stabilize him. At the same time, it easily dissolved the flowing star power in the disciple's body. With this attack, The elder revealed his aura slightly. He was already slightly stronger than a martial monarch realm expert. Even the peak stage martial monarch realm Zhang Yongin was inferior to this person. In other words, this person's realm was at least at the soul divergence realm. This elder from Xuanming Cliff was actually a soul divergence realm expert. Therefore, he held a jade pendant in his hand and was prepared to summon the sword formation at any time to prevent the other party from reacting in time. The elder sneered at this scene and said, "You have some guts. However, even if you all do not attack, you will still end up dying. It doesn't matter. I just want all of you to know that the disciples of Mike Xuanming Cliff are not so easily bullied." The people present had already left the place and heard these words. He couldn't help but look at Yi Qiubai and the other two pitifully, who had offended a first-rate faction, the Xuanming Cliff. It seemed that these three people were going to die here. One had to know that the Xuanming Cliff's reputation as a first-rate faction was not undeserving. As for Xuanming Cliff's faction, they were known for tossing revenge for the smallest grievance. Since they had bullied his disciple, Yi Qiubai and the other two naturally wouldn't be let off by Xuanming Cliff. The elder didn't say anything else. To him, Yi Qiubai and the other two were already dead. Immediately, his aura flowed out. For a moment, the entire restaurant was filled with an unrestrained pressure. The tables and chairs and the surrounding items were shattered and torn apart by this pressure. The expressions of the customers in the restaurant changed as they left one after another. They could not resist such a terrifying aura at all. Soul Divergence Realm experts were so terrifying. Even Yi Qiubai and the other two found it difficult to resist. The will of the great sword ancestor surged crazily around Yi Qiubai. The star power around Shisheng turned into a wall, trying to stop him. Demonic intent gathered in Blackie's eyes as well. After standing up again, the demonic intent rose. As long as the other party attacked, he would use the demon god's descent. The elder frowned slightly. Great sword ancestor. Fiendish cultivator. Star power, then I can't let you guys live. As soon as he finished speaking, the elder of the Xuanming Cliff pointed out with his finger, and a ray of light filled with cold energy shot towards the three of them. This cold underworld energy. Not only did it contain the intent of ice, there was also a wisp of death aura. The fusion of the two had greatly increased its power. The power of the fusion of intent realms was no longer 1 + 1 = 2. Instead, it increased exponentially. The cold light caused the three of them to be on high alert. Blackie directly used the Fiend Celestial Descent. A demon god phantom directly broke through the roof of this restaurant. It stood between heaven and earth. Yi Qiubai stretched out his sword finger, and a sword domain appeared. The four matchless sword formation gathered within. Shisheng even gathered meteorites. He wanted to resist this attack. This was a blow that threatened their lives. Soul Divergence Realm experts were not existences that the current Yi Qiubai and the other two could surpass. Just as the attack was about to land on them, an old man in tattered clothes appeared in front of the three of them. Chapter 324 Chapter 324 Fist is Reason. Chapter 324 Fist is Reason. Translator Atlas Studios. Editor Atlas Stir. Demonic cultivators and such a young sword ancestor. These three people were extremely talented. It was a shockingly talented existence even in Reek Xuanming Cliff. Facing such a prodigy, since he had already offended them, he had to nip them in the bud. This was the thought of Elder Xuanming Cliff and everyone else. If he offended this person for the sake of his face and felt that his current strength and status were so high that he could not give face, he would choose not to attack. In that case, when the other party's wings were fully grown in the future, they would definitely suffer a calamity. Therefore, Elder Xuanming Cliff did not hold back. The moment he attacked, he displayed the terrifying strength of a divine transformation realm expert. Just as re-attack was about to land on the three of them, a sloppy old man suddenly appeared in front of the path of re-attack. Under everyone's terrified gazes, the sloppy old man slowly extended a finger. He tapped on the cold light. This cold light only lasted for an instant. It was as if it had melted. Elder Xuanming Cliff's expression changed drastically. One had to know that he was at the beginner stage Soul Divergence realm. It could be said that his strength was considered top-notch in Kunlun City. On the other hand, the old man in front of him looked as if he had not woken up. His eyes were sleepy, and his other hand was even patting his mouth and yawning. It was as if he didn't care. It was obvious that he did not use his full strength and had only casually blocked it. It had withstood his attack. It could be seen that his strength was definitely much higher than Elder Qingfeng's. When the others saw this, they also came to a realization. No wonder he dared to offend someone from Qingfeng. It turned out that he had a backer. However, a force that could mobilize such an expert as a guard. Perhaps only first-year forces could do that. Moreover, the identities of Yiqiubai and the other two were definitely not simple in this faction. However, Yiqiubai and the other two were also slightly stunned. They knew this sloppy old man. However, they had only met once. It was the old man who had given him rusty metal piece on the way to Kunlun City. At that time, he felt that this person's strength was extraordinary. Now that he saw it, it was indeed so. Except, why would he help us? Yiqiubai was a little puzzled. After all, there was no friendship between them. Elder Qingfeng's expression was solemn and ugly. His deep-set eyes were filled with shock. May one ask who you are? After the sloppy old man finished yawning, he patted the tattered clothes on his body, which actually produced a thick layer of dust. Hearing this, Elder Qingfeng's face alternated between green and white. He cupped his hands and said, "Even though I don't know who you are, the junior behind you injured a disciple of my Qingfeng. Therefore, please make way." The sloppy old man laughed mockingly and said, "People of our generation not only compete with the world, but also with fellow cultivators. Since it's a battle, how can there be no casualties?" Elder Qingfeng retorted, "What would you do if Senior's disciple was killed 11? The sloppy old man didn't even think about it and replied directly, "Kill the person who attacked." Of course, is there a need to think about it? You're stupid to ask such a question. Yiqiubai and the other two were speechless. Just as he said these words that seemed to be extremely enlightened. Now, he was slapping his own face. Elder Qingfeng's expression was ugly as well. Could it be that Senior is playing with me? No. 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 The sloppy elder casually sat on the ground. He picked up the broken wine pot beside him and drank it in one gulp. He laughed and said, "I'm just teaching you a very realistic thing. The words of a fist-sized person are truth." Elder Qingfeng asked in a deep voice, "Could it be that Senior wants to become enemies with me?" Qingfeng. The sloppy old man thought for a moment. As if he had just thought of something, he suddenly said, "Oh, one remember now. Qingfeng's sect. Right DMNF, this kid's sect isn't enough to threaten me." Upon hearing this, Elder Qingfeng's expression changed drastically. Qingfeng was the sect master of Qingfeng. Even though Qingfeng's name was not a secret, those who could call him by his name did not change their expressions. Not many. Qingfeng was one of the top experts of this mainland. A Dao Convergence realm expert. Elder Qingfeng raised his head in surprise and looked at the sloppy old man. "Could it be that you are also a Dao Convergence realm expert?" The sloppy old man did not answer. In his opinion, he did not want to say what he had already said. When Elder Qingfeng saw this, he took a deep breath and cupped his fists. "In that case, I'll have to trouble you." As soon as he finished speaking, he led the group of disciples and intended to leave this rather dilapidated restaurant. However, the sloppy old man stopped him in time and said with a smile, "You haven't paid the money yet." "Paid? Look, you've ruined someone's restaurant. Don't you have to pay for it?" Elder Qingfeng's expression darkened as he harumphed coldly and tossed out a storage ring. He then left the place. The sloppy old man took it and nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, Yiqiubai walked forward and cupped his fists. "Thank you for saving me, Senior." When the sloppy old man saw him, he laughed and patted Yiqiubai's shoulder. "It wasn't easy for me to find you. If you die, one won't be able to explain myself." Yiqiubai was stunned and asked, "Who is it?" The sloppy old man shook his head and said, Your current strength is still insufficient, so don't know too much. Knowing too much isn't beneficial to you. After saying this, the sloppy old man disappeared from this place. He left again. A smile appeared on his face as he looked at the storage ring on the ground. This old man was really ingenious. Due to the damage to the restaurant, the three of them had no choice but to move elsewhere. Just like that, 7 days passed. The Kunlun Heavenly Lake will finally open tomorrow. All those who could enter the Kunlun Heavenly Lake or those who could not. They were all heading towards the Kunlun Snow Mountain. This Kunlun Snow Mountain was named after the Kunlun Heavenly Lake. It snowed all year round on the mountainside. As a result, the mountainside was covered in thick snow. There were no green plants on the mountain. All that was left were the towering cedar trees that dotted the snowy peaks. When Yi Qiubai and the other two arrived at the mountainside, a crowd had already gathered here. Here were the people who could enter the Kunlun Heavenly Lake. They came from various factions. Of course, the people from Xuan Ming Cliff were also here. At this moment, in the air, the figure of a huge beast appeared. The giant beast was like a dragon and a tiger. His back was extremely broad. There was a mansion on his back. Everyone saw this and they all cupped their hands and bowed to the huge beast, because they knew that this was a mount for royalty. Furthermore, the people who could use this mount were all of extremely noble status. Chapter 325 Chapter 325 The Secret of the Boundless Empire. Chapter 325 The Secret of the Boundless Empire. The Boundless Empire was the absolute overlord of this boundless world. It protected the invasion of evil races from the outer realms. They ruled over the boundless world and stopped evil races from the outer realms. Moreover, the ruler of the empire, Mu Zhenting, had already reached the peak stage Dao Convergence realm. The pinnacle of strength and fame allowed the ruling position of the boundless empire to nor be shaken in slightest. Yi Qiubai and the other two also looked up at the huge beast that covered sky. He thought to herself that in other words, Mu Fusheng was on the beast. Just as three of them were thinking about this, the beast stopped in the air. Then, 100 guards appeared from the huge beast. The 100 guards were divided into 2 groups and stood under the giant beast. They were standing on 2 sides. The strength of these guards was actually at the Void God realm. 100 Void God realm experts. Such terrifying strength could probably sweep through wilderness region. The guards held long spears and guarded the 2 sides of the giant beast. Someone exclaimed, "The silver-armored Imperial Guard. It seems that His Highness has really come." The silver-armored Imperial Guards are under His Highness exclusive control, second only to the golden-armored Imperial Guards. After Yi Qiubai and the other 2 heard this, they were only inferior to the golden-armored Imperial Guards. These silver-armored Imperial Guards were all Void God realm experts. Then what realm was the strength of the golden-armored Imperial Guards? The foundation of this boundless empire was truly incomparably powerful then. Another old man and a silver-armored commander holding a spear appeared. When the 2 of them appeared, even the sky seemed to change color. The people below could sense an extremely strong pressure from the 2 old men. Even these 100 Void God realm guards could not bring about this pressure. Probably, both of them were at the Soul Divergence realm. There were 100 Void God realm experts, and 2 of them were distracted. This lineup was too terrifying. When 102nd person appeared and guarded the surroundings, a young man in a white robe with silver dragon patterns engraved on it slowly walked down from the huge beast. Hundreds of guards knelt on one knee in the void. Among them, the silver-armored commander cupped his fists and said, "Reporting to Your Highness. There's no threat around." At this moment, the young man heaved a sigh of relief and patted his chest. "That's good. Even though we're still in the boundless world, we have to be careful." He was cool for less than 3 seconds before he revealed his true colors. Yi Qiubai and the other 2 were also amused. This Mu Fusheng was probably his master's illegitimate son. This personality was even better than that. Mu Fusheng looked around and seemed to have discovered the existence of Yi Qiubai and the other 2. He secretly winked at 3 of them. Then, he looked at the people below and coughed. He said loudly, "Till supervise the opening of the Kunlun Heavenly Lake this time." If a person who has obtained a spot enters the heaven lake, they will be killed on respot. At the same time, if there are people who want to disturb the opening of the heaven pool this time, you should know the consequences. The Kunlun heavenly lake was too attractive to martial cultivators. Not only could it increase the chances of breaking through to the Tao convergence realm, it could also stabilize one's Tao foundation. It had the effect of improving one's talent. At the same time, it was said that one could obtain a special technique the deeper one went into the heavenly lake. Of course, this was just a rumor. It had been tens of thousands of years since anyone had obtained it. At that time, this news spread. It was only obtained by that legendary sword cultivator. Now, people have already forgotten about it. They even suspected if what he said was true. However, it could increase one's talent. Just this point alone was enough to make all the cultivators boil with excitement. Everyone knew that talent was innate. It was almost impossible for him to improve after the day-to-day. Some people with insufficient talent were at their peak when they attained half-step martial monarch realm expert. They could not advance any further. But now, how could he not seize it with such an opportunity? Therefore, every time the Kunlun heavenly lake opened, there would always be people from the royal family guarding it. This kind of thing had happened before after all. Mu Fusheng waved his hand and said, "Everyone, get ready. The Kunlun heavenly lake will open at midnight." Everyone cupped their hands and began to cultivate cross-legged. Everyone who entered would maintain their mental state at the peak stage before the Kunlun heavenly lake opened. As for Mu Fusheng, after informing the old man beside him, he turned around and returned to the giant beast. Not long after, a slightly fat man flew out from the other side of the giant beast. Of course, no one noticed this. As for Yi Qiubai and the other two, they watched as everyone cultivated quietly. He also wanted to cultivate for a while. A man with a big belly walked to their side and said with a smile, "How is it? Are you interested in a drink?" Yi Qiubai turned around and looked at the man with the big belly. After sizing him up carefully, he smiled and said, "Sure, but I wonder what good wine you brought. Of course it's the best wine in this realm." Yi Qiubai and the other two smiled and said, "Then please lead the way." The man with the big belly walked towards a remote place. In the cedar forest, there was a small table. Beside the small table was a pot of wine. The small pot emitted the fragrance of wine. Yi Qiubai sensed his surroundings. There were two extremely obscure auras. He must be guarding this place. The big-bellied man smiled and said, "Aren't you afraid that he'll lure you here to kill you and snatch the heaven lake spot?" Yi Qiubai smiled and said, "If you want a spot, won't others give it to you?" The big-bellied man was stunned for a moment before he smiled brightly. "When did you guess my identity?" Yi Qiubai pursed his lips and said, "Firstly, the three of us don't know many people in this boundless world. In this Kunlun heavenly lake, there's no one else other than the Chu family. Why would anyone buy us a drink? Secondly, Mu Fusheng, I have to say that your acting skills are really too bad." Hearing this, the man with the big belly also removed his disguise and returned to his previous appearance. Hey, I'll say it. I've already treated you guys to a drink. You're still making fun of me." Mu Fusheng said angrily. "Do you have to be so heartless?" Yi Qiubai also smiled and said, "It's not like we haven't drunk wine before. Oh, the wine you drank before was better than mine. I'm afraid your wine is not as good as Master's." "Master's?" Mu Fusheng said indignantly. "Then try it first. This is the best wine in our boundless world, and only the royal family has it." The four of them sat around the wooden table and drank a cup of hot wine. Mu Fusheng asked expectantly, "How is it?" Yi Qiubai said, "It's not bad." Shi Sheng added, "Not as good as Master." Blackie nodded in agreement. Mu Fusheng was doubtful. "Then one really want to try it in the future?" Yi Qiubai said, "Tell me, why are you looking for us?" One would not visit the temple for no reason. He did not believe that Mu Fusheng would disguise himself and treat them to a drink for no reason. Chapter 326 Starfall Sword Emperor. Chapter 326 Starfall Sword Emperor. Hearing this, Mu Fusheng rolled his eyes. "I'm here to remind you, Alright, remind me of what Yi took a sip of the hot wine and thought to himself that although this wine couldn't compare to the white wine brewed by his master, it was still quite delicious. When the time came, he could take a few bottles. When the time came, he could even use it as a gift. Looking in the direction of the Kunlun Heavenly Lake, Mu Fasheng asked, "How do you think the Kunlun Heavenly Lake was formed?" Yi looked at Mu Fasheng in confusion and said, "Isn't it pool water condensed from pure spiritual Kai?" Mu Fasheng shook his head. Then where did this pure spiritual Kai come from? Furthermore, if that's all, how can it increase one's talent? If it was only a pool formed by pure spiritual Kai, after absorbing it, it would only greatly increase his realm and stabilize his Tao foundation. However, to increase one's talent, that was pure nonsense. Talent could not be improved. However, how could pure spiritual Kai increase again? If increasing one's talent was as cheap as the cabbage on the market, then why would there be so many troubles in order to break through? Could a person who died because he was unable to break through the realm and walk out of the cycle of reincarnation? Yi and the other two were puzzled. A smug look appeared in Mu Fasheng's eyes. He coughed and pretended to be serious. The Kunlun Heavenly Lake was formed because a meteorite landed in the Kunlun Snow Mountain. Over time, it absorbed the spiritual Kai of the Snow Mountain. At this point, Mu Fasheng turned and pointed to the sky. His expression slowly turned solemn as he said, "This meteorite fell from above." Blackie frowned and tilted his head in confusion. It's said to be a meteorite. If it didn't fall from above, could it have come from underground? Mu Fasheng rolled his eyes. Yi also chuckled and said, "You mean it's not something from this latitude?" Mu Fasheng nodded. Tens of thousands of years ago, the Starfall Sword Emperor, who was also the founder of the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect, touched this stone. At that time, his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. He even obtained a technique from it, causing his sword to be invincible in this boundless world. At that time, even my boundless empire would have to be wary of the Starfall Sword Emperor. At that time, when one asked the Starfall Sword Emperor what was under the Kunlun Heavenly Lake, he only said that it was not from this latitude. "You mean you want me to take a look?" Mu Fasheng smiled. "That's right. How about I exchange this wine for this piece of news of yours?" Yi also smiled. In tens of thousands of years, only this Starfall Sword Emperor has reached the bottom. Do you trust me that much? I trust you. When Mu Fasheng saw the three of them, he had this thought even though he felt that it was unrealistic. Who was the Starfall Sword Emperor? He comprehended the sword intent at the age of 3, became a swordmaster at the age of 4, and had already reached the sword ancestral realm at the age of 10. How could anyone else compare to such a monstrous sword cultivator? However, when Mu Fasheng saw Yi and the other two, he had a strange idea and wanted them to give it a try. Yi said, "Then this glass of wine might be too little. How much do you want? How about 20 of them? Do you think this is cabbage? If you don't want to do it, then forget it. Even if no, I won't tell you." Mu Fasheng pulled out 19 bottles from his storage ring with a dark expression. "They are all here." Yi nodded and took out a note and a pen. He pushed them to Mu Fasheng's table. Mu Fasheng was stunned. "What?" Yi said matter-of-factly. "Write an IOU." Shisheng and Blackie couldn't help but laugh. Mu Fasheng suddenly had the thought of killing Yi. However, he still wrote it after the incident. After Yi saw this, he nodded in satisfaction. He finished the wine in his cup and turned to leave with Shisheng and Blackie. After the three of them left, Mu Fasheng took a sip of hot wine before realizing what was going on. That's not right. Aren't one the one who gave them the information? Even if one get it in the end, won't they be the ones benefiting? Then why do I have to act like I owe money? At the thought of this, Mu Fasheng slammed the table angrily. We've been tricked. At midnight, the Kunlun Heavenly Lake opened on time. Prince Mu Fasheng also stood in midair, under the heavy protection of the guards. He said in a clear voice, "The Kunlun Heavenly Lake has opened. Those who have a spot can enter. Be careful. If you can't go deeper, don't force yourself. Otherwise, you might die inside. Also, The Kunlun heavenly lake will only last for 30 days. If you don't come out in 30 days, you will be killed by the power of the Kunlun heavenly lake. With that, Prince Mu Fasheng took out a token. An invisible barrier around the Kunlun heavenly lake opened under waves of ripples. Those who possessed a quota were all inspected by the spirit formation. Yi Qiubai and the other two naturally stepped in. The Kunlun heavenly lake was located at the top of the Kunlun snow mountain. They were still tens of thousands of feet above the ground. When they stepped inside, they could already sense a torrential pure spiritual Kai sweeping towards everyone. The pure spiritual Kai on this scale was at least dozens of times thicker than in the outside world, and they had yet to reach the Kunlun heavenly lake. On the way, 4 people appeared in front of Yi Qiubai and the other two. The person in the lead was a gloomy young man. He said, "Yi Qiubai, Shisheng." Yi Qiubai looked over and didn't answer. He passed by these 4 people. The gloomy young man's expression darkened. "Even though I can't kill you here, what about in the Kunlun heavenly lake? At that time, you just have to say that you forced your way into the depths and were killed by the heavenly lake." Yi Qiubai stopped in his tracks and chuckled. "Let's wait and see. This sinister-looking young man might be someone from Xuanming Cliff." Not far away, there were 5 women in green with gauze on their faces. The bodies of the 5 women in green seemed to have fused with the snow. They exuded a cold aura that prevented strangers from approaching. They were like 5 icebergs. Even though these 5 people looked at Yi Qiubai and the other two, they didn't move. However, the killing intent in his eyes could not be hidden from Blackie. Blackie asked as he walked, "Senior brother, what about those 5 women?" Yi Qiubai naturally felt it too. He nodded and said, "They are probably from the Frost Spirit sect." He only had grudges with these 2 sects after all. It seemed that this trip to the Kunlun heavenly lake would not be too smooth. However, it was good to be able to resolve the threat in one go. Otherwise, when they were outside, they would attack one by one. It was quite troublesome to deal with them one by one. Chapter 327 Chapter 327 Battle of the Heavenly Lake. Chapter 327 Battle of the Heavenly Lake. The white snow had melted at the top and the surroundings were filled with greenery and plants. Countless trees, as if they had experienced 1,000 years, had already formed huge trees that soared into the sky. And this was all because the rich spiritual Kai in the Kunlun heavenly lake was watering the soil. This caused this place to become a spiritual land. The vegetation was not affected by the harsh temperature, forming towering trees. Yi Qiubai and the others arrived beside the Kunlun heavenly lake. The extremely pure spiritual Kai caused him to not need to use a cultivation technique at all. Sensing this monstrous spiritual Kai, he could circulate it in his meridians to purify it and directly absorb it into his danshan. Someone sighed. As expected of the Kunlun heavenly lake, no wonder so many people are fighting for this spot at all costs. I feel like I'm going to make a breakthrough just by being by the pool. What would happen if I were to enter? Some people did not say anything and impatiently entered the Kunlun heavenly lake. He circulated his cultivation technique. He began to absorb the heaven pool's water. Seeing this, people entered one after another. Yi Qiubai also smiled and looked at Blackie and Shisheng. "What do you think?" Blackie was a body cultivator and did not need the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. As for Shisheng, he cultivated the power of stars and did not need spiritual Kai. That was why Yi Qiubai asked this. Blackie nodded and said, "I'm already here." Shisheng thought for a while and said, 111 Go in and take a look. Not only could it absorb spiritual Kai, but it also had a use, which was to increase one's talent. Even though he could not absorb the spiritual Kai inside, it was also an extremely good thing if he could further increase his talent. With that, the 3 of them stepped into the heavenly lake together. Yi Qiubai could feel a pure spiritual Kai that was like a tsunami galloping around him in an instant. He hurriedly circulated the primordial sword scripture. The wisps of pure spiritual Kai were sucked into his danshan. At this moment, Yi Qiubai's realm actually broke through to intermediate stage void god realm. Blackie, on the other hand, did not feel anything. In his eyes, this pool of heavenly water was like a pool of bath water. Similarly, Shisheng was unable to absorb the heavenly lake water. His Danshan was a star Danshan after all. He could only use star power to cultivate. At this moment, several auras surrounded him. Yiqiubai opened his eyes slightly and looked around. It was the 4 people from Xuanming Cliff and the 5 female disciples from the Frost Spirit sect. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. Frost Spirit sect, are you going to attack them too? One of the female disciples nodded. Does Xuanming Cliff have a feud with them? The Xuanming Cliff disciple in the lead smiled. Since that's the case, why don't we join forces? I can also make use of the time to cultivate if I can resolve it quickly. The female disciple hesitated for a moment before nodding. You're right. With that said, 9 half-step martial monarch realm auras soared into the sky. These 9 auras were all existences that could break through to the martial monarch realm. When the surrounding people sensed this aura, they suddenly opened their eyes and looked over. Xuanming Cliff and the Frost Spirit sect have joined forces. Against whom? No matter who it is, that person's outcome is already decided. There were also people who looked over curiously. A man with a sword on his back looked over. There were traces of sword intent in his starry eyes. He chuckled and said, "Interesting." Beside him, a Shilking youth said, "Brother Lin, let's hurry up and cultivate." Lin Jai smiled. "Mu Qisheng, if you don't change your personality, Uncle Mu will whip you again." Hearing this, Mu Qisheng's eyes were filled with fear. It was obvious that he was afraid of Uncle Mu. Immediately after, Mu Qisheng stopped talking. He closed his eyes and began to focus on cultivating. Seeing this, Lin Jai also smiled and shook his head. He no longer paid attention to the matters over there and began to focus on cultivation. It might be against the rules, but what did it have to do with him? Moreover, he did not come here just to improve his realm. He wanted to go to the depths of the heavenly lake to take a look. On the other side, Yiqiubai smiled and said, "Looks like you can't hold it in anymore." The leading disciple of Xuanming Cliff sneered. "Naturally, I have to kill all of you here first." Yiqiubai nodded and looked at Blackie and Shisheng. Shisheng said, "Senior brother, you can cultivate in peace. Leave this place to me and senior brother Blackie." Blackie also nodded in a muffled voice. "In any case, the 2 of us can't absorb the spiritual Kai here." Instantly, a demonic shadow descended from behind Blackie. The 9-heaven demon halberd appeared in his hand. Shisheng also took out the Emperor Ming's mystic axe. The power of the stars surrounded it. Yiqiubai chose to believe the 2 of them. When the other party heard this, they were all furious. "Could it be that you think the 2 of them are enough to resist us? Are you looking down on us too much? The 3 of them are doomed. How can we stop them with just the 2 of them?" At this point, the 9 of them released their auras and charged towards Blackie with all their might. Seeing this, Yiqiubai really didn't care anymore and began to cultivate with his eyes closed. Since Blackie and the other 2 had said so, they were naturally confident. Yiqiubai absolutely believed in these 2 junior brothers. In their eyes, these 3 people had not even reached the half-step martial monarch realm expert. Wouldn't they be at their mercy, not to mention that there were only 2 of them now? Even though the other party had the ability to resist a half-step martial monarch realm expert, there were 9 people on their side. Blackie wielded the 9-heaven demon halberd like a peerless demon god. He swung his halberd. The demonic figure behind him also slashed at the 9 people with his demonic halberd. For a time, it actually caused waves to rise in the surrounding heavenly lake. Demonic intent overflowed. Shisheng was also wielding the Emperor Ming's mystic axe with both hands. The power of the stars surged on the axe. He slashed through the air. It weighed 10 million kilograms. The expressions of the 9 people were solemn facing these 2 attacks. These 2 attacks actually posed a huge threat to them. Hence, the 9 of them did not dare to be careless and attacked with all their might. For a moment, the world was covered in ice and snow, and Netherworld Kai surged. It swept towards Blackie and the other 2's attacks. How powerful was the attack of 9 half-step martial monarch realm experts? This was also the full-on attack of Blackie and Shisheng. Blackie even took out the 9-heaven demon halberd. For a moment, under the shocked gazes of some people, the attacks of these 9 people were actually directly shattered by Blackie and the other 2. Lin Jai closed his eyes and said softly, "There are some tricks." As for these 9 people, they also took a few steps back. His eyes were filled with shock as he looked at Blackie's side again. However, he noticed that the 2 of them had already vanished on the spot. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of 2 of them. The demonic halberd and axe in his hand suddenly slashed out. 2 of the women from the Frost Spirit sect were killed. Chapter 328 Chapter 328 2 out of 9 left. Chapter 328 2 out of 9 left. 2 women from the Frost Spirit sect were killed. The remaining 7 people were stunned. Was the other party so strong? Not only did they directly break through the joint attack of the 9 half-step martial monarch realm experts, they also overcame the attack and directly killed 2 people. Blackie clearly had no intention of stopping. After a slight pause, they charged towards the remaining 7 people again. Bai ignored these people, since Blackie and Shisheng said that the both of them would take care of them. Bai naturally trusted them. After some thought, he began to dive down the heavenly lake. Mu Fashing had said it before. He had to sink if he wanted to improve his talent and stabilize his Tao foundation. At the same time, at the bottom of the Kunlun heavenly lake, there was a mid-latitude item. He was also a little curious about what was so special about this stone that had descended from the mid-latitude. A peerless figure like the Starfall Sword Emperor had appeared. When Bai sneaked down, below the Kunlun heavenly lake, were already more than 10 other martial cultivators. Among them were Lin Jai and Mukisheng. Lin Jai only glanced at Bai before retracting his gaze. At this moment, he had no time to care about Bai. Bai retracted his gaze. After he infiltrated the Kunlun heavenly lake, this was originally pure spiritual Kai that cultivators nourished, but it was filled with killing intent. This incomparably pure spiritual Kai actually crazily pressed towards Bai's body. His flesh, bones, meridians, and even his dantian. This powerful pressure made Bai, who was unprepared, unable to react for a moment. Blood actually appeared on his arm. Feeling this pressure, he was shocked and immediately gathered his thoughts. The spiritual Kai circulated throughout his body and circulated the primordial sword scripture to resist it. He had just entered, but he already felt such a strong sense of oppression. Bai couldn't help but sigh. No wonder the Starfall Sword Emperor was the only one who had reached the bottom in the past tens of thousands of years. However, since the Starfall Sword Emperor could reach the bottom, why couldn't he? Bai composed himself. But he was in no hurry to dive down. Instead, he constantly resisted this pure spiritual Kai and absorbed it to get used to the pressure here. Wisps of spiritual Kai flowed through the 4 meridians and into his dantian. His cultivation realm was also slowly increasing. 2 hours later, Bai opened his eyes and continued to dive down. When he was 100 feet away, he felt an even stronger pressure and stopped again. On the other side, 8 people were at the same depth as Bai. In addition, 6 people had already reached a depth of 200 feet. At the same time, the most shocking thing was, 300 feet away, Lin Jai and Mu Qisheng walked forward side by side. It seemed to be continuing to advance deeper. The people behind looked at these 2 figures and could not help but exclaim. It was already his limit to protect himself from being injured in such an oppressive place. How could he speak? Bai only took a look and didn't care anymore. He continued to adapt to the pressure here. At this moment, all the martial cultivators who had yet to infiltrate looked in front of them in horror. Demonic Kai overflowed from Blackie's body. Streaks of black demonic intent shot into the sky and converged into a huge demon god phantom behind him. With the 9 heavenly demon halberd in hand, he descended into this world like a demon god. On the other side, Shisheng held the Emperor Ming's mystic axe, and the power of the stars gathered on his body. At midnight, night fell. In the black curtain in the sky, there were specks of stars. The faint starlight from these stars actually gathered around Shisheng. Even though the radiance of a single star was weak, if there were 100 or 1 of them, the starlight that filled the sky would gather and shine in the world. Their auras had already reached their peak. No one here was confident that they could defeat any one of them. He had clearly not reached half-step martial monarch realm. How could he possess such powerful strength? One had to know that those who could come to the Kunlun Heavenly Lake were all prodigies of the sect. There was not much difference between geniuses. Therefore, the difference in cultivation realms was a real gap. Except, in front of them, were originally 9 people. Now, there were only 2 people left. One of them was a disciple of Qingfeng, while the other was a disciple of the Frost Spirit sect. Their auras were dispirited. Their expressions were solemn and filled with fear looking at the 2 of them. Why did he have such strength? Who were these 2 people from? He had never heard of it before. 9 half-step marital monarch realm prodigies working together against 2 people who had not even reached half-step marital monarch realm. It was fine if they did not injure the other party at all. And 7 of them were killed instead. If news of this were to spread, it would probably cause a huge commotion. At this moment, Blackie raised the 9 heaven demon halberd in his hand and took another step forward. Waves rose from the pool water of the Kunlun Heavenly Lake. It slapped in all directions. The Qingfeng disciple's expression changed drastically. However, he did not beg for mercy. The other party knew that they were from Qingfeng and the Frost Spirit sect. Now that he had brought this up, was it possible to save his life? Moreover, the other party had already killed so many people, so why not eliminate them completely? Therefore, the disciple of Qingfeng were brave and decisive. He slapped his dantian and actually spat out mouthfuls of grey blood essence. Streams of netherworld Kai also floated out from his dantian. It formed a shield in front of him, the dark nether shield. This was his strongest defense. After using this move, this disciple did not sit back and wait for the other party to break the dark nether shield. Instead, he looked at the Frost Spirit sect disciple beside him. The woman understood Qingfeng's disciple's intentions. With a pale face, he bit his fingertip and gathered his blood essence. The spiritual Kai was the brush. The cold intent was the brush, and the blood essence was the ink. In front of him, a bloody gate was drawn. Then, he took out another scroll. He threw the scroll out. Streams of spatial power converged in the frost blood door. Obviously they were prepared to use the dark nether shield to stall Blackie. Then, he used the frost blood door to escape. As for the Kunlun Heavenly Lake, what chance was there to talk about if he lost his life? Blackie had already arrived in front of the dark nether shield. The 9 heavenly demon halberd smashed out. Demonic energy gathered at the tip of the demonic halberd. It smashed down with a monstrous demonic shadow. The dark nether shield shattered. At the same time, Qisheng made his move. The star power illumination. He pointed a finger and shot towards the frozen blood door. After the Frost Spirit sect disciple escaped, the frozen blood door was directly suppressed by the power of the stars. As a result, the Qingfeng disciples were a step slower in escaping. Blackie's attack arrived immediately. He actually reached out and grabbed Qingfeng's disciple's calf. That disciple was also ruthless. He slashed his palm and cut off his calf while gritting his teeth. At this moment, the frost blood door closed at the same time. The 2 of them had paid a painful price to escape. At this moment, Exudes had adapted to a depth of 100 feet and continued to descend. Chapter 329 Chapter 329 Evil Clans Outside the Territory. Chapter 329 Evil Clans Outside the Territory. Exudes' speed was actually very slow. The few people who had entered the Kunlun Heavenly Lake with him had already reached 30 feet. Of course, there were also people who could not withstand the pressure and retreated 10 feet. On the other hand, Lin Jai and Mu Qisheng had actually reached 50 feet. Exudes didn't have any intention of competing with others. To him, cultivation was a steady process. He could clearly break through, but he still had to suppress his cultivation until he could not suppress it anymore. Only when his Tao foundation was stable would he break through under the infusion of spiritual Kai. It could be said that Exudes' Tao foundation was stable. It was the most stable existence among all the disciples of the cottage. Under the Kunlun Heavenly Lake, Exudes' thoughts were like cultivation. If he had not completely adapted to the pressure here, he would not have gone down. In his mind, this was the only way to dive deeper. Even though it took time, The benefits were also extremely great. The deeper they went into the Kunlun Heavenly Lake, the greater the pressure. However, the spiritual Kai inside became purer and richer. Yiqiubai's realm was steadily and quickly increasing. He could feel it. He was not far from the peak stage void god realm. When Yiqiubai reached a depth of 20 feet, streams of oppression that were several times deeper than 10 feet swept over. Feeling the pressure of this pure spiritual Kai, Yiqiubai frowned slightly. But he didn't use sword intent to defend himself. Only then could he adapt to it to the greatest extent and absorb this pure spiritual Kai. The wisps of pure spiritual Kai squeezed on the surface of his skin and seeped into his bones and meridians. Then, it followed his meridians and pressed into his danshan. Yiqiubai circulated the primordial sword scripture with all his might and swallowed this pure spiritual Kai into his danshan strand by strand. The spiritual energy in his danshan was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, Yiqiubai was also suppressing his realm with all his might. This was to prevent him from breaking through too quickly. Foundation was far more important than cultivation. This was what Yiqiubai was thinking and has been putting it into action. On the other side, on the surface of the Kunlun Heavenly Lake, Blackie put away the 9 heavenly demon halberd. Qingfeng put away the Emperor Ming's mystic axe and looked at Blackie. "Senior brother Blackie, what are you doing now?" Blackie scratched his head with an honest expression. It was completely different from the previous demon god who looked down on the world and despised all living beings. The current Blackie was like a simple and ordinary person. "I'm already here." He was already here. Qingfeng nodded. His master had once said that his talent could still be improved. As for the Kunlun Heavenly Lake, it was said to have the effect of increasing one's talent. Since that was the case, he naturally had to give it a try. Thinking of this, Qingfeng said, "Senior brother, I'll go down first." Seeing this, Qingfeng circulated the power of the stars and infiltrated the Kunlun Heavenly Lake. The pressure brought about by the surrounding pure spiritual Kai had no effect on Qingfeng. The power of stars was extremely heavy to begin with, and had the effect of suppressing and sealing. At the same time, he was not from the same source as the spirit Kai in the world. The pressure brought about by this pure spiritual Kai was greatly reduced for Qingfeng. When he saw where Yiqiubai was, he quickly arrived beside him. When some people saw this scene, their eyes widened. Didn't he need to get used to it? Facing such a powerful pressure, it was as if nothing had happened. Qingfeng stood beside Yiqiubai and said, "Big senior brother, the people above have been dealt with." Yiqiubai opened his eyes and nodded slightly. "I'll go down first." With that, he was about to dive down. A black shadow directly passed everyone. He dived towards the bottom of the Kunlun Heavenly Lake at an extremely fast speed. This speed directly surpassed Lin Jai and Mu Qisheng. Lin Jai also opened his eyes and looked at the black shadow with a frown. Was it that body cultivator just now? 50 feet deep. Even he found it a little strenuous. However, this body cultivator ignored it. When Qingfeng saw this scene, he also smiled and said, "Senior brother Blackie is still so abnormal I can't fall behind either." With that, he chased after Blackie. The two of them surpassed everyone else under everyone's shocked gazes. He arrived at 100 feet away. Yiqiubai chuckled when he saw this. He did not feel disappointed because of the strength of his junior brothers. It was fine as long as he did his best. How abnormal was Blackie's body? Everyone in the cottage had the most direct feeling. This pressure had tempered his body in all ways. In fact, he could even face the physical body that could resist the spatial turbulence. The Lufut deep oppression was just enough for Blackie. When it was 1,000 feet deep, Blackie had already activated the eternal demon body. 3 layers of pattern shone on his body at the same time. Even though spiritual Kai was useless to him, he could use this pressure to further temper his body. At this moment, in the boundless empire, as the only ruler of the boundless world, be it strength or prestige, the boundless empire's dominance was unshakable. And it was precisely because of this that, as the emperor of the boundless empire, Mu Zhenting should not have anything to worry about. Now, he was frowning with a solemn expression. In front of him was an old man. The old man had a head full of white hair and a hunched body. He looks like he was about to die. Celestial Master Lai. Is the prophecy accurate? Celestial Masters were a special occupation. At the same time, in the entire boundless realm, only the boundless empire had a Celestial Master's successor. Celestial Master was an existence that could predict the future and deduce the heavenly Tao. Such a powerful ability was often accompanied by huge side effects. Often, a Celestial Master's lifespan was extremely short. It was also because of this that there were very few Celestial Masters. Celestial Master Lai sighed slightly. Her eyes were turbid as she held a wooden walking stick. On the wooden walking stick, there was a hint of life. This was to protect Celestial Master Li's vitality. This deduction has cost me 1,000 years of my lifespan. One shouldn't be wrong. Hearing Celestial Master Li's affirmation, Mu Zhenting's expression was extremely ugly. In other words, the evil clans outside the territory have started to infiltrate the surrounding regions. Celestial Master Lai nodded and said, the obstruction and suppression of Lin Jai Mountain caused the foreign races who invaded this world back then to be unable to break through for a period of time. There are already evil clans outside the territory in the other regions. Among them, the Heavenly Fire Realm and the Purple Thunder Realm are all occupied by the evil clans outside the territory. Relying on these two domains as springboards, the evil clans outside the territory are spreading to the surrounding domains. If this continues, the entire low-latitude realm will probably be taken by the evil clans outside the territory. Mu Zhenting asked, which realm is the closest to the Heavenly Fire Realm and the Purple Thunder Realm? Celestial Master Lai thought about it and said, Heavenly Spirit Realm. Chapter 330 Chapter 330 Massacred. Chapter 330 Massacred. Tens of thousands of years ago, a war of extinction had occurred in the boundless realm. The evil clans outside the territory came out of nowhere and attacked the boundless domain. There were too many of them. Moreover, their strength was extremely ferocious. At that time, the boundless realm fell into a sea of blood. The people of the boundless empire, who ruled the entire continent, launched a war to resist the evil race. After thousands of years of war, the boundless realms had paid the price of many Tao convergence realm experts. Among them was the late emperor of the boundless empire and the founder of the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect, the Starfall Sword Emperor. In the end, the evil clans outside the territory were suppressed on the other side of the boundary mountain. This was also the reason why the boundless empire strictly prohibited cultivators from crossing the boundary mountain. Celestial Master Lai sighed. There were too many casualties in that battle. The Falling Star Sword Ancestor sect also fell from a top faction to a first-rate faction. Mu Zhenting nodded as well. He looked out of the hall with a distant gaze. After the blind man's eyes recovered, the first thing he threw away was his walking stick. Due to the fall of the Starfall Sword Emperor, the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect's forces were encroached upon. If not for Mu Zhenting secretly protecting them, the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect would probably not even be able to protect the reputation of a first-rate faction. Now is not the time to grieve. Your Majesty, you must begin your preparations. Mu Zhenting nodded with a grave expression. The evil clans outside the territory were too powerful. They must not be allowed to make a comeback. Send the vanguard to the Heavenly Fire Realm and the Purple Thunder Realm first. At the same time, send someone to the Heavenly Spirit Realm to inform them of this. At this moment, in the Heavenly Spirit Realm, Han Ying was dealing with the affairs of the Empire. Now, the Cloud Phoenix Empire had already become the true ruler of the Heavenly Spirit Realm. The sects that refused to submit back then were either destroyed, disbanded, or surrendered to the Empire. This was also the result of Long Ying's combination of hardness and softness. Ning Changsen was reading a book at the side. Han Ying raised her head and looked at Ning Changsen with a smile. Third junior brother. The current sect leaders of the Heavenly Spirit Realm and the Wilderness region are all respected by your study room. I'm done here. Why don't we go to the Endless World to look for senior brother and the others? When Ning Changsen heard this, his eyes did not leave the ancient book. He smiled and said, Sure. It's been so long. I miss you a lot. At the side, Mu Weiner raised her hand and said, Sister Hong Ying, I want to go too. Han Ying looked at Mu Weiner and smiled. Does your father agree? Mu Weiner pursed her lips and said, "He can't control me." If the head of the Mu family, Mu Weiner's father, heard this, he would probably die of anger. Just as Hong Ying was about to say something, the imperial preceptor hurried in and said, "Your Majesty." Hong Ying looked over and asked, "What's the hurry?" Imperial preceptor. "Now, there should be nothing major in the heavenly spirit realm," the imperial preceptor said with a solemn expression. "At the border of the realm, the Han city has been massacred." Massacred? Hong Ying's expression changed slightly. She looked at the imperial preceptor with a serious gaze and said, "Explain clearly." Ning Chengsen put down the book and looked over. Mu Weiner also stopped throwing a tantrum. A massacre was no small matter. Such a thing happened under the rule of the Cloud Phoenix Empire. It was impossible for Hong Ying to ignore it. If the Cloud Phoenix Empire as the ruler did not care about this matter, then the empire itself would suffer a huge blow in terms of reputation and popular sentiment. The imperial preceptor nodded. With a solemn expression, he said, "Today, a mysterious creature filled with evil aura suddenly invaded Han City. The strongest person in Seoul is a peak stage void god realm expert. However, the other party can't stop this mysterious creature at all." Mysterious creature, Hong Ying frowned. "How strong is it? Can you find out its background?" The imperial preceptor shook his head. "During this period of time, I've already read all the ancient books in the heavenly spirit realm and the wilderness region. However, no demonic creature can testify against this mysterious creature. I only know that this mysterious creature is extremely bloodthirsty and filled with evil. At the same time, it's extremely powerful among them. There are 10 leaders who are at least at the martial monarch realm. 10 martial monarch realm experts. How could such a lineup appear in the heavenly spirit realm? Even if the martial monarch realm experts of the entire realm were gathered, there were less than 10 of them." Thinking of this, Hong Ying asked, "Then where are the evil clans outside the territory now?" "It's in Han City. I'm afraid they'll attack again soon." Hearing this, Hong Ying nodded and put away her advice. "Follow me." The imperial preceptor nodded. Heavenly Spirit Sect's sect master has already set off for Han City. Hong Ying didn't say anything else and brought the 9 Heavens tribe and imperial preceptor to Seoul. Ning Chengsen and Mu Weiner naturally followed closely behind. The houses had been destroyed in Han City. Blood splattered everywhere on the city wall. At the same time, in the sky above Han City, they were all enveloped by a black evil aura. As a result, the sun could not shine in. At this moment, Seoul was completely dark. Kong Jiang had led the Celestial Spirit Sect cultivators and arrived 100 miles away from Han City. Hong Ying brought people over. He immediately went forward and knelt on one knee. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Hong Ying nodded. "How's the situation?" Kong Jianghan's expression was solemn as he said, "There's no one left alive in Han City. Those evil clans outside the territory seem to be collecting the corpses of cultivators in Han City." Collecting corpses? Hong Ying frowned. Could it be an evil cultivator? Only evil cultivators would collect the corpses of martial cultivators, absorbing cultivation and refining corpse puppets. Hong Ying looked at the imperial preceptor and asked, "Have you informed the other sects?" The imperial preceptor nodded. "He's already on his way." In that case, Hong Ying's eyes were filled with killing intent as she looked in the direction of Han City. There! An evil aura surged. "When all the sects are here, we will kill our way into Han City." A full 2 hours passed. The black aura in Ian City was restless. At the same time, outside Han City, the top sects and factions of the heavenly spirit realm were all gathered here. Hong Ying held the reincarnation spear while Ning Chengsen held the Tao scripture. "Follow me into the city." Then, he unleashed his intermediate stage martial monarch realm aura and charged towards Han City. In Han City, in the dilapidated city lord's manor, there were 10 people with wings on their backs, long and narrow eyes, and 2 fangs in their mouths. Their skin was green. At the same time, there was a triangle above his head. A huge tail swung left and right. His aura was extremely powerful. He looked at the corpses of the cultivators that were constantly being transported over. The 10 of them actually treated these corpses as food and were eating. He ate. He said vaguely, The humans in this realm are too weak. They can't improve much at all. Stop complaining. The higher-ups want us to occupy the surroundings of this latitude first. With our strength. Why don't we go straight to the boundless realm? At this moment, above Han City, an aura surged. One of the evil clans revealed a sinister smile. There's a delicacy delivered to our door. Chapter 331 Chapter 331 Ning Chengsen's Wrath. Chapter 331 Ning Chengsen's Wrath. Above Ilan City, all the major sects had gathered. The commander of the Cloud Phoenix Empire, Hong Ying, held the reincarnation spear in her hand and wore red armor. Her black hair was tied behind her head and fluttered in the wind. She looked very valiant. Ning Chengsen was half a step behind. He held the Tao scripture, and the aura of the Confucian Tao circulated on his body. The massacre of the city was a wake-up call for Celestial Spirit Empire. Foreign creatures were so arrogant and despotic. The big and small sects would naturally not let the matter rest. At the same time, the Cloud Phoenix Empire was the current commander of the heavenly spirit realm. He would naturally not sit back and do nothing. Mu Weiner whispered behind Hong Ying. Sister Hong Ying, should we call Uncle over? Wouldn't we be able to kill them all easily? Hong Ying chuckled. Master doesn't like trouble. Besides, we can't rely on him for everything. Mu Weiner nodded and did not say anything else. At this moment, in Han City, black evil aura began to surge. It actually surged towards Hong Ying's side. There were 10 evil beings with green faces and fangs and wings on their backs. Hong Ying frowned slightly. She did not feel any spiritual chi fluctuations in the bodies of these evil beings. There was only that incomparably dark evil aura, compared to those evil cultivators. This evil aura was much purer. What the hell is this? Ning Chengsen also frowned slightly. To him, this evil aura was the most profound. When faced with the surging evil aura, the Confucian Tao aura around Ning Chengsen began to flow uncontrollably. The Tao scripture in his hand began to flash with white light. At this moment, behind Hong Ying, the Imperial Preceptor stood out and asked loudly, "Who are you? Where are you from? Why did you slaughter a city in my heavenly spirit realm?" The evil aura was huge, and the 10 green-faced and sharp-toothed evil beings were countless strange creatures. One of the evil beings with a green face and fangs opened his mouth and laughed wantonly. We evil races are naturally not something lowly humans like you can compare to. As for why they want to massacre the city, it's not much of a reason. We're just hungry. Hungry? The Imperial Preceptor was slightly stunned. Then, his face darkened. Cannibalism. The green-faced evil creature grinned and said, "Is there a problem?" As soon as these words were spoken, the leaders of those large sects and factions all felt a chill on their backs. Hong Ying's expression darkened. Ning Chengsen took a step forward with coldness in his eyes at the side. Mu Weiner was shocked when she saw Ning Chengsen's expression. In normal times, Ning Chengsen was extremely gentle. As if nothing would make him angry, he treated everyone, even the beggars on the street, with a pleasant expression. How could he have such a terrifying expression? It could be seen that Ning Chengsen was really angry now, eating people with no purpose. He had even slaughtered an entire city. Such an evil being could not be left alive. When the green-faced evil creature saw this, it grinned arrogantly. "Why can't take it anymore? Don't be anxious. In the eyes of the evil races, you're just food on a plate." With that, the green-faced evil creature waved its hand. The black mass of evil beings behind him charged towards Hong Ying with monstrous evil aura clouds. Ning Chengsen snorted and took a step forward. The light of the Confucian Tao shone on Ning Chengsen's body. Under the contamination of the evil aura, someone from the sect behind him had his meridians blocked by evil aura, causing his spiritual chi to be unable to circulate. It could even invade the sea of consciousness and corrode the soul. Ning Chengsen saw this and he flipped the Tao scripture. "Eliminate." He spat out a thunderous sound, and his words were executed. A ray of white light was like the light that saved the world. It landed on everyone and dispersed the evil aura. Sensing the Confucian Tao aura, the green-faced evil cultivator frowned. This aura made them very uncomfortable. Then, the 3 green-faced evil cultivators beside him rushed towards Ning Chengsen. These three green-faced evil cultivators all had the strength of the martial monarch realm. However, even so, Ning Qingfeng did not retreat or dodge. He held the Tao scripture and took a step forward. The torrential white light gathered on his body and isolated the evil aura. Then, he spoke softly. Descend. Soldier. Fight. Being. All. Formation. Line up. The 9 symbolic words. 7 symbolic words. Appeared at the same time. The phantom of a divine general suddenly rushed out from the Tao scripture. He wore a divine armor and held a divine spear. Wisps of golden light gathered on his body. It rushed towards the 3 green-faced evil beings. Ning Qingfeng had already become the leader of the sect in the wilderness region in the heavenly spirit realm. His study room was an orthodoxy of 2 worlds. With the support of this faith, Ning Qingfeng's strength was increasing day by day. At the same time, he read through the ancient books of the 2 worlds and gained many insights. The current Ning Qingfeng was not inferior to Hong Ying at all. On the other side, the other 7 black-masked evil cultivators also rushed towards Hong Ying and the others. Hong Ying snorted coldly and stabbed out with the reincarnation spear in her hand, intercepting the other 3. As for the remaining 4, Kong Gyanghan, the imperial preceptor, and the other 2 martial monarch realm experts stopped them. After the imperial preceptor stepped into the heavenly spirit realm, he also broke through and reached the martial monarch realm. As for the other evil cultivators, the 9 heavens tribe would lead the people from the various sects and factions to stop them. With the world-saving light released by Ning Qingfeng, the evil aura was unable to affect the others. The green-masked evil cultivator also noticed this scene. He had to get rid of this scholar. Thinking of this, the 3 green-masked evil cultivators attacked at the same time. An evil aura surged as he attacked. The wisps of evil Kai turned into a green-faced fanged mask and swept towards the god general. Ning Qingfeng controlled the divine general and waved the spear in his hand. Dispel the evil aura. It smashed into the green-faced fanged mask. The moment the green-faced fanged mask encountered the divine spear, white smoke rose. The green-faced fanged mask formed by the demonic aura was melting at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ning Qingfeng narrowed his eyes. It seemed that his Tao techniques had a restraining effect on these evil beings. The 3 green-faced evil beings also noticed this, and their expressions turned ugly. He used his powerful physical strength to charge at the divine general instead of unleashing his evil aura. Other than this evil aura, these evil beings, his physical body was also extremely powerful. His green skin seemed to be made of refined iron. Even when the divine spear in his hand fell, it could not cause any substantial damage to him. He could only repel it. Seeing this, Ning Qingfeng flipped the Tao scripture in his hand and said softly, "Forward." At this moment, golden light surged out of the immortal general's body. His body became incomparably huge as he stepped on the ground and raised his head. At the same time, the power of a race flowed around him. Just like that, a spear pierced out. The power of the array followed. Thunder rumbled. The sky changed color. The lightning dragon surged and an incomparably thick lightning struck down. It landed on the divine spear. Purple lightning coiled around the spear. The exorcism formation appeared. The 3 green-masked evil cultivators threw a punch with this spear. It was directly broken. The spear pierced through one of the green-faced evil cultivators. Chapter 332 Chapter 332 Mu Weiner's idea. Turn around at the battlefield. Chapter 332 Mu Weiner's idea. Turn around at the battlefield. Ning Qingfeng had the strength of an intermediate-stage martial monarch realm expert. However, if that was all, he would definitely not be able to kill one person so easily when facing these 3 green-faced evil beings. Just like Han Ying, who was at the side, she could not kill any of them as easily as Ning Qingfeng facing 3 green-faced evil beings. She could only maintain the situation of the division. As for Imperial Preceptor, Kong Gyanghan and the others, they had been suppressed the entire time. This was because Ning Qingfeng's Tao techniques were effective against these evil beings. Ning Qingfeng continued to control the divine general. Purple lightning surrounded him as he charged towards the remaining 2 green-faced evil beings. Behind them, Mu Weiner didn't fight, but she was useless. She was actually throwing all the medicinal pills in her storage ring into the hands of her own cultivators. If someone consumed too much spiritual Kai, she would throw out a few recovery pills. If their strength was comparable, he would throw a buff pill over there. However, there were too many people and Mu Weiner could not take care of them at the same time. At the thought of this, Mu Weiner actually took out her pill furnace and refined pills on the spot. Since single-target pills could not take care of everyone, then, what about refining a group enhancement pill by splitting it into multiple portions and consuming it? No, this was no different from what she had done before. What if she turned it into mist? There would be an enhancement as long as it was inhaled. Wouldn't that be better? Thinking of this, Mu Weiner's eyes lit up as if she had caught onto something. She had to prevent herself from being sucked in by the evil creature. At the same time, there was an enhancement. She thought of Ning Chengsen's Taoist technique, which had the effect of restraining evil beings, and shouted, "Brother Chengsen, lend me your aura." Upon hearing that, Ning Chengsen extended his finger and streams of Dharmic Kai gathered in Mu Weiner's pill furnace. Mu Weiner began to refine pills. She smiled mischievously while refining pills, as if she had thought of a mischievous idea. At this moment, when Ning Chengsen faced the two green-faced evil beings, the pressure on him dropped drastically. The Divine General held the Divine Killing Spear in his hand. Purple lightning curled around it and accompanied by the exorcism array. He slashed out. The expressions of the two green-faced evil beings changed drastically. As they punched out, they quickly retreated. However, it was still affected by the exorcism array. The two green-faced evil beings spat out gray blood. There was an evil aura surging in the blood. One of the green-faced evil cultivators saw that the situation was not good and shouted, "Hurry up and deal with your side. There's a tough guy here." When the other evil cultivators heard this, they increased their attacks. Kong Jonghan and the other three martial monarch realm experts could only barely hold on. The lightning struck at their rear. It was a lightning tribulation. Who refined a heaven-grade pill on the battlefield? This person was naturally Mu Weiner, who was at the rear. Even though Mu Weiner looked playful, her hard work was no less than the disciples of the cottage. She was secretly cultivating the Tao of alchemy and could already refine heaven-grade pills. Mu Weiner pinched two pills in her hand. These two were both heaven-grade pills. However, one was green, and the other was glowing white. Mu Weiner first threw out the green pill, which exploded in midair. It formed wisps of mist that enveloped the battlefield. The martial cultivators breathed it in and felt refreshed. The spiritual Kai in his body was recovering rapidly. At the same time, the power of his cultivation technique had increased several times. When the people from the major factions sensed this scene, they were all shocked. A heaven-grade pill that could affect a group. The evil beings on the other side also inhaled the medicinal pill aura. The strength of his physical body also began to increase. One of the green-faced evil beings mocked when he saw this. Even though the pill is not bad, it also strengthens the enemy. What's the difference between this and a useless pill? Hearing this, the expressions of the people from the big forces changed. Both sides strengthened and the situation remained unchanged. Was there something wrong with this alchemist's brain? Refining a heaven-grade pill was useless. Han Ying was also puzzled. Logically speaking, even though Mu Weiner was playful by nature, she shouldn't be so stupid. Even the group of evil beings revealed mocking smiles. Even though this woman was extremely talented in alchemy, could it be that there was something wrong with his brain? Mu Weiner ignored their gazes and cast a crafty look at Han Ying. Upon seeing this, Han Ying was slightly stunned. Then, she chuckled and shook her head. It seemed that Sister Wan had some bad ideas. Then, he continued to fight the three green-faced evil creatures. At this moment, under everyone's frightened or mocking gazes, Mu Weiner threw out the heaven-grade pill that was glowing with white light. The medicinal pills were thrown above everyone's heads. Then, it exploded and turned into the same mist as before. The people from the major factions sighed, but they still inhaled the fog. If they didn't absorb this fog, then when these evil beings absorbed it, their strength would completely lose its balance. The evil creature also laughed mockingly and began to absorb the power of the medicinal pill without restraint, as if it was swallowing a whale. However, just as many evil beings were absorbing the power of the medicinal pill, his physical body was not as strong as before. Instead, it began to produce white flames. It was corroding his body at a speed visible to the naked eye. The evil beings all let out miserable cries. What happened? The large factions looked at this scene in confusion. Could it be the pill just now? However, these two pills were clearly the same since they were refined by Mu Weiner were refined from the same furnace. However, they ignored Mu Weiner's control. Mu Weiner's terrifying control allowed her to multitask. She made slight changes to the two elixirs in the pill furnace. One of them was a pill that had not been tampered with that contained the power of Ning Qingfeng's Taoist magic. This was the effect of restraining evil beings. Of course, it was useless against a martial monarch realm green-faced evil creature. However, it was extremely useful for these small fries. Now, under the backlash of the lack of medicinal pills, more than half of these evil beings were injured. After being shocked, the people from the major factions began to counterattack. At the same time, Ning Qingfeng's side controlled the God General again. With the God Spear in hand, he pierced through one of the green-faced evil beings. When the green-faced evil creature and Hong Ying saw this, the situation didn't seem right. He could not help but have an extremely ugly expression. How could he have thought that he would encounter Waterloo in such a weak realm? Therefore, he could only shout angrily in order to preserve his strength. Retreat. Then, he suddenly grabbed the void with both hands and tore it apart. He actually opened up a spatial black hole with the strength of his physical body. Then, he rushed in first. The other green-faced evil beings also broke free and entered the black hole. As for those evil beings, they had died here because of Mu Weiner's pills. However, under Hong Ying's command, 3 of them were captured and brought back to Cloud Phoenix City. She wanted to find out where they came from and what kind of creatures they were after all. Part 5 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.